Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Mr. Roger Zakheim.
Okay, good. That picture was taken down. That's important. Too much for me that early in the morning. I'm sure the same for you. Good morning. Roger Zakheim here from the Reagan Institute, the D.C. office of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute. It's my honor to welcome you to this big day here where we call it the report card day. If all of you have taken the report card, it's right outside. Hopefully all of you have passed and you don't have to repeat a year, although we do expect you here next year for our release of the fourth. But on the third National Security Innovation-Based Summit, we're excited to have you here. This is a very important program of the Reagan Institute Center for Peace Through Strength. We're excited that we have current and former senior officials from the Pentagon, from the military. We have members of Congress, thought leaders, academics, investors, technology and industry executives. And this group, an event as you just saw with the opening video, proved that national security and more specifically peace through strength philosophy continues to bring people together from across the political spectrum and across the public and private sectors. And that cooperation is essential. And that's because there's so much work to do. And as you'll see from the report card, I'm sorry to say we did not get straight A's. So there's a lot of work in front of us. Where we do see grades increasing is what we see as private sector dynamism. That is the innovators, engineers, scientists, entrepreneurs, venture capitalists who continue to lead the world and are driving us forward in our economy and in our national defense. Where we see grades stagnating or declining, it's really where we believe the government is struggling to meet that challenge. And at the Reagan Institute, we want to continue our mission of bipartisan cooperation in service of our national defense, really to seize this opportunity. And the report card is really the path forward to getting there. I want to thank our knowledge partners at McKinsey & Company for providing the fact-based support to this assessment. And want to extend gratitude to the Reagan Institute's NSIB Program Advisory Board. The advisory board is composed of a bipartisan group of crossing the national security experts. And their feedback really is invaluable and drives the assessment. I also want to thank Snowpoint Ventures, along with all of our sponsors, for the support of this summit. In 1983, President Reagan delivered an address to the nation on defense and national security. Actually, President Trump last night referenced this during his speech at the joint session of Congress. And in that speech, President Reagan announced a vision for the Strategic Defense Initiative, the missile defense system, where he pushed the bounds of conventional wisdom at the time. Today, this conversation, this summit, is really about advancing that legacy. Where do we need to challenge conventional wisdom today? President Reagan said in that address, quote, "The defense policy of the United States is based on a simple premise. The United States does not start fights. We will never be an aggressor," President Reagan said. we maintain our strength in order to deter and defend against aggression, to preserve freedom and peace, end quote. That simple premise does not and should not change. But the way to uphold that policy must change. The threats to our national security are evolving by the day, just as new cutting-edge technology is being developed constantly. And we need to be able to move just as quickly. So thank you to everyone here for your commitment to maintain our strength and to preserve freedom and peace. And to start our conversation today, please join me in welcoming our first panel to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, our opening panel, Grading America's Edge, the 2025 NSIB Report Card. Please welcome to the stage moderator Rachel Hoff of the Ronald Reagan Institute and our distinguished panelists.
Thank you so much, Roger, and thanks to all of you for being here as we kick off our 2025 NSIB Summit. I'm really thrilled to be here moderating this panel, which will offer some framing context for today's conversations that are anchored in the assessment that comes out in our annual NSIB report card that Roger mentioned. We started at the Reagan Institute this program on the National Security Innovation Base 3 years ago, really to advance the conversation that was already happening around preserving and extending America's military and technological edge. The report card in its third year now, our goal is to really apply this rigorous analytical approach to break down the ecosystem into its component parts and to understand where we're falling behind in specific ways and where we're still doing well and where we should be proud of American distinctiveness and leadership. We hope that's useful to policymakers and decision makers. We hope it's useful to all of you in your roles respectively in this important ecosystem. And so we'll get our discussion started today on the report card and its broader implications with a really esteemed panel. To my right is Congressman Rob Whitman, the Vice Chair of the House Armed Services Committee, Dale Swartz, a partner at McKinsey & Company, who Roger mentioned serves as a knowledge partner on this report card project, and Dale leads the McKinsey team, many of whom are in the room who support this product. Tara Murphy-Darty, the CEO of Gavini, who serves on the advisory board for the report card, and finally Congressman Jason Crow, who's the ranking member on the HASC subcommittee on intelligence and special operations. So very glad to start our conversation today. And Dale, let me start with you, given your work on the report card. And if it's all right, we'll pull up the grades slide as we dive in. Roger mentioned our important ecosystem didn't exactly get straight A's, but Dale, why don't you walk us through some of the most important grades that we see here, and especially what we're seeing now in our third year of this analysis on trends, on implications, and maybe on some key takeaways that we should have in mind.
Sure. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks for having us here. Congratulations to you and the team on getting this out and putting on an amazing event. And thank you to all of you for wanting to talk about national security innovation-based grades at 8:30 in the morning. Maybe I'll answer the question just quickly through, I think, three broad themes that we see in some of the grades that tie to that. Piece one, and this is building a little bit on what Roger mentioned previously, is the national security and innovation base is increasingly, as we think about defense modernization and acquisition, is running at two speeds right now. Speed one is acceleration and dynamism in the private sector. If you actually look at the four grades, A's are distinctive grades, B's are also really good grades. If you look at the A's and B's that you see on there on the report card, all of those are driven primarily by private sector related inputs. The great news is that America continues to lead the world in innovation, dynamism, technological leadership in many key areas. That is always in peril. We have to keep running fast. As we think about capital in the system, it is something where that grade continues to be strong. If we think about sort of the broad breadth and scope of the private sector innovator base, which is traditional primes, it is The startup and disruptor community, I live in Silicon Valley, it's many of the folks in that community who are trying to provide capabilities to the warfighter. We see increasing breadth and depth, and actually partnerships across that, which I'm sure we're going to talk about increasingly. There's always work to do, but again, that is something that we see sort of positive trend lines. That's speed one. Speed two of this is actually the public sector customer side as we think about it, where as we think about actual outcomes from a defense modernization perspective, we're not where we want to be. And I know we'll spend some time going through that. We've got the right folks on the panel here who can talk about some of the things that are happening on the congressional side and in the department to push some of that forward. And as we think broadly about customer clarity, particularly in an environment right now where there's a lot of change and discussion about how we want to accelerate and program dollars and priorities, that's in flux. And so, we see, I think, sort of room for improvement there sort of across the board. I know we'll get to that. That's point one. Point two is we have a new indicator this year. This is manufacturing capacity and industrial base. This is an innovation discussion, and we're talking about manufacturing. What? Increasingly, this is important to building scale around physical mass and capability. Fundamentally, most folks, when they were talking about innovation in forums like this 5 years ago, it was a bytes discussion. It was software. Increasingly, it's an atoms discussion. And actually looking back and saying, one, and I know we'll talk about this more but from a capacity perspective, are we doing what we need to? From a supply chain perspective, can we protect what we want? And then actually, are we doing it efficiently? And then finally, is on the talent-based side, we see some room on progress, but as we think about particularly manufacturing, almost 2 million likely unfilled skilled trades in these areas by the end of the decade. If we think about 30% of the aerospace and defense workforce nearing retirement, there's a significant vulnerability here, although the grade is improving a little bit because we're actually seeing a lot more, particularly young, dynamic talent that is excited about coming into this sector and making sure that we're activating them in the way that we want.
Thanks, Dale. There's lots on the table for our discussion as we move through it. Tara, let me come to you next. You've served on the advisory board for our report card project since day one. Gavini is a company that's largely built around using data to drive solutions. What's the value of measuring things over time? And with this report card in particular, what are we looking? What's most important that we're looking at?
The value is huge, Rachel, huge. So thanks for the question. Thanks for having me here today, and I'll echo Dale's congratulations on an excellent product this year. So to just baseline the group, Gavini is a defense software company, and as Rachel mentioned, a really critical element of our software is actually a proprietary data set. And our collaboration on this actually precedes even the advisory board because I remember talking to you about your vision for this product. And part of the reason that was a fun conversation is because Gavini, too, puts out an annual scorecard. But I will admit, we take kind of a shock and awe approach to our scorecard. And it is 200 pages thick.
It's about 10 times as thick as
ours. Oh my gosh, yes. Value isn't measured in weight here, but we would win that one. And the reason that we do that is because we started that scorecard a decade ago where we were really trying to get the department and the national security community to just realize there is a tremendous amount of relevant, valuable data that could inform decision making. But we stop at, and this is why I call it the shock and awe approach, both in volume of the data, but also it's really a presentation of the data. The point was this exists. It's accessible to you as a defense community, as national security policy decision makers. And what I love about the National Security Innovation Base's scorecard, this version here that Rachel, you lead with this team, is that it takes that data analysis one step further to policy implications. And so that's what makes this very unique. And as you mentioned, it's not just a snapshot in time. Because the team has controlled for the variables that it's looking at and assessing, we're starting to see where we're making progress as a community. I think one of the major takeaways from this year is, unfortunately, a lot of that progress lives in the private sector, and we're not seeing enough progress in the public sector. You know, one of the things that I've been saying is that regardless of what you think of the politics happening right now, I personally am very excited about the fact that there seems to be a moment in time for bold, dramatic change. And, you know, I know in companies, when we need bold and dramatic change, we're not shy about giving teams a kick in the pants if they're underperforming. So I think the department needs a massive kick in the pants in this area and should be held accountable to catching up in progress to match what is happening among the investor community and among the technology sector.
Let's have our members of Congress now help us kind of zoom out, understand the broader context here, and importantly, what we should do about it all. Mr. Whitman, you've been such a leader in Congress on this set of issues, and in particular, last year, just around this time, launched the House Defense Modernization Caucus. Our report card gave a D for defense modernization.
Yes.
What's your assessment there? Have we missed something? Are we off base or on base? And I think more to the point, how do you assess our ability or the ability of this ecosystem and the U.S. government piece in particular to translate the progress that we're seeing in innovation into delivered capabilities?
Well, listen, I think the score is a deserved score, unfortunately, but I think the possibilities are there. What you heard here is what we have seen through the years, and that is a dichotomy between the innovation and creation that's occurring in the private sector and what's not getting operationalized in the Pentagon. And the question is how do we get that done? You know, the Pentagon is the Ford Motor Company of the 1950s. I mean, the way they operate, slow, stoic. Let's spend years to write a requirement. Let's spend years to go to a program of record. Let's spend years to acquire. And by the time we acquire something, guess what? The threat's way ahead of us. Great example, I use this all the time, is F-35. F-35 started 25 years ago as a blank sheet of paper. Today, as we speak, it's just getting into full-scale production. And guess what we're struggling with? The threat in the Indo-PACOM is way ahead of what we're producing today. So the question is how do we match what happens in the private sector with innovation and creation and have that operationalized in the Pentagon? It takes changes in how the Pentagon operates, and Congress has to be at the forefront of that. Last year, we made some changes to authorities to operate. We made sure things like the Strategic Capabilities Office, the Space Development Command got some additional authorities to be able to do things faster. What we want is to have the Pentagon reflect not the Ford Motor Company of the 1950s model, but we want them to reflect the Apple of 2025 model, which everybody here in the innovation and creation space does. The challenge is for a large organization like the Pentagon, that's tough to do because there's ingrained mentality that we have to take a long time to do things. And we can't get things quickly because that's just not how we operate. It's process, 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 not outcomes. So we have to get the Pentagon to be more of an outcome-based organization. We also have to get the Pentagon to change its mindset because we live in a world today where hardware is software defined. And you can take hardware off the shelf, but your magic sauce is going to be software. And the Pentagon's head explodes when you talk about software. They don't know how to acquire it. They say, hey, we want to acquire software and cost plus. And let me tell you, if you're a software company, you're not going to even put a proposal in for a cost plus contract on software because your product's dynamic. You produce a new version of your software, on a regular basis, maybe weekly, maybe monthly. And if you go in there and say, I got to write a change order and send back to somebody in the Pentagon who doesn't know software, who wouldn't know coding if it tapped them on the shoulder, and they're going to look at your change order and go, well, what is this? Well, hold on, I've got to run it through a bunch of other people. I'll get you an answer in about 3 months. And you go, well, you know what? We'll have the new version of the software out in 3 months. Instead of saying no, that realm is firm fixed price. So the whole mindset has to be able to change. So much of the impediments, Rachel, in what's happening with the defense innovation score and why we're not getting that direct flow of innovation and creation from the private sector to the public sector, to the Pentagon, and then operationalized in the hands of the warfighter is because we have a Pentagon that's still ingrained in process. Now, Congress has to help change that. That's why just yesterday we kicked off this Congress's version of the Defense Modernization Caucus. Pat Ryan and I are chair, but we have lots of other members there. We spoke yesterday with Secretary Hegseth, who is all in. He says, you're right, Rob. We have got to really focus on not just exquisite systems, not just the big prime contractor community, but we got to enable everyone. We have to make sure that we enable attritable and expendable systems. We have to make sure we enable everyone that has an idea at the table. How do we leverage capital? There's a lot of capital out there. I've talked to private equity firms and venture capitalists that said, we want to invest, but we're only going to do so much investing until we get a demand signal. So once the demand signal is there, and listen, scaling, there's some cool things happening with scaling. Look at what Anduril has just done with a hyperscale facility that they're building in Ohio. I mean, they're bringing on a new generation of thought process about how do you scale production? And how do you make sure you have adaptable, flexible scaling to where if you need to next week, you can scale up instead of going, gosh, we have this massive tooling line that we have. We're not using additive manufacturing. So if we're going to change something, we've got to go back and go through tooling and respin up a line. And by the time you spin up the line, guess what? The technology's past you. So I think there's some good things happening out there. How do we make those things happen at the speed of relevance? Congress has to be the enabler there.
Congressman Crow, I'd love to ask you to speak to the talent-based piece of all of this. Dale mentioned our report card assesses some improvement, but a lot of room for growth there. You launched a caucus of your own a few years ago, the Defense Workforce Innovation and Industry Caucus. As we think about these challenges toward modernization, toward production at speed and scale, what are the challenges on the workforce side, whether it's high-skill STEM talent, skilled trades, on that side of the manufacturing piece that we need to be thinking about, and how can we overcome some of those challenges?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Rachel. We're all in heated agreement here, and I suspect everybody in this room is in heated agreement. We all know what the problem is, right? We're operating off of an innovation cycle right now that used to be a decade, then it used to be 5 years, then it used to be 3 years, and now it's a year or less innovation cycle. And in fact, the laboratory for this, which is Ukraine, they're actually working off of week-long innovation cycles, right? There is a fusion of private sector and government and combat operations where the private sector in Ukraine is on the front lines, embedded in military units, and they are in real time seeing differences and making changes to systems, sending it back to the factory, and within days, sometimes tweaking systems. That is the battlefield, and actually our adversaries, Russia and others, are actually doing the same. Right, so we are way behind. We know that, and I think everybody in the room knows that. So it simply comes down to the demand signals and the kick in the pants that we need, and a recognition that the Pentagon is actually a rational organization. Right, they are responding to the demand signals that Congress and others are sent, and when we fail to provide multi-year procurement contracts, when we fail to provide any incentive for reform because we keep on upping the top line, but we tell them you need to be more efficient and change the way in which you invest in systems, there's simply no demand signals being sent. So that requires a very real conversation about political will, which is actually bipartisan right now on this issue, about how we're going to send the massive demand signal shift that has to come from Congress. It's not going to change from within DOD, and that includes workforce. Right, because all of these things, all these legacy things include the way in which we manage our workforce. Everything from our lack of comprehensive immigration reform, which, as we know, if we're going to change this, we need immigration reform because all of our talent is not going to come from the United States. We know that. From the way we do security clearances, right? I actually have a bill and an effort that I've been working on that would allow you all to start the security clearance process for somebody when they're an intern for you or where they're in school. Right, so that you can actually then, when they graduate and come to work for you, they're ready to go, and they're not waiting 18 months, 24 months to do it. 2, the multi-year procurement contracts, again, because industry, you all are rational actors. You're not going to invest in new assembly lines. You're not going to hire new folks if you can only get a 1-year contract, or as the case might be, 3 months, right, or less. So we have to give you all that longer on-ramp to do that. So those are all the things that I think from a workforce, but also just a traditional procurement perspective we needed to do. And it's political will, right? This all comes down to political will, and that's why I raise examples of big muscle movements. And I know this is controversial, but we have to have this discussion. Is there going to be any massive change to the DoD system if we continue to up the top line, right, at the same time as we're telling you all to reform? Probably not, I would argue, right? There might be other ways of doing it, but that's one way. The other is, and this is an idea that's been batted around, start cutting the services out of this and just go right to the COCOMs, right? There is a model that we used during the global war on terror where we gave SOCOM direct authority to go right to market and buy what they needed and immediately send it to the warfighter, and it worked. It was cheaper, it was more effective, it was more efficient. So maybe we start cutting the services out of it, and I'm the co-chair of the Army caucus, so I'm definitely going to frickin' hear this from the Army. But maybe we start cutting them out of it and give the COCOMs and give the field commanders more and more authority to come to you all to get what they need.
Congressman Whitman, I want you to react on this top line question. We've seen the budget machinations starting with the new Trump administration, the Hegseth memo with reallocation towards certain priorities but away from others. How do you see this all playing out?
Well, listen, I think there are bits and pieces of what Jason points out that have to happen in reform in the Pentagon, which Secretary Hegseth says, listen, I want you to identify 8% savings, and he wants to get those savings redirected. Let's make sure we modernize. Listen, he spoke yesterday, and he was spot on. He said, listen, we are still in the rut of protecting legacy systems. And listen, those things are parochial. We all understand what members of Congress have to do. But Congress and the Pentagon have to be more in line to say, okay, let's see what the transition is. We understand there are equities in these districts, but as we change and modernize, how do we make sure that we talk to folks there and said, listen, your equity is a legacy system here, but we're going to modernize, and as that legacy system gets phased out, what are we going to do to make sure that the capability on your facility is being utilized? It may be in a very, very different way, and there may be a lull in this, but then a rebuilding of this. There has to be a pathway for people to see. I think you'll get people to get on board if they look at it and go, this is not an all or nothing proposition. This is really a proposition about how do we make that transition. I think too that we have to look, as Jason said, we have to look even more fundamentally than that. If you look at where we are today, there are three divergent paths that happen in the Pentagon. You have OSD that says, okay, our planning is about the national security strategy and national defense strategy. So they put that together, and guess what? By the time that comes out, it's about 3 years behind the threat. And then you look at the service branches. The service branches go, okay, our effort of planning is the POM. So they go through the POM. But if you look at the POM, it's supposed to be a future document so that by the time the POM comes out, you look at it and go, gosh, that's about a year or so behind the threat. Jason's right. Where is the threat most immediately identified? In the unmet needs list in the COCOMs. I mean, they see on a daily basis, this is what we need, this is what I need today. I agree. How do we push more money down to the COCOMs? Now, listen, people up the chain in OSD and the service branches are going to go, no, you can't do that because we have all these things in these planning documents that we have to do. What I argue is that the planning process and how we identify the threat and how we operationalize resources towards the threat is just behind the curve. So we have to operationalize money and get it quicker in the hands of the warfighter. The operational efforts of what happens in things like Raider, with SOCOM acquisition, we talk about how innovative and creative that is, but the problem is that is the exception rather than the rule. That has to be the rule. That has to be the baseline. It said, this is how we're going to acquire systems. This is how we're going to do things. And it has to be closer to where the threat is seen on a daily basis. Because when the COCOMs are in theater there's nobody that knows it better than the COCOM commander. He sees it. He talks to our friends and allies there. He sees what operationalizes. You ask Admiral Aquilino, because he gets the intel every day about what Chinese ships are there in the Indo-Pacific. What are they doing? How are they operating? He sees it. That's where the decision-making needs to be. So, Jason, I'm in full agreement with you. And listen, that's going to take kind of a breaking of the status quo in the current paradigm.
It takes a change in relationship to the risk.
Yeah.
And that's why I say shifting the focus someplace where the relationship to risk is different.
Yeah.
Because, you all know in the private sector that you have to take risk to win big and to do big things, right? You might invest in 10 things and 3 of them work, 7 don't, but those 3 that work are worth it, right? And right now, the way in which we invest, there's no incentive to take risk. Right? Because they know that if they fail on one of those, they're going to be called before Congress, they're going to be taken out to the woodshed, right? And it's going to be a big deal. So by shifting to the COCOMs and to the command people in the field, where the risk is risk of failure out in the field operationally, that offsets the analysis here. And that will, I think, get us where we need to be.
Dale, you previewed at the top of the panel the new indicator in the report card this year that looks at manufacturing capacity and industrial base. We'll have a panel that dives deeper on that topic later this morning, but unpack that for us a bit. You mentioned sort of the increasing nexus with innovation priorities and traditional industrial base constraints. And there's also sort of a us versus competitor element here with China outpacing us 2-1 on the manufacturing piece. How do we think about this, and how do we compete when we think about delivering at speed and scale on this?
Yeah, sure. So a couple elements that we look at as we built the indicator this year. Piece one is truly around, are we building enough, right? And for every, Congressman Whitman mentioned, new hyperscale facilities that are announced. For every piece like that, where I think there's a lot of excitement and dynamism, you have things like our shipbuilding sector where there is real fragility and we're not moving at the pace and scale that we need. That's an aggregate question around, total kind of manufacturing capacity, but it is driven by supply chain. It is driven by workforce. It is driven by overseas vulnerabilities and otherwise, right? So as we look across a number of different sectors where we're saying we need more and we need more faster, that was, we thought, very important to sort of highlight this year. You can get unmanned aerial systems out relatively quickly, and there's folks who are doing a lot around sort of building that up. But as we look sort of across the broad set of major defense acquisition programs, this is one that we sort of flagged as like there's I think sort of a real need. That's point one. And as you think on the shipbuilding side, for example, because this is often one that gets cited, China's dual use shipbuilding capacity is 200x times what the U.S. is able to do internally. So that's going to require very creative approaches, business models, processes, and otherwise. The second piece of this is not just are we building enough, but are we building enough quickly? And here we spend a lot of time in the report card talking exactly about what Congressman Whitman mentioned on are we leveraging additive manufacturing? Are we leveraging best of breed capabilities and talent from other high rate production areas in the private sector, for example, automotive, right, which has actually figured some of these things out. It's not a one-for-one. Obviously, there's things that are very, very different about building sort of defense systems, but are we actually applying those learnings, not just in the U.S., but also from our allies and partners who are actually, by necessity, having to do some of this stuff in a different way.
Tara, the supply chain piece here that Dale mentioned is so important. What do we need to be doing to address that risk, that fragility on the supply chain side?
There's actually, I think, a huge opportunity in the supply chain space because for a long time we've been in this position where in the department, you talk to program offices and you have conversations about military readiness, and they will readily admit the operational availability and readiness of our weapon systems and platforms are abysmally low, and they've been trending downward for years. And there's almost a sanguine kind of reaction of, oh my gosh, we're supposed to be at this percentage, but we're way down here, and that's true across entire fleets and different variants of capabilities. These things are effectively offline at a time when we're talking about prospect of great power war again. And then everyone sort of goes, oh, supply chains. So we have to get to a point where there's actual accountability for a program office if those operational availability or readiness metrics aren't met. I don't know what that looks like. You divest a force structure, your program gets canceled, you get pulled in front of Congress to testify to why. Because the reality is in the supply chain space, if you go back 10 years, this wasn't true. If you go back 5 years, this was starting to change. Today, you can see your suppliers, and you can take proactive mitigating actions to ensure availability of parts and supply. It's possible. And there are actually some, one of the phrases you always use that I love is green shoots of progress. There are green shoots of progress in this area when you look at programs starting to change this dynamic. We support Navy customers who have rooted out a year ahead of time a supplier that then a year later goes bankrupt. These are the kinds of things that allow us to not just go faster in the procurement stage and the acquisition stages preceding a capability being fielded, but once it's fielded, making sure it's available. So that is strongly what I would encourage. This is an area where if the grade isn't significantly better next year, shame on you, acquisition community.
Congressman Crow, let's zoom out maybe a bit more even and think about sort of the way that the U.S. tends to approach these issues versus our competitors. And for the audience in the room, I've got just another question or two, and then we'd love to come to you for audience questions in the last few minutes. Mr. Crow, look, China's got a civil military fusion strategy, and that top-down approach enables some real strengths in their system in terms of speed and in terms of fielding capabilities. How should we think about our own American advantages, the free and open system that we've got, and what can Congress do to kind of lean into those strengths? Often we think about opponents' weaknesses, but how should we think about kind of leaning into our own strengths there too?
Yeah. Well, and clearly one of our biggest strengths is our alliance network, and the fact that when we fully leverage that, we can have capability and force multiplication and innovation that just nobody who is going against us can compete with, right? And export controls is a huge part of that. I mean, I used to be a paratrooper, and then I became an ITAR lawyer, and then a member of Congress. So clearly there's something wrong with me because I take on the worst gigs ever. But knowing, having spent years, diving into export control and trade sanctions issues, I know that we're shooting ourselves in the foot there too, right? Where people want to buy our stuff, we need to collaborate, and there's great examples of us doing that, right? We have, Diana, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic with NATO. Those are models where we can collaboratively do joint R&D. Same thing with Israel. We have the Future Warfare Act with Israel, where we've done a lot of really deep collaboration on air defense and emerging tech and drone work and counter drone work. But we aren't really fully leveraging that. And of course, I'm deeply concerned that not only are we not fully leveraging that, but we're actually running away from our alliances and partnerships right now and losing our credibility with our closest friends and really hurting ourselves right now. That is a discussion that we need to have. So yes, I think what we need to do is understand that to take the leap forward, that we have to open up a little bit, and we have to be willing to accept a little bit more risk, not just with the way that we contract and invest at DoD and take risks on contracts and certain programs, but also with our alliances as well. That if we are able to do co-production and co-R&D, that will benefit all of us and open up the field here in a way that Russia and China and Iran and others simply will never be able to compete with.
Mr. Whitman, on the allies point, what can we learn from the progress that we've made in that way, and what more do we need to be doing with our partners?
Well, as I see the enterprise right now, as Jason said, what you have is China that, through their system, makes big bets. They put a lot of chips on the table. They make a big bet, and when they hit it big. When they miss it, they miss it big. Our system allows us to make a lot of bets, and a lot of those bets hit. The problem is we can't figure out a way to cash in our chips. So we have all this pile of chips there, and the capacity in the private sector, and go, hey, we got a lot of great capability, but if you look at how much of it's operationalized, we just don't do those things. The challenge too is, and Jason's an expert in this, and that is things like ITAR. What do we do that create impediments to doing more with our friends and allies? Listen, we cannot do this by ourselves. We will not by ourselves have the financial wherewithal, the strategic wherewithal to counter China just with what we have. Where we have our best advantage is with our friends and allies around the world. Now, China sees that, and China's trying to establish the same sort of relationship with Russia, with North Korea, and with Iran. I would argue it's going to be a transactional relationship there, and the trust is not going to be there, but we have to create deeper relationships, and we have to show in things like AUKUS, we can actually make these things work. You know, an agreement like AUKUS is really good, conceptually really good. It's starting out on a good path. The challenge is boy, it is not going at the pace that we need in order for Australia to build the submarines that they need. My concern is it'll be an enterprise where they have a little bit of industrial capacity there. We end up building the submarines. They have a few companies that help supplement our industrial base, and that's where we are in the long term. So we have to change in how we think about things, and we have to be able to do really hard things at the speed of relevance with our friends, and we have to at some point say, we're going to trust you. You know, we're going to trust you that you can protect the information. We're going to trust you that you can do those things. Because if we keep saying, oh, you know, you can't do it like we can, you just never can provide a level of protection, then we're never going to get to that place. So we have to be more trusting. We have to, in Ronald Reagan's words, trust but verify. And if we do that, I think we can utilize a tremendous amount of capability there that right now is unrealized.
We'll go to questions from the audience next, but Dale, one final question from my chair to you. We've talked a bit already today about kind of the pathways that we're seeing toward progress on the USG side are kind of exceptions to the rule, right? They're not the norm. What needs to be done to kind of make these models the standard operating procedure?
I'll answer it in part, and then I probably defer to my friends in Congress too, who I know have lots of views on this. Look, I mean, the point on exceptions to the rule, green shoots, is exactly right. And you know, I see some friends in the audience who have been, you know, working this problem at DIU and other places for a long time, and just, you know, there is a lot of credit to the efforts that have happened there, but it needs to scale up kind of across the board, right? It's equal parts that, but it's also, you know, we talked about incentives. I think incentives is a really critical piece to this on sort of both sides, but it's also, you know, fundamentally we're saying there's actually a business model question to this in many ways, right? The contracting structure pieces we're talking about is an underlying driver of increased need to take risk in the private sector, invest ahead of the curve. It is, you know, as we talk on the manufacturing side, I mean, Rachel, you and I had this discussion in a different forum yesterday. If you scale up on manufacturing at current course and speed, the way we do things normally, you're actually going to have a ton of excess capacity in the system. And as you know, Ronald Reagan's a pretty free enterprise place. That sounds like something that actually could be pretty problematic and inefficient in sort of broader ways. And so, do we need to actually reimagine the way that you know, kind of our industrial partnerships are structured? Should we be thinking about things that are more fundamentally fabless, like you actually see in other areas, like in the semiconductor industry and stuff like that? There's like a starting point, I think, for this conversation. Are we aligning right contract structures with right vehicles over what time? Folks on this panel are frankly much smarter on that than I am. But you know, applying those learnings as something where it's not, we're tinkering on the edges. We have many different organizations who are pathfinding on this. Let's actually pick some things that we say have worked and actually scale them into the broader system.
Well, we've got a few minutes left. Let's turn to our audience for any questions for the panel. I think we've got microphones here. We've got a question in the front row. And if you could wait just for the benefit of our online audience in particular. And if everyone would just share your name and affiliation at the top of your question.
Ben Coleman with the New American Industrial Alliance. I want to tie three things together. I think, Congressman, you mentioned outcomes. Dale, you mentioned incentives. And Tara, you mentioned something about driving acquisition outcomes. In the private sector, especially defense tech stuff, you'll see high turnover in these private sector companies. 2 to 3 years, people are moving on. What can we do with the federal workforce to actually align incentives to get better acquisition outcomes and actually define those outcomes and hold people accountable?
Well, listen, I think there are things we have to do to change the paradigm with which folks in the acquisition realm work. And again, it all goes back to an old model. Write requirements, go to programs of record, do acquisition. And the challenge is that it used to be years ago where the operators, the war fighters, were in the same room as the folks that wrote the requirements and understand what was necessary. And they were in the same room as the folks that did the acquisition. So everybody kind of cross-pollinated, and they knew things in real time. Today, we stovepipe things. So the operator's in the field and says, hey, here's what I need. I need an apple. So they send that to the program requirements folks, and they read it and they go, okay, that looks like a pair to me. And they put it together because they're not really that intimately knowledgeable of that. And then they send it on to the program acquisition folks, and they say, we want you to acquire an orange. So they acquire an orange, they give it back to the operator, and the operator goes, what the? Well, you know what? I'll get my knife out. I'll make this orange kind of operate like an apple, but it's not an apple. And that's where we are right now. So we have to find ways to consolidate this, to streamline it, to flatten it, and make sure that what the warfighter needs, and it goes right back to the COCOMs because they're much closer to the operational level. How do we flatten how that transition takes place and how acquisition takes place? Today, it's so fragmented, it's so stovepipe, it can never operate in a time or speed of relevance way that it needs to.
More ideas. One, on the program manager side, within PEOs, I don't believe that people are in positions long enough to feel ownership of the program. They come in, they're out in 18 months, often. And these programs have entire life cycles of generations, so maybe they don't need to dedicate their entire career, but multiple years, getting back to 4+, 4, 5, 6-year terms where that's good for your military career. To own that program will foster a sense of ownership that ties into much better outcomes.
I think you're spot on. I think what needs to happen is you need to use the naval reactors model, where they look at it and go, hey, this is your highlight of your career. This is the spot that you aspire to be. You have your 4 stars. You're going to be here for 6 years, and our expectation is to have continuity there. The reason that our nuclear ship program has been so successful is because Admiral Rickover had that same idea. He says, we're going to have continuity there, and we're going to make sure that the person in that position, and it should include PEOs, has a sole focus. How do I make this work? Instead of saying, how do I make sure I'm not endangering myself? How do I make sure I don't take any risk? How do I make sure I don't take away the ability to pin on that additional star? I think you're spot on.
Well, unfortunately, we are at time, but we'll have more time for audience Q&A at future panels. Let me take a final moment just to thank the team that pulled together the Reagan Institute report card, my colleague Reed Kessler here at the Reagan Institute, Dale and his team at McKinsey who are here today, and Eric Snellgrove, who's here today as well. Thank you all, and we'll be back in just a few moments for a fireside chat.
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage President and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. David Trulio.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Please have a seat. Well, good morning. For those of you I have not had the privilege of meeting, my name is David Trulio, and it is my privilege to be the President and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. We have a great session now, and I'm going to start by talking a little bit about Senator Joni Ernst, whose career is defined by public service. After graduating from Iowa State, she joined the U.S. Army Reserves, ultimately retiring as a lieutenant colonel in the Iowa Army National Guard after 23 years of military service. In her home county, she served as the Montgomery County Auditor, where she worked to eliminate wasteful government spending and protect taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. As a state senator, she fought to balance the state budget. Certainly, these are very relevant experiences, especially in Washington today. Now, in November of 2014, Joni Ernst was elected as the first woman to serve in federal elected office from the state of Iowa and became the first female combat veteran elected to serve in the United States Senate. Over the past decade, she has become one of the most respected, thoughtful, and principled voices on national defense. And today, she serves in the majority on the Senate Armed Services Committee, where she chairs the Emerging Threats and Capabilities Committee. Senator Ernst, it is really great to have you back at the Ronald Reagan Institute and Foundation. Thank you. Now, today we also welcome one of the most influential voices from the private sector, who also brings a unique understanding of emerging threats and capabilities, our very own Reagan Foundation trustee, Mr. Joe Lonsdale. Many of you know him as a co-founder of Palantir Technologies and 8VC, among his many successful endeavors. Among these, Joe has founded over a dozen prominent companies, and he's been an early investor in several more. Here to moderate a discussion among these leading national security voices from the public and private sectors is Morgan Brennan, co-anchor of CNBC's Closing Bell Overtime. Ms. Brennan joined CNBC in 2013 and continues to cover a variety of sectors, including manufacturing, defense, and space. And speaking of which, she's also host of the CNBC podcast, Manifest Space. Morgan has interviewed billionaires, heads of state, thought leaders, and chief executives of multi-billion-dollar corporations, and the conversation on stage certainly promises to be fascinating. So please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our esteemed guests.
Dave, thank you. And I'll just say before we get started here that in the last maybe 5 minutes or so of this conversation, I'll open it up to questions. So we will make sure to get to the room. But yes, there's so much to get to. And I actually think the last panel discussion was a really great way to sort of set the stage here, because I know they touched on some of these topics, but it does feel like this, and maybe I say this as a mature millennial, the first time in my lifetime where the world is opening up, or I guess the country is opening up in a way, the intersection of investment, the intersection of technology and entrepreneurship, and the intersection of policy for everything to sort of align and perhaps to see some real meaningful reforms, changes, and thoughtful ways in terms of how we are equipping warfighters and how we are thinking about things like government efficiency. So I guess from that sort of big place, tentpole place, maybe we just start there and I get both of your thoughts. And Senator Ernst, I'll start with you about this moment we're in and what it means for someone such as yourself, a policymaker, to seize that moment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Morgan, and thank you, Joe, as well, for being on the panel, and to the Ronald Reagan Institute. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk about these issues. And I just told Joe out in the hallway, every day on Capitol Hill is like a new adventure. I mean, truly, every single day is another opportunity to find ways to excel. And this moment in time in particular is very moving for me, because I came into the United States Senate wanting to make Washington, D.C. squeal. My first campaign ad was make them squeal. And so every month, the past 10 years, I have worked on waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government and solutions on how to correct that. But that was 10 years of work on legislation and letters and committee hearings that went really nowhere. And finally, we have a president right now with President Trump and with Doge and Elon Musk, who have given us a platform to execute what we have worked so hard on. So I think it's an extraordinary moment in time, and I'm so glad to be part of this movement to right-size our federal government, grab a hold of technology, move forward with bright young minds that are focused on innovation to make the commercial space better, as well as our federal government.
You're working on Doge with Elon Musk.
Well, I have a lot of friends involved. We really appreciate the senator's support and what you guys are doing from Congress there. You know, yeah, I think 15 years ago I started my first nonprofit was about all the waste we can find in California, which is, it turns out there's also a lot here as well in terms of ways we're not spending money very well. And it was very frustrating, by the way, in California because you'd uncover it and everyone would kind of agree and then nothing would happen because, of course, the people in charge didn't want to fix it. And you know, listen, I've worked in defense, obviously, with Palantir and now a bunch of other companies for the last 21 years. This week we raised, I think today we're announcing a $250 million raise into Epirus. Last week I think we announced $600 million raise into Saronic to build. This is a great time to be building because, you know, really Palantir and SpaceX proved that the outside companies could outperform and could be better. And now there's this culture of people coming in that we're going to fix things. But I think even more than all this new technology that's going to change warfighting, there's finally like an ability to be confident enough to make the cuts and then when they squeal, like not just like back down. I think the way Washington, D.C. has worked in my lifetime of coming here, I've been coming here for business for over 20 years, is you'll find things that are wrong, you'll agree they're wrong, and then they'll like kind of make a lot of noise and they'll get away with still doing it the wrong way. And like there are unquestionably hundreds of thousands of civilians extra that we don't need in the DoD, and like everyone agrees. This confident civilians will tell you we don't need everyone there. And like when we're trying to do tests for our new technologies that everyone agrees are the best, you'll literally have like 20, civilian.mil addresses like with the crazy objections that are like unnecessary. It's like this like just extra layer of nonsense and bureaucracy. And we have a lot of leaders in D.C. who've known for a long time this is the thing that changed, but they haven't really had the mandate. They've been afraid to push and cut. And so it's really exciting to have a time when you say, sorry, I know it's a little bit tough, but we're actually going to push. We're actually going to cut these things that don't make sense. And that it's really exciting for me to finally see that. It's a unique moment in time.
You're on the Doge caucus. Do we start to see this actually come into law? Does it get tucked into the budget at some point?
Well, we certainly hope so. So I founded the Senate Doge Caucus, sat down with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in November following the elections, ran through all of the proposals that we had for them and decided let's bring in our Senate members. They started a House Doge Caucus as well. So the thought is that when Doge sunsets next July 2026, that it needs to be a lasting movement. Therefore, the Senate caucus, the House caucus, and ways that we can take legislation and continue pushing for these issues. But what we have on the committee, people from the Appropriations Committee, people from the authorizing committees, the Budget Committee, they all serve on Doge. They're all interested in this. We recognize we're at a tipping point in the federal government. We've got to make substantial change now and make sure it doesn't lapse in the future. So we've got to continue this push. Now, the question is, how do we get the legislation enacted? How do we continue with that when we have people that are so adamantly fighting against it, mostly on the left, some on the right? So if you're passing policy change, you have to have 60 votes in the Senate. That's always going to be a struggle. So the best way is to look at reconciliation, to look at the spending bills. How do we tuck our efforts into those particular pieces of moving legislation to make sure that it is more permanent?
Why do you think people are fighting it so much?
Well, I find that those that are really fighting it are those that have been feeding at the trough for a very long time. So people get really, really comfortable with the way it is. They are afraid of the way it can be. If we scale back and we find that we don't need all of these extra federal government workers, you've got all these constituents that are really unhappy because they've lost their jobs. If you find that you can go to SpaceX or you can go to Palantir or you can go to any number of these private companies and they can be much more efficient than the federal government, again, you have no need for these big federal government programs. There is a fear that surrounds that. It's a different way of thinking, and we've got to get used to a different way of thinking. Our bureaucracy is so bloated right now, and we can no longer afford to support a bloated bureaucracy. We have got to downscale. We've got to get back to a more efficient federal government.
I want to get your thoughts on this, Joe, because you are co-founder at, and if I look at, I'll just stick to defense specifically, co-founder at Palantir, which was, to your point, an outsider that had to sort of forge the way for others to come in this new defense tech landscape. You funded a number of companies as well. Anduril, Saronic, you mentioned, Epirus. You just closed another fund yesterday. I sort of see you as one of the godfathers of defense tech investing in this new era. You can do more with less, arguably, with some of these new business models. But what does it also mean for workforce, and what does it also mean for investment in parts of the country?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way a lot of things kind of evolved the last 60 years in bureaucracy here is they cared a lot more about the process than about the results. And there's been a lot of, frankly, a lack of courage in terms of fixing the things that are obviously broken. So I'm meeting with my friends who are running the Navy yesterday and going over stuff. And it's very obvious what happened with a lot of these things. And President Trump keeps asking him, why are my ships rusty? And like, what is going on here? This is a mess, and why is it so expensive? And you know what happened is that you had actually some really great firms, for example, running the maintenance and working on the ships for a very long time. And what happened is over the years, private equity firms would buy these things, and the people running the Navy did not hold them to the same high standards. So they kept cutting the costs, making more and more money off of it in order to, and not being pushed back on by the people in charge. And so you had a lot of this stuff that's like kind of decayed over the last 30 years because the incentives have been misaligned. There's not been the courage to say what is the actual best result. And so Epirus just raised this giant round today. I started this several years ago. It's the best technology with EMP to shoot down lots of drones, right? And it's really key for our country, for all the stuff we're facing. Is you can turn off bad guys, miles away. And just as an example, when you started the company, we went out to the desert. We broke into this contest. You're not supposed to be able to get in if like L3 and Raytheon, Northrop, and all the big guys are there because they've got billions of dollars of contracts, and you're like the little kid, and they're laughing at you. But we forced our way into the contest, and then for the same size, same power, we shot down the hardened drones 9.5 times farther away, and just completely cleaned the floor, like by far the best technology there. And then the other guys all got much larger contracts, and I went at the time, talked to the four-star running the Air Force at the time, and he's like, it's obvious you guys are the best technology, but this was written 2.5 years ago, and the process is such that if I were to like change the result right now, it would be break a lot of glass, it'd cause a lot of political trouble for me. So you guys probably can win 3 years from now, but you can't win now. And so it's like people care more about not the right answer, not what the best technology is, but these like systems they've put in place for the big companies to capture these things and lock them down and protect them. And I think that energy is finally changing. It's finally about what is best for America, what is best for the warfighters, what is most efficient, not how to protect the system.
So what does
Absolutely.
So what does that mean in terms of acquisition reform? What can be done?
Well, this is a bipartisan issue. I am happy to say that because so many of us are interested in making sure that we can get the latest and greatest technology out to the war fighter as fast as possible. And we talk about the war fighter, but there's technologies as well that are already proven within DoD. If you look at artificial intelligence and preventative maintenance, moving into predictive maintenance, we can save billions of dollars. The Navy has already proven that. So wrapping new technology as quickly as possible into the fold, we are all on board with that. But you will have considerable pushback. As Joe just outlined, there's a number of large primes. There's even smaller companies, too, that will really push back on this. And one effort that I'm involved in now, I chair the Small Business Committee in the Senate, is the reform around the Small Business Innovation Research programs. So what we have found with SBIR is that there are all of these applications that come in for this program, and there's roughly about 25 of the award applicants that make up about 0.5% of the overall applicants, and yet they get 18% of the dollars. So it comes out to about $92 million per awardee, because they continually apply and get granted access to the SBIR program. And it's all they're doing is lining their pockets with government money. What we have found is that those companies, those small businesses that are getting $92 million, these small companies have fewer patents, they have fewer sales, and they have less commercialization than the other companies that just might get a one-off application, an award through the program. So what the Government Accountability Office calls these, they're SBIR mills. Literally, they are just applying for these programs to get money, not to actually produce anything that makes DoD stronger or more efficient. So we have got to break that, and that's what we intend to do with the, I'm actually introducing this act today. It's called the Innovate Act, and it is, again, reforming the SBIR program and making sure that greater access will come to brilliant minds all across America, not just on the coast, but middle America, where I come from as well.
As a journalist, I appreciate the breaking news with that announcement.
Innovate Act.
All of this takes me back to, and you see it with the, established defense primes, talked about it, shipbuilding, you guys just mentioned, I know President Trump talked about it in his address last night, maybe arguably one of the most acute examples of it, but the defense industrial base. And the fact that when, even if whether you're a new company, whether you're an established company, even if you've crossed so-called valley of death and you've moved to a program of record, whatever you want to, however you want to frame it, then you have to ramp production. And that's hard because we don't necessarily have a resilient supply base, a supply chain. Joe, I want to get your thoughts on this, starting with you, because one of the things I see happening with some of these newer companies is not only are they taking on more risk and maybe adopting different business models than we've seen in the past, but they're also helping to maybe fund or create new supply chains in the process. And so I wonder what that means for a stronger defense industrial base.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's obviously a huge gap in the country, and this is very scary versus China, right? China makes over 200 times the amount of ships we do. You look at Tesla, look at SpaceX, they actually brought their supply chains mostly in-house, and they figured out how to do it. And so I think there's a lot of talent from there that have now gone on to a bunch of other companies and that are really seeding this new space. And so Saronic, which announced their $600 million raise last week, we helped start that 3 years ago. It's raised almost $1 billion in total now. It's delivering hundreds of ships to the Navy already, teaching the Navy how to use AI for autonomous weaponized vessels. And what's really cool is because of this moment, there's optimism that the government is going to allow competition to win. It's going to allow the best ideas to win. And so you have all of the biggest investors in America stepping up and making these bets, like $600 million from the private sector. That's a very large check for us to all write together. It's groups like General Catalyst and Andreessen Horowitz and other funds that are the large funds in my sector. And the bet is that if this is the best, it's going to win. It's going to be allowed to win. And that right now it feels like that's the case. The people coming in to run the Navy, to run the Army, to run the Air Force, like they are open to competition. That Secretary Hegseth has said very clearly he wants to have free competition. Like when I come to DC, I'm not coming here like a prime to try to lock down my program. I'm coming here to say, please allow me to compete. Please allow my new things to compete. And if they compete, please allow them to win. Don't make it what's been the last 20 years that if we compete and we crush the other groups and we're obviously better, then we get like 5% and then they get 90%, because that is how our defense industrial complex has worked for the last 30 years. And there's a lot of optimism that's going to change. And it is also a lot of optimism because of what's happened with AI and because of what's happened with how America has the best innovation sector in the world. Like these new companies are way ahead. They aren't just like sort of better, they're way ahead of the primes in a bunch of these areas. And because of that, we feel that with fair competition, we're going to be able to do it. And that's bringing the investment. So it's not that you need like lots of government money to invest in stuff we're doing. We just need to be allowed to capture the revenue that already exists if we're the best. And that's leading to some real optimism right now.
Senator Ernst, I want to get your thoughts on this, especially given the fact that we have seen tariffs leveled in the last couple of days, not just on Canada and Mexico, but also another 10% on China. And one of the things that's happened is you've seen these retaliatory tariffs and actions take place, including from China, 25 additional firms being added to the so-called entity list. Critical minerals all of a sudden became a Main Street topic last year with what we saw with a meeting with President Trump and President Zelensky of Ukraine. How does it get to what is needed from a national security standpoint? What can be done to stand up this domestic homegrown supply chain, and how quickly it can be done?
Well, I think that's exactly what we are seeing. And regardless of how you feel on tariffs, it is a tool in the toolbox. And President Trump has stated unequivocally that he is going to exercise his use of that particular tool. And what we have seen by him in placing tariffs, whether it's Canada, Mexico, you name it, China, he is forcing a discussion amongst friends and adversaries on how we develop within the United States, our own businesses, our own stream of resources necessary to support our national defense, maybe greater reliance in some cases on our friends and allies. But that discussion is being had. And the fact that we have resources available to us today in the United States of America that have been put on hold because of permitting processes that have taken 10 to 20 years. I mean, for heaven's sakes, just ask Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska. I swear Alaska must have everything we need, the way Dan talks. But he talks about the minerals, the rare earths that are available in Alaska that are yet to be tapped. And another part of this is the fact that even if we are capable of mining the resources necessary in the United States, we are still shipping all of that to China for refining. It gets shipped over there, refined, and then shipped on back. Why are we relying on our number one adversary to do the refining of everything that we need for technology in the national defense space? So not only do we have to solve the permitting and the mining here in the United States, we have to have the refining capabilities as well.
Yeah, the environmental rules make it so expensive that none of us want to do it.
Exactly.
Because you can get it cheaper elsewhere. So either you got to use a tariff or change the rules or both.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So a tool in the toolbox.
Oh, I feel like we've just scratched the surface. We have about 5 minutes left, so I want to open it up to the room and see if we have any questions. Yes, sir.
For Senator Ernst, how is SAS thinking now of incorporating DOGE findings today or in the coming weeks into the NDAA process as you kind of look to mark up?
Well, I think it's greater scrutiny of the programs that we have in place. So DOGE in particular, number one, is making sure that we get an audit of DOD. And I've pressed very hard against Secretary Hegseth during the nominations process. He did say he would support an audit and make sure that it is a clean audit as required by law by 2028. So we have to do that. But in order to do that, we have to make sure that we have the technology in place to get that audit. And we can use new AI technology to audit DOD. That will be very, very helpful. Second is eliminating a lot of the DEI initiatives. They've already done that. That's going to save us billions of dollars out at DOD ongoing every single year. Eliminating the programs, like the U.S. Navy has funded research on puppy personalities. Are you kidding me? The Air Force spent money on on research to do like telepathic something, I mean, it's craziness. So instead of spending those dollars on this weird research, let's make sure that we're spending dollars on new and emerging technologies that can benefit the warfighter and those of us that supported the warfighters. So I think there's a lot that we can do at DoD. There are so many areas of savings that we can dive into there. But the audit, we've got to know where the dollars have gone before we can know how to eliminate the unnecessary spending.
Did I see another hand? Yes.
Hey, this is a general question for the panel. I really appreciate the conversations about bringing the private sector further into Washington and into the defense acquisition process. Coming from a smaller company that's not funded by these large, expansive funds that are coming out of, the tech beach. I live in LA. It's a really exciting place to be. But coming from a smaller company, I'm really curious what you believe we can do to prevent the Palantirs, Andurils, SpaceX from becoming the new defense primes and pushing everyone else out of the market, pushing us to the point where we can't overcome the valley of death.
So the thing, I'll take that. Obviously, I'm tied to a lot of those companies. If you look right now at the revenue that all three of those make, and they're very exciting and they're very, very highly, but it's actually a very, very, very tiny piece of the revenue. And so this is really a question more for 10 or 20 years from now. If they're successful over the next 10 or 20 years, what can you do? And I think there's a few things. First of all, I think you have to keep much more clear open competition. So the way it works right now is, when we bought a pistol 100 years ago, you'd have a one-pager, you'd have a competition, you choose the best pistol. When you buy a pistol today, you have 380 pages, and you spend 10 years, and it's like 700. Yeah, you know better than me. So it's like the processes have to be transparent and open and fair. And if Anduril and Palantir are going to have the best product and they're going to win, I think that's fair. But if they're going to win by doing what the primes do, which is to make the 790 pages that they lobby for, and then they hide behind the ball and they do all these other things, like I think our number one thing is spending efficiently to deter our enemies. But you have to keep the processes fair. And then what happened with those other big primes? They kind of became bureaucratic. They became like the government. They basically just like they captured it and became an arm of it. I think it is really important. And the senator might have other opinions on how to do this, but I don't think you constantly want everyone from all these companies going in and out and running everything. I think that's actually not great, and that's how it works right now. So I think we need some reform there, but I might be in the minority on that one.
I think just as I outlined as well with the SBIR program, it was trending that direction, and we've got to get it back to its original mission set of when it was put into law in 1982. Okay, we need to focus on small businesses and give them the opportunity to showcase what they are bringing to the table. So I'm a gal of the future. I do think the future fight is going to be driven by software. I think new emerging technologies are going to be really important and dominate tomorrow's future fight. I would also say there's still space left for those of us that believe in the basics. So I am an old soldier, and I am a steel sights girl, and grew up on a map and compass. And I still think we have room for the basics out there, but software and technology will drive us in the future.
I think we have time for one more. Yes.
Teresa Marr, Inside Defense. We're talking about, in the end, even if we do finally get to the domestic mining, we push it back to the refining, the processing goes back to adversarial nations. So how do you suppose we incentivize, defense contracts or at least private sector mobilization on that?
Well, I think it's the just reforming the permitting process, because I think there is a desire to do that refining process here in the United States, but the environmental standards in so many different areas will be prohibitive of any sort of refining opportunities. And so there are a lot of companies out there that would love the ability to not only mine in the United States, name XYZ state, but then have the refining capabilities right there so the transport costs aren't added in. So there is opportunity, but we really do have to look at what are the environmental standards, what are the permitting standards, and how can we make refining and mining safe and acceptable to the American public, and then foster the dollars to support that. There are companies that will do that.
If I just say one thing on that too, I think this is an area where I hope a lot of Democrats would agree a tariff is appropriate, because if we decide we do want to have higher environmental standards, we just had our 6th child at home. I have a lot of little girls at home. I want them to live in a world without all these refining things, messing up all of our air and water. Now, if we are going to have higher standards, and other people are lower standards, we should make them pay for that, and that way we can still have it here. So this is the exact place where tariffs, to me, make a lot of sense that we need to think about.
Perfect.
All right. I think we're going to leave the conversation there, Senator Ernst and Joe Lonsdale. Thank you both.
Thank
for being
you
on stage.
so much. Yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Manufacturing the Future, Translating Innovation into Production at Speed and Scale. Please welcome to the stage moderator Heather Somerville of the Wall Street Journal and our distinguished panelists.
Okay, I guess we'll get going.
Got half of it on me.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for having me. We've got a rich topic to discuss, and
probably the best panelists we could ask for, so thanks for being here, everyone. We've got Chris Brose of Anduril. Thanks for being here, Chris. Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan from Pennsylvania. Nice to see you.
Go Birds.
And Liz Young McNally of the Defense Innovation Unit. So we're talking about manufacturing for the future. And as you saw in the report card that we were able to see on the screen this morning, America has a D in manufacturing capacity and the industrial base. So the good news is you can kind of only go up from here. It's hard to do worse than a D. I guess if you show up to class and you keep your eyes open, you get a D. So let's talk today about what the problems are and then get into how we might start to fix them. So to lay the groundwork here, I think we want to talk about the fact that our supply chains still largely run through China. That's changing, but not quickly enough. Critical minerals are all basically controlled by our adversaries. That's an issue. We don't iterate quickly enough on technology. Production is too slow. Weapon stockpiles will be wiped out in about a week with a conflict with China. So the list goes on. Chris, let's start with you and Anduril, because you guys are doing something really interesting. You opened a hyperscale manufacturing plant in Ohio, and I think you're estimating weapons will start rolling off next year from that plant. I want to hear from you how Anduril might be a playbook for other companies looking to build weapons for the DoD, hyperscale, manufacture themselves without the use of Chinese components. What can you sort of offer to the other companies out there about how you guys are doing this, and particularly to the other companies that don't have the same war chest that Anduril has?
Yeah, I mean, we've been, I would say, kind of like shockingly transparent about what the problems are and what the playbook is. I think our view of this is the problem is actually everything that you mentioned, but it's actually deeper in terms of how we've defined and thought about military power for a generation, which is that we're not going to fight long wars, we're not going to lose a lot of systems in combat, we're not going to shoot a lot of weapons, and all of this is going to end in 100 hours. So when you're then confronted with the inverse opposite of that problem, where you're going to shoot an enormous amount of weapons, you're going to lose an enormous amount of systems, you're going to have to sustain that for months and potentially years, it just completely inverts all of the assumptions that we've built our defense industrial base on, for all of our living memories. So I think for us, we go back to the very beginning and say, we have to get away from a model of military power that is fundamentally unproducible and irreplaceable, and actually start thinking about hyperscale production the way the commercial world thinks about it. And when you think about that at the onset, in terms of how do I define out a lot of the problems that bedevil us downstream in terms of defense unique supply chains and absolutely overly specialized workforces and critical minerals and all of these other dependencies, the goal is actually to get rid of that stuff as much as humanly possible, not to better manage it, because there's not a better version of that. So for us, I think a lot of the way we are solving this problem is at the level of design. And design for simplicity, design for speed of manufacturing, design to leverage commercial supply chains as much as humanly possible, to eliminate critical minerals, to eliminate overly specialized workforce, so that you can tap into actually what is an incredibly robust kind of and vibrant manufacturing community in the United States. You just have to know where to look, and it's outside of the traditional industrial base where you really see, commercial automotive workforce and kind of incredibly resilient commercial supply chains, where if you can tap into that for the purposes of building weapons and autonomous systems and other kinds of things that the department is going to need, you can just fundamentally increase by an order of magnitude the number of military systems and weapons that you can produce, which is actually the problem that we need to solve very quickly.
That's super interesting, and you talked about sort of forgetting about critical minerals. So I want to take another beat on that and how you do that. China controls about 60% of the global access to critical minerals, more than that when it comes to processing. And I recently met a startup that just opened in Raleigh, North Carolina, to produce magnets completely divorced from China for the U.S. industrial base, which is a really cool idea. I think they're the only ones that's totally separate from China doing that. But it's a really small company. How do they scale? So can we talk a little bit about what you're talking about, Chris, just kind of working around that? working around the critical minerals challenge, finding alternatives, and then what do we do about scaling the companies that are trying to do what my friend in Raleigh, North Carolina is doing with magnets? Open to anyone.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I think totally agree in terms of the challenge and making sure we have the right rare earth minerals that go into these capabilities is as important as the actual products that we're making at the end as well. And listening to the last panel as well, I mean there's a lot more we have to do, and a lot of it I think is going to come down to different incentives, also thinking about things, the price, there's going to have to be broader efforts underway. Some of the things that are underway now or starting to be underway that we could look at for inspiration for scaling. Our sister innovation organization, the Office of Strategic Capital, I think is doing a lot of great work. And one of the things they're working on right now is all of the applications they got for their loan guarantee program. And Jason Rathje, the director, was telling me that a number of those applications are in critical mineral processing, as an example, and in advanced manufacturing. So that shows that there are companies like the one that your friend is doing in North Carolina out there, but they need more capital in terms to scale. So that's an example where, I think if we continue to expand what OSC is doing and its authorities, that would be one opportunity. OSC is also looking at more broadly, how do they incentivize this industry? Another area I would point to is in batteries, which is another area that we look at a lot. One of the efforts that we have been doing at DIU that I have been the most inspired by is our what's called FastBat, and it's a family of standardized batteries. So the challenge within the DoD is not just the minerals, but it's also, as you could imagine, the DoD uses lots of different types of batteries in everything it does, and as a result, they're all very expensive, and they can't take advantage of all of the R&D and commercialization going on the commercial side in the United States with regard to batteries. So we've been working with different mission partners around standardizing what are the different types of batteries and building up the domestic and friendshoring, production base for those batteries. The last one we just introduced through an AOI in December was around drone batteries. So just another area because we saw that one as well. So those are just sort of points of what we can continue to do and scale, but completely agree that we need to spend more time on that problem.
The critical minerals conversation is a really interesting one, and I can see over your shoulder that you've also written down critical minerals as one of the most important things to talk about. Critical mineral stockpiles, critical mineral supply chains, making sure that we are independent and using our friends and allies as well for that. I know that the last conversation talked about permitting reform, which is a huge, huge opportunity and something that I think that we might be able to accomplish in this Congress bipartisanly and bicamerally. There's definitely a lot of appetite for that. I'm intrigued. I always learn more than I contribute. I'm really intrigued by the concept of not using critical minerals, and the Biotechnology Commission will be coming out soon with their report if it hasn't already come out. I think biology is our future in a lot of the advanced manufacturing that's going to be happening and ways to separate ourselves from critical minerals reliance. So there's just, and I'm also really intrigued by what you're saying about taking advantage and benefiting from the commercial sector and what they know and how they understand it. And you talked about a generational thing 30 years ago. When I was a graduate student, my graduate work was in lean manufacturing, Kanban technology, and trying to figure out how to apply what the Japanese were doing well in the car manufacturing industry to the defense manufacturing industry for airframes. Fast forward 30 years now, and actually intriguingly, now people are talking about just-in-time being something of the past. How do we learn that we need to have some amount of inventory of one form or another in stockpiles to try to prevent the kind of stock outages that we're seeing in the shocks to our supply chains that we're seeing. So it's a very fluid environment. Innovation really, really matters, and speed to market really matters, and we have to figure out how to work all that together in a place like Congress, which doesn't do any of those things. Innovation and
sorry,
technology.
good.
Yeah, go.
Apologies, I didn't mean to step on you. Just to add another point, I think we're always at risk of just wildly overthinking these problems and making them way more complicated than they actually are, right? So your magnet maker friend. The problem in the traditional industrial base is if you basically spend a generation not really building and buying a large number of weapons, and you don't really care as a reason of policy that like Chinese supply chains are just rippled throughout all of those programs, well then you're going to get what we get, right? If, on the other hand, you turn it around and say, actually, now the government is going to create a massive demand signal for different types of programs, different types of weapons, they're going to look beyond the traditional industrial base for who can provide those capabilities. I would submit a crazy thing will happen in a capitalist society and investment will rush in, right? We are incredibly blessed in this country in terms of capital is not the problem. We have tons of capital that's looking for good things to do. I feel like there's not a month that goes by that some farmer somewhere in America drills a well and finds like the world's largest lithium deposit. So we have critical minerals. We just have to figure out how to align these amazing incentives or align the incentives to bring together the vast capability that we do have in this country in terms of people, manufacturing capability, critical minerals, supplies, capital, and the like, to solve these problems at scale, which fundamentally requires the government to do different things.
Absolutely. And to echo what Tara from Govini said earlier, there's really no excuse anymore. We have tools that are really show in new ways the full scale of the supply chains and where you're sourcing from and all the entanglements there. So it's just the work that needs to be done. Congressman, I wanted to turn to you to talk a little bit about chips. Of course, the CHIPS Act has, brings a lot of promise to the domestic semiconductor industry. And my colleagues at the Journal this week reported TSMC's plans to invest $100 billion in the U.S. You represent and know very well some of the maybe lesser known semiconductor industry companies in Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to hear from you a little bit about the promise of the CHIPS Act for these companies, these chip companies in Pennsylvania, and also concerns that you might have about the Trump administration potentially unraveling some of the legislation and its effectiveness, which has started to take place a little bit.
Yeah, I'm really, really concerned about the rhetoric coming out of the Trump administration regarding the CHIPS Act, bipartisan CHIPS Act. I really think that the investment is appropriate, the opportunity is ripe, and I worry that the signals coming from the White House will suppress the investments that are happening at every level, the small and large levels. I kind of keep going back to biology because I'm really intrigued by it as being sort of the next frontier of this. I think if we can't figure out how to do something like the CHIPS Act, we will miss the next opportunity, and I believe the next opportunity is going to be in biology and biological technologies. And so I really do worry. I frankly worry when we're talking about critical minerals as well, where we're signaling to our allies, to our peers, to our friends that we are hostile to relationships with them. And in the case of Canada or Australia that has an abundance of critical minerals, the fact that we are being pretty provocative and pretty difficult, I don't know why I would be incentivized as another nation to necessarily bend over backwards to do business with us and have relationships with us on things like processing, things like mining. Because to be honest, even though some farmer finds a lithium field, that's still going to take 20 years, for us to be able to figure out, and then probably another 10 to be able to pull anything out of the ground. And so we really need to be able to rely on our friends and allies.
And what are you hearing from the chip makers in Pennsylvania you talk to?
Yeah, anxiety, I think
is common feeling,
a common feeling in the world right now. But yeah, kind of a concern of what are the words coming out of the White House and what are their implications to people like them and businesses like theirs. There isn't a whole lot of chips manufacturing that are located in one place and aren't global entities. Even the manufacturers and chips organizations in my district, in my community, are global entities. They just happen to be in the 6th Congressional District for some aspects of their businesses. So I think that it has real implications and repercussions around the country and also around the world. I hope that I see my colleagues defend the work that we did on this important piece of legislation and the way that we're seeing some pushback on things like IRA. Those things also are seeing some of my Republican colleagues bravely say, no, this is actually quite good for my community and this is bringing good business to my community. I hope that I'll see the same thing coming on the CHIPS Act as well.
Let's take a beat on Ukraine. Ukraine, of course, has mastered production at high volume in very short order by the necessity to live to see another day. And I want to sort of ask, maybe this is for Chris and Liz, or whoever wants to chime in. What are the lessons we learned from Ukraine in terms of manufacturing that we can sort of copy paste to the United States? There are some things we can't. Ukraine still relies heavily on Chinese components that won't work here. But they also have managed to produce, for instance, drones at volumes that we don't see anywhere else outside of China. What can we learn and what can we start to do today that we've learned from Ukraine?
Yeah, no, I fully agree. We have to be capturing all the lessons we can. Just within our organization alone, we have an embed at SAG-U, another embed in UCOM, and are constantly in conversation and trying to learn. I mean, I think if nothing else, Ukraine has taught all of us the embrace of the commercial sector, quite frankly, and the embrace of technology and how it is completely changing warfare, and that is no different in terms of how we're manufacturing everything. I feel like there's a number of lessons we have to draw, and then I'll close with the biggest one, but it's already been talked about today, just in terms of how we have to decrease the production cycles, and where we are and how quickly that is happening. I think also the demand signal, to what Chris was saying before, when you actually say you're going to start buying a lot more things and you start buying a lot more things and you need them in a much quicker time frame than 2 years or 5 years, amazing things will just happen. So you just have to let the commercial sector do, what the commercial sector can do once the government gives that notice. I was in Europe a month ago, and I thought it was also interesting, not just talking to folks from Ukraine, but also talking to folks from Estonia, Croatia, et cetera. The same conversations we're having, quite frankly, about building domestic supply chains versus where do you rely on allies. So I think that's an interesting one. But the most important one, I think, is the urgency, right? I served in the military during the Iraq War. I remember the urgency with which the military can change. And going back to the scorecard up front, how do we learn that lesson from Ukraine and bring that same urgency that Ukraine has taken to evolving what they're doing? And how do we apply that right now so that we don't have to apply it if and when, God forbid, we're in the same situation that they are?
Thanks. Anyone else to beat on Ukraine?
Totally foot stomp the question of urgency, right? It turns out that you can actually produce a lot of things you need when your government has an existential urgency for them, and sends that demand signal. I think the other key lesson, which doesn't get focused on enough, is that Ukraine isn't gold plating their requirements, right? They're building things that are good enough to solve the problems that they're facing. Yeah. And I think that is a key lesson that we could internalize, right? Don't use an exquisite material if you don't need it. Don't go through an elaborate process if you can avoid it. What are the kinds of systems that we could be building much faster at much greater scales if we weren't overthinking and making way more exquisite, how we're defining military power? And the final thing, and I think this is where we shouldn't over-index on Ukraine, is Ukraine is building things for their unique purposes, right? They're fighting an incredibly tactical fight. Long range in Ukraine is not how I think Admiral Paparo would define long range in the Indo-Pacific. So we shouldn't think that we're just going to kind of lift and shift everything that the Ukrainians are building and all of a sudden we're going to have like deterrence in a box in Indo-Pacific. We're going to have to take the lessons and the kind of mindset that they have and define new programs for the U.S. military that have that sort of thinking embedded in it, but are fundamentally geared toward changing how the United States military projects power over far larger distances like the ones we're facing in the Pacific.
Chris, can you give a specific example of what Andrew learned from Ukraine? Electronic warfare, for instance, or manufacturing?
Sure. I think the key thing that we've learned is just, whatever you think you have that's good today is not going to be good tomorrow or in a week or in a month. So it's less about, who has a great piece of technology. It's more about, is the team capable of adapting and learning and iterating and fielding and sort of drawing those lessons and driving it back into the production cycle and just keeping the velocity of fielding high. Because that is actually the problem we're going to face, in, God forbid, the types of conflicts that the DoD is preparing for. It's not like we're going to have things out of the box that work and then they work forever. You're going to have to then change things dynamically in flight, and if you don't have a team that is capable of working that way, you're just going to be left behind.
Thanks. And I will leave time for you all to ask your questions, but we'll try to get one or two more in. So let's talk about policy for a moment. And I invite you to be impolite. Everyone likes to be polite on panels, but let's remember we're getting a D in this area, so maybe there's not time to be polite. Policies. What policies do we have, regardless of administration, that have helped and that have set us back in manufacturing for current national security threats. We've already talked about the CHIPS Act, Congresswoman. You mentioned Office of Strategic Capital, Liz. I think you are a lot nicer about it than a lot of other people will be. And now we have a reality of new tariffs to consider that will affect producers building all sorts of things that are essential for national security. What's helped and what has set us back? And what would you call for if you could pass legislation tomorrow? Start with you, Congresswoman.
I don't know if it's necessarily policy, but here are some ideas. Continuing resolutions, duh, like that's stupid. Like it's super stupid, and actually having a functioning government that can fund itself regularly and has more than 1 year funding for certain projects and programs, I think is important. When I was serving in the Air Force, my job was up at Hanscom Air Force Base, and it's something called Advanced Plans and Programs. And so it was in acquisition and doing strategic ballistic defense, stuff, comms. And it was literally, our mission was to design things that in 20 years would be in the field. And again, fast forward 30-something years later, I still think that's how our procurement and acquisition system works. To your point about exquisite requirements and ridiculous, Byzantine processes, I know that the chairman and the ranking member of HASC, that's going to be their focus. And again, I don't know that it necessarily takes laws or policies, to change to make us more agile. But what you're seeing with Ukraine is those guys are MacGyvers. Those guys are pretzeling themselves into all kinds of stuff to innovate and to move quick. And we need to be better at that. My kind of pace of the job that I used to do cannot still be there, and I'm afraid that it still is in the form that it is.
Who else? Nothing?
Not going to comment on policy. No, I mean, I think that there are pockets of where the department is moving faster and where we're pathfinding different ways to do things. And I'm hopeful that we're going to scale more of those so that we can do that writ large. Whether it's agile funding or just different processes like the ATO process where we're able to go from idea to at least a prototype contract in 5 months. There are examples of that, and then how do we lift those up and do much more of those? The other thing I would just foot stomp, again going back to what Chris said, there's really no substitute for buying a lot of something. If I look at something like drones with Blue UAS, where we did there was a decision to really think about not having things made fully in China and the different rules there. And so that has worked to some degree, but the fact is we're still not buying a lot of them. And so we have seen, the growth of various UAS companies here in the US, which is amazing. And we have the processes to certify them and all of that. But at the end of the day, if we don't just start buying lots more of them, they're not going to be able to scale. So just we have to do that too, and make sure that for the critical technologies, the critical things that we know we need to be doing here, how ultimately is there money set aside for that?
And it's not just volume of drones that are not being bought, but I know some of the programs that are out there, testing some of these drone startups. They're talking about fielding them in 2033, 2035. It's okay, you see if that startup is still around in 2033.
Right.
So that's the problem as well. Chris, did you have a point?
Yeah. At the risk of being impolite, I guess I'd challenge the premise of the question a little bit, and I'm prepared to be challenged on this take. Washington is a process-focused city, and whenever there's a problem, we immediately go, how do we optimize some process, right? How do we fix the JROC or JSIDs or the PPBE process, the acquisition process, the requirements process, budgeting, that's where we spend all of our energy. I would submit there's actually nothing wrong that we can't work through. We've gone through the better part of a decade of just high velocity acquisition reform, budget reform. We've spent more money on defense. We've watched billions of dollars from private industry, private capital, venture, come into defense. New companies have been created. I would submit actually we have everything that we need. We have policy, we have acquisition policy, we have money, we have technology, we have people. The fundamental problem is what do we want to do with it? And I think that's the thing that actually scares people. Because you turn it back around and say, The scarier thought is you actually have everything that you need to be successful, so what do you want to do? Where are the new programs, right? I mean, Anduril, it's no secret. I mean, we're competing or we're performing on the Air Force's Collaborative Combat Aircraft program. That program didn't exist in three years ago. In 3 years, they built a requirement in flight. They realigned $5 to $6 billion in the budget. They held a acquisition competition. They picked 2 performers to deliver the capability, and they won bipartisan congressional support for doing it. There's 25 programs like that that could be created across the Department of Defense today. And the sum total of what it would cost to do it is a rounding error in the broader DoD budget. So I would say the actual challenge is, what do people want to build? And I think that's the thing that scares people, because they would rather focus on what policy or process thing is standing in my way, rather than, oh, actually, I can do everything that I need, and I can navigate my way through it. And now it's actually entirely on me in terms of what I want to do as a service secretary, Secretary of Defense, member of Congress, member of industry. I think that's the challenge confronting us, is actually whether we can do all the things that we say we want to do, because we have nothing but ability to do it.
Is that a cultural thing?
I think that the challenge for a long time is that we have done things a certain way for so long that we have not had to think about doing things differently. And we have yet to actually internalize that we are living in a period of disruption, geopolitically, technologically, industrially, et cetera. So when it turns out you have to go look for the disruptive ideas, they often are hard to find. And I think the challenge of the department is that it is so hierarchical that you find people who have the authority but don't actually understand the ways in which they could use it, or are getting information in a timely way to use those authorities to good purpose. And you have plenty of incredibly well-meaning people in the bureaucracy who absolutely know what the score is and what the problem is, but they don't have the authority to do it. So how do you actually put people into those positions who have the authority, who have a mandate, and actually have a vision? And that's what I would submit Secretary Kendall got so right, is he had ideas, and then he knew how to make the process do what he wanted to enact the ideas that he had. We need a lot more of that, or we're just going to be here in 5 years talking about the same problems.
So I'll close with one question before handing it over to the audience. And thanks, Chris, for the pushback. I think we're still talking generally about the same thing. Liz, I wanted to ask you about the status of the Blue Manufacturing program at DIU. If you could kind of let us know, what are the technologies that you've discovered through that? What seems to be working in the private sector? We not only can build differently than we did in the past, but we should.
Yeah.
And in addition to 3D printing, what else are you seeing out there? And then I want to ask Chris sort of a similar question, but let's hear from you about what you're seeing.
Yeah, thanks. So Blue Manufacturing was something that we introduced last summer, and in the coming days and weeks, we're going to be launching one of our first flagship initiatives out of it, which is a marketplace, which I'm happy to talk a little bit about. But the broad premise of it, apropos to the panel today, is how can we at DIU, who's helped over the last 10 years to bring different commercial technologies into the department, take that same lens to manufacturing? And you have defense tech companies that are building, and in particular the prototypes, but are not yet ready and don't have the means to scale. We're seeing all of these different technologies out there, 3D printing, high rate production, lots of different types of automation out there as well. And some of those are already in the defense world. And then there's the renaissance going on in the commercial sector more broadly in terms of how to scale and produce, and how do we connect those different pieces together? Some companies will be fortunate to be where Anduril is and be able to go the way of Anduril, or what Saronic just announced as well with the Port Alpha that they're going to build that manufacturing themselves. But I would submit, in talking to companies, not everyone is going to have the means to do that, and certainly not to do that right away. And they don't necessarily need to. How do we also enable it so that companies can focus on the technology and then think about someone else or others to focus on the production, which will also allow us to scale it even more should we have to in a different situation. So the idea of the marketplace is that companies, manufacturing companies, will be able to apply, and that we will then certify them. We'll look at things like adverse capital, cybersecurity, et cetera, and then they will be there, and there'll be a matching function so that defense technology companies will be better able to find them and hopefully find different ways that they'll be able to scale their manufacturing. And that will be one more sort of valley of death that we're able to help bridge by being that marketplace and enabling that to happen. There's other enablers out there as well. I often find that it's not necessarily a correlation between the TRL of the product and the manufacturing sophistication. A lot of it depends on, if you grew up at Anduril or SpaceX, you come in with, you see companies and founders that come in with one vision. But other companies are further along and they haven't thought through that. And so how are we also helping, companies to think about that MRL enablement as well as part of that? So we'll be launching more in the coming weeks, but we're hopeful that this will be one more piece. We're going to iterate as we go. This is not sort of a fully fleshed out thing either, but to the spirit of the conversation we've had today, we just need to get going.
That's great, thank you. And just you're referring back to the report card that we saw this morning, there's a critique in there that the DoD has done basically next to nothing to adopt additive manufacturing despite startups, primes leading into it. So I guess that's like the opposite of positive signaling, right, to the industry. Kind of how do you, and anyone can answer this, how do we contend with the DoD that's not embracing additive manufacturing when the private sector is? And Chris, I don't know if you wanted to hop in with any lessons from Anduril about additive manufacturing. I've seen some of it at work, but yeah.
I guess I would just caution a little bit about becoming overly enamored of particular technologies. Okay. We've been on a manufacturing journey for several years, and it kind of culminated very publicly with the Arsenal announcement. But I mean, this is work we've been doing for a long period of time because we've had to, right? We've been winning contracts that require production, that require investment to generate the productive capacity. And I think one of the major lessons that we've taken is, there are absolutely phenomenal technologies out there at our disposal to eliminate processes or make things cheaper, simpler. But we shouldn't over-index on that. There's when we kind of did the deep dive on Tesla and their kind of whole manufacturing story, they started out and said, we're going to build a completely automated production facility. And then they realized, there are just certain things that humans do better, faster, and cheaper than robots, and we just need to put people in certain positions. So again, I think there's a lot of technology at our disposal, but it's more about thinking through the right way to solve the problem. And again, optimizing for speed, for simplicity, for low cost, and in many cases, that's actually you're better off relying on people than some amazing whiz-bang technology that may work really great for building your first 2 prototypes, but it never is going to scale to build your 1,000th or 10,000th article.
Yeah, that's a great reality check. Thank you. We've got time for a couple of questions. If I could ask you to wait for the mic and identify yourself and your affiliation. Anybody? Gentleman in the back row.
Yeah, Chad Williamson at the Reagan School of Public Policy. And I'm just, one theme that I think has happened in all 3 panels is this need for new thinking and new mindset. And I just wonder how we're training not only institutions but individuals on how to think that way. Because if we're not thinking that way, we can come with all sorts of ideas. But if we don't know what the innovator's DNA is, or we don't know growth mindset, where are we headed just from an individual capacity but also from an institutional capacity?
That's why I asked the question about culture, and that's why I am also concerned, because this afternoon I think I'm having a roundtable or a panel on the military personnel subcommittee on recruiting, and I think that we're stuck in a weird place where we have a vision of what our warrior looks like, literal vision of a guy who's 6'5", who can lift mountains, and I'm not sure that's exactly who we always need in those places where we're hiring on the defense side, and inevitably some of those folks end up on the production and manufacturing side in industry. And so I think we need people who think differently, who have different skill sets, and I think, at least in the military, we need to question what it is that we think we're looking to recruit. Especially as technology becomes increasingly more and more part of our our conversation. So those are the kinds of questions I plan to ask in today's recruiting meeting, and I hope that we can be more thoughtful about the way we visualize our warfighting men and women, and I emphasize women.
And just to add briefly, and I'm sure you'd agree, but as you do your oversight, the additional question is, are we retaining those people? Because I would submit we have enormously creative, disruptive thinkers in our military. The question is that we're not actually creating the incentives to find those people, to reward those people, to bring them up. I mean, Washington is littered with captains and colonels who have some of the most interesting thinking, and they're doing it at, think tanks and places like RAND rather than as admirals and generals and leaders of their institutions. So how do we find those people and reward them rather than systematically drum them out of our institutions, which, official Washington has a really good track record of doing.
Who else? Yes, please, ma'am.
Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. Wondering, as you're thinking about this, I feel like there's a real discrepancy between these innovative, largely unmanned, different types of systems and what's required when you think about putting humans in that loop and where they're going to be, where at the end of the day, to take territory, you have to roll over human beings, you have to stop them, in one way or another. And we have an incredible testing apparatus that requires us to make sure those human beings are safe in that technology. And I think that's a place where most of us don't want to compromise, but at the same time, it really does slow us down. We don't have the same testing infrastructure. We don't always have the ability to design and manufacture things to protect the human while also innovating as quickly as we want. And so just wondering how we're thinking about that as sort of a critical choke point in some ways of how modern warfare will be put.
Chris?
Yep, happy to. I couldn't agree more. I think we have built a testing and evaluation enterprise designed around certain types of military systems. They're big, they're manned, they're industrial, they take a long time to build it, so you're going to take a long time to test them and sort of iron out every edge case because it has to be perfect because you're not going to build many of them and you're going to keep them in inventory for 40 years. I think we need basically the exact opposite in terms of like a testing regime for these types of unmanned systems where the risk to our personnel is going to be lower because they're going to be unmanned, they're going to be autonomous. The development cycle is going to be faster, so you're literally just creating drag. If you're then elongating that process through testing. And just generally kind of optimizing testing for what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve rather than does this check all of the boxes that I'm used to checking with, a DDG or, a fifth generation aircraft. So I just think we have to create a parallel testing enterprise, and I would submit also budgetarily and other things for how we're going to think about, evaluate, and ultimately utilize these types of systems. And we're not going to get all the answers before we go. We're going to have to field a lot of that kind of in flight.
I think we're at time unless there's one burning quick question we want to get to. All right, well, thank you everyone for your time, and thank you so much, panelists. Great discussion, appreciate it.
Great job, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Digital Frontline, Cybersecurity and America's Innovation Ecosystem. Please welcome to the stage moderator Garrett DeVink of the Washington Post and our distinguished panelists.
Hello? Hello? Okay, you can hear me. Hello, everyone. My name is Garrett DeVink. I cover tech and AI and defense tech for the Washington Post out in Silicon Valley. And yeah, I just thank you all for being here. Thank you guys for being here. We have Max Thornberry, obviously a very distinguished career in Congress, huge, long-term history looking at cyber, and now general man about tech innovation town, I guess. Josh Laspinazzo, CEO of Shift5 and a former Army officer working on cyber issues in his previous career. And of course, Rep. Don Bacon, former Air Force general, and maybe talking, I feel like you've been in the news a little bit, but I don't necessarily want to put you on the spot, but hopefully we'll get into that. So,
the main thing to know about me is Max Thornberry was my chairman.
Yeah.
He was darn good.
And of course, the representative is on the subcommittee for cyber on the House Armed Services. So he probably knows a lot of things that he may not even be able to talk to us about today. But yeah, talking about cyber and innovation, I was thinking about the previous panels, and coming from Silicon Valley, I talked to obviously a lot of startups who are sort of part of this wave of energy that is saying, we want to contribute to U.S. defense. We want to work with the Pentagon. How do we get in there? What are the challenges and that kind of thing? And cyber is an interesting one because I think there's just even more so than some of these other smaller tech companies that are getting in on the hardware side. There's been a even longer tradition of cyber companies, cybersecurity companies being involved in national security. And so there's maybe a little bit more of a history there, sort of a pedigree that is kind of interesting. And so there's a couple things that we want to kind of jump in on that with. But I was just kind of reading about Salt Typhoon, which is a sort of major hack that we had last year from a Chinese commercial company that was sort of contracted by the Chinese government. So when we talk about private versus public, it's not just us that are having that conversation and turning to the private sector. And in a story that some of my colleagues at the Post wrote, they were quoting retired General Paul Nakasone, a giant in the cyber and intel community who's actually now on the board of OpenAI, so also kind of playing there. And he was saying, the U.S. is neither keeping up with nor deterring the Chinese. We're facing an adversary whose size, sophistication, and speed are outpacing us. And he went on to say that the Trump administration needs a more comprehensive strategy to partner with private sector and our allies to just move forward and break through some of these barriers and get moving on that mission. And so, I don't know, Mac, if you wanted to kind of just maybe give us a bit of a level set about where we are right now when it comes to
cyber espionage, cyber warfare. What is sort of the context that this room needs to know going into this conversation?
If you step back, I think it's important to remember that cyber is a domain of warfare in which there is conflict every day, and in which the stakes are getting higher every day. The Nakasone comment caught my attention too, because as you point out, he says we're increasingly falling behind. And he also said that it's bleeding from the digital into the physical. And you know, most of us tend to still think of cyber as, well, my computer's not working, we've got scammers and so forth. But we are in a place, or rapidly approaching a place, where we may have whole missiles, drones, satellites not work because of cyber. There have been stories that talk about digital bombs, if you will, placed in infrastructure, so we lose electricity. We have this, that, or the other thing happen with civilian infrastructure because of cyber. So it's not something that you can just put over there on a shelf and say, oh, those smart geeks are going to take care of it. It is interconnected to everything. And so for our purposes, I think we need to think about innovation within the domain of cyber, where Nakasone says we're falling behind, but also the connectedness of cyber to all the other innovation that goes on. And that's where you get into stealing intellectual property and a whole variety of things where cyber, or you could just use the word digital, is connected to every part of what we do in our daily lives, much less defend the country. It's all an essential part.
Representative, I mean, you sort of are on the front lines, kind of seeing what is coming and going, and obviously the big story last year was Salt Typhoon, Chinese hack of major U.S. telecom companies, access to President Trump and his staff potentially. Kamala Harris as well, I think, was targeted in that. I mean, what is the U.S. dealing with right now? What are the biggest threats that you're kind of seeing at the Intel Committee? Arms Service. Yeah.
Our experts say China has exceeded Russia in being the threat in the cyber world. And I'd say a year ago we would have said the Russians were the most aggressive, and now it's the Chinese, and that's what I hear from our experts. I think one of the biggest problems we have, we're doing almost a year-long CR. Our military cannot flourish when you do, and first of all, we did like a 1% growth in the previous year, which was 2% under inflation. So that's a reduction for the military. It's got to affect cyber. It's got to affect NSA and Cyber Command. It affects all of our services. Now we're doing a CR 6 months in. We're talking about doing a permanent one. So I know Sunday, I put out an X, I still call it a tweet, saying a year-long CR is bad for military. You cannot honestly say we're trying to match the Chinese and deter China and Russia and Iran with a year-long CR. I did that before I went to church. While I was at church, the White House called me. They said, hey, we read your tweet. And she goes, they said, we know we got to do anomalies within the CR. We can't let the, but I guess my whole point is, from the very top, we're holding back cyber and all of our military with this dysfunctional budgeting process that it's acceptable. It's within norms to just do it till December. It starts getting bad if it's after December. Well, okay, we're in March, and now we're talking about doing one all the way through, and it's broken. So Congress has to fix this if we want to have a defense that can match that. So, but to your question, maybe I'll be a little more granular on some stuff. General Hawk, he was a colonel when I was a 1-star. I love him. He's a good man. Honest, I trust him. But what's going on is China is into our energy grid. They're into our phones. They're into everything. We're really good on this cyber intelligence, but we have ROEs that do not let us do nearly what China or Russia does. So how do you deter China and Russia? I don't think it's by taking punches to the face and say, can I have another? Right? I think we got to be able to allow Cyber Command to fight fire with fire. I wouldn't even advertise it that much. Just carry the big stick and get them back. And so I think our policies are even holding us back. And then maybe the third thing, we want to cure everything in DOD ourselves. And as Chairman Thornberry said, And you were alluding to your question, our private industry is way ahead of us on software. So we got to get the synergy in all forms of our DoD with the private sector on software to include Cyber Command, and because it provides synergy, and we can't invent all the software ourselves. We're not as good at it. So there's just a couple of additions to what Chairman Thornberry said.
Josh, I mean, you've kind of been on both sides of it. You've been within the military fighting these cyber wars, and now on the private sector. I'm curious, I mean, in your time here now in the private sector, I mean, what is sort of the appetite or the interest amongst private cybersecurity companies to essentially build cyber weapons or to, join this conflict?
Yeah, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of interest, among the private sector in applying all of the skills that they have on military problems and for the DoD. I think the challenge is not one of motivation or will or wanting to contribute. It's the perception and in some cases reality that it's a very difficult place to do business, and especially if you're a venture-backed startup and you have kind of limited capital and runway, you're a calorie-preserving animal, right? And so you're going to kind of spend your time on the incremental sort of projects and things that that are going to help grow your business. I see a lot of profound progress in the past 10 years, but there's still quite a ways to go. I think, to kind of echo what Chairman Thornberry said about the transition from purely digital domain into some of these spaces of operational technology. I spent much of my military career looking at the cybersecurity vulnerabilities of military weapon systems. It's not something that we think a lot about, just because you look at a Abrams tank and you think it's a 70-ton American freedom machine. There's not much technology on it, but the reality is the relationship between computers and weapon systems is almost deeper than the relationship between consumer technology and digital. The F-14 Tomcat was actually got declassified a couple of years ago. The first microcontroller ever invented on planet Earth was for the F-14 Tomcat. Because it's sort of complicated to fly, and the systems have gotten more and more complicated over the past several decades, to the point where an F-35 is generating terabytes of data during a flight. And if we can't figure out a way to reduce the opacity of these systems, make them more accessible for a broader community to be able to do things like build cyber protections into them, and then also illuminate a path for those folks to be able to do meaningful business with the DoD and sustain their companies. It's going to be a hard road ahead, and we're going to continue to fall behind the adversaries.
Yeah, I mean, I remember about a year ago I was at the DIU, and I was in a very interesting sort of side kind of discussion room, and it was essentially drone maker startups kind of, they were getting pretty upset about some of the restrictions they have and the sort of standards that they need to meet when it came to cybersecurity, and they obviously understood why we need those standards, but there was just a lot of frustration. It was kind of like one of the few moments in my career where I've sort of seen like a real break between the view from the private sector and the view from the Defense Department people in the room, and it was, I think people were sort of furiously taking notes and afterwards sharing cards, and they're like, let's try to fix this problem. But there's still, I feel, like a pretty significant gap in terms of, okay, we get that Washington wants the innovation sector and the private companies to kind of build for these things. They're willing to change some policies, but obviously the bar still remains very, very high when it comes to cybersecurity. And I also think about this a lot when we hear conversations like on the previous panel about trying to increase manufacturing here in the U.S. and maybe make it, bringing supply chains in-house. There's a reason why it costs so much to build an F-35, and a big part of that is security, to make sure that nowhere along the line can anyone get into that system. And so I still feel like I haven't seen a good answer about how you increase manufacturing times, make manufacturing cheaper, use more commercial off-the-shelf parts, but at the same time keep our weapons secure so that they work when we need them to work. And so I'll just kind of, that's a big question, but I don't know if any of you want to jump in on that or how you think about it.
I would just say, of course, there is a tension between broadening out your innovation base, bringing in more non-traditional companies, including small companies, and having standards on the other side that say you have to meet these cyber requirements. The whole new CMMC standards, for example, are less than they were, but still costs some money. And so we're going to have to balance that out somewhat. But if you step back and look at what's happening in Ukraine, they've got to change their software every couple of weeks or so. So it's not like you can fix it and then it's fixed. Yep. You've got to keep working at it. And so that's going to be a cost we have to build into our systems, I think.
I think that's exactly right, and it echoes something that Christian said in a previous panel. When you open up these kinds of problems to private companies, they're going to innovate and they're going to create ergonomics around this. And there are a couple of defense tech companies growing up now that have massively accelerated the ATO process, the authority to operate, in getting software shipped to the end user. So I'm encouraged by a lot of the innovation there. I think one of the parts of the conversation, particularly surrounding the battlefield, the weapon systems themselves, that we may be kind of missing is, look, like the DoD has spent trillions of dollars fielding hundreds of amazing weapon systems that have been in service for decades and will continue to be in service for decades. We're focusing a lot on talking about building autonomy and AI into these new builds of platforms. What I see, though, is yes, and we need a software surge on the old stuff. The Arleigh Burke class destroyers that are going to be in service, the B-52 that's going to be in service for another 30 years, with a very small amount of marginal investment in creating a digital makeover for those kinds of platforms, you open up a tremendous amount of how the military does its business to that broader community. If you do it the right way, you can create the sort of ergonomics and safety around how software and autonomy gets deployed to the edge on an Osprey or an F-22 while we're also building the new platforms.
I was just thinking of the F-35, and I've used this example before because I'm a little more familiar with it. It's the best fighter plane in the world. Israelis come back. I talked to the fighter pilots that are Israeli. They said it's exceeding their expectations and how they were using it. But the problem is with Block 4, it's the software, and some of it's like the intelligence mission data. And you got to take maybe 200 pictures of a T-72 tank, so the system can identify it's a T-72, maybe hundreds of M1s, okay, it's an M1, T-80s, T-90s. Well, they're trying to do that internally, and yet I know companies out there that have this, that we could import that in, and so we need to do better, maybe subcontracting to these companies on the software. Nobody can match the hardware on this airplane, but I just see there's some opportunities to bring in more of the software geniuses that are out there and I think that's what the F-35 probably needs.
What's like how do you do that? I mean, what's the platform? Because I mean that's a particular problem. I think like 2 people in 3 hours could solve that in Silicon Valley, right? So like
But
how
we
do you
do better
make
in our
that
acquisition and how we write the rules. I think we've learned from the F-35 that you can't have sole ownership of the software and things like that. Right. I would say there's a culture in the Pentagon too. It's like if you left them to their own devices, they would say we're going to design all our software on our own and we'll put it out in 5 years after 5 times the cost that the private sector can do it. Why? Because that's all we know how to do. So it does. I think Congress once in a while can provide a value added by forcing them to do things that they wouldn't do on their own.
I got to say, in working with a lot of these program offices, they're incredibly talented individuals that have a very, very difficult job. And in situations like, say the V-22, which has had, tremendous difficulties for decades, but especially recently with operational pauses, and 65 service members have died on that platform because of, non-combat related accidents. The program office is embracing any and all comers to try to help fix the problem. And to give you kind of put a finer point on this idea of a software surge on these platforms, there's a system that's installed on the Osprey. They designed this in the late 80s, early 90s. And they knew it was a complicated platform to fly, and the aerodynamics are kind of, it's called the V-sled. It's got a bunch of vibration sensors and optical sensors and all this stuff. But it was designed when the 5.5-inch floppy disk was like the most modern form of storage. And because these systems, for a good reason, are go through an onerous process of making sure it's reliable, it's safe, it works in all these different kinds of conditions, it hasn't had, technologists try to evolve that system for 3 decades. And, folks are looking at that platform and saying, hey, we can kind of add a little bit of modern technology to this and put an iPad in the cockpit and alert pilots to these super dangerous situations that are happening with the gearboxes and hard clutch engagements. And it's not fancy ML or AI, it's like taking data that's already there and putting it in front of eyeballs that are going to save lives. And there's so many examples of that kind of through line in these platforms that were designed in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. And for very little marginal investment, you can create the infrastructure that allows really smart folks to solve incredibly important problems on a platform you've already spent billions of dollars on.
Well, this is how Raj Shah got involved.
That's
doing
right.
exactly what you're saying.
That's right. Yep.
He says, I could just get a handheld here and solve all my problems.
He's a smart guy.
That's the DIU.
So maybe existing programs that have been running for a while, but the software is also controlled by those companies that built those platforms, and maybe elbowing them a bit to crack that open and let other people try to solve these problems. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's some efforts in the DoD that are really encouraging the modular open systems architecture, and the fighter. I hate to say, as a former Army guy, the Air Force probably is out in front of on this modernization piece. But the government reference architecture, where they're creating enclaves on the fighter jet that is government controlled, so that they have the ability to get fed data from the aircraft and ship software to the edge and iterate on that very quickly. There's a lot of smart folks that are creating the demand signal on this. I think, bring it back to cybersecurity, though, the one thing I will say I am concerned about is when it comes to things that touch mission capability and safety and uptime and mission, there's a lot of energy behind that, because that's how program offices think. They think in those terms. How do I do more with less? What are my priorities? I think, not to come off as Chicken Little here, but I think that the thing that I am most gravely concerned about is the cyber vulnerabilities that are latent in these systems that have accrued so much digital technology. And there was a GAO report that came out in 2018, Weapons System Cybersecurity, calling out all this technology and all the different access vectors of radio frequency and the dozens of different protocols that an aircraft talks, or supply chain, or maintenance support devices that you're plugging into these things are access vectors. And compared to an enterprise network where you've got a million different cybersecurity solutions, your multi-factor authentication, your firewalls, your endpoint detection, all that kind of stuff, there's nothing on these systems. And so, I think we can do this all with the same kind of infrastructure, just investing in digitally modernizing these systems, gaining the observability, making it really hard for an adversary to penetrate, but also making it easy for the tech community to penetrate.
And to directly to your point, Ken Calvert, he's the chairman of the Appropriations Committee for Defense. Talk about significant plus up for DIU and these kind of efforts to sort of force the Pentagon into doing acquisition now that's off the shelf, that's better than what we have. So that's one way that we can help inject ourselves into this.
But don't underestimate how hard this sort of change is. Mm-hmm. We put into law in 2016 a requirement that new systems have to have modular open system architecture.
Yeah.
But it's not happening. It's not happening. So the kinds of things that they're talking about, fixing the vulnerabilities that we know, improving the software on legacy systems, requires an agility and a pace that is countercultural for the Pentagon.
I'm wondering, with the new administration, I would say after President Trump was elected, there was a lot of excitement, again, in Silicon Valley that, okay, well, we know there's going to be disruption, and we like disruption, and there was also talk of people, going into the administration. Obviously, there are representatives from the tech industry now, maybe a little less so in the DoD specifically right now, but I'm just wondering, now that we've had a couple months or a few weeks of this administration, what is there, how are they changing when it comes to some of these questions? Do you think there is an opportunity to sort of, do things completely differently and solve some of these long-standing problems, or is there not yet a clear indication that that's where they're going to be putting their focus?
I would just say, for me, I think there is clearly an opportunity because you have people who come from a world where you have to move fast and get things done, and so there is an opportunity. Whether we take advantage of the opportunity or whether we just make everything chaotic is unknown to me at this point. The other factor that's different is that we also have adversaries that are working every day against us. And so it is different from commercial business in that there are millions of people around the world depending on Department of Defense to do its job every day. And then you have these adversaries we know about that are working against us. And so too much chaos can be counterproductive.
Right. I mean, Representative Reagan, I want to ask you specifically on that. I mean, there has been a couple reports that the U.S. has stood down its offensive cyber operations against Russia. And I don't know if you know anything about that or if you can share anything about it. I mean, is that true?
So there's a good lesson in life that I've learned in this job, but I think I learned it before. I was first of all, I'm a 5-time commander, and I don't like chaos. I like stability, and I like people feeling that they don't have to watch their back at all times. I don't really like the atmosphere of the instability myself. I think you still push and make change without the chaos, so I'll just say that up front. I read this, there's 3 articles about how the United States stopped doing cyber ops against Russia, and the temptation is to say, okay, this is dumb, stupid, because I know the Russians are doing it to us, but I had the foresight to call the 4-star. It's a false story, and so it's not true. So I just hope, I appreciate you asking, because that story's going around, and I was assured by General Hawk, without going into a lot of detail, because obviously it's a sensitive area, that there's been no change in policy in regards to Russia on cyber. So that's, I think that's an important thing. When it comes to DoD, it's a little early how this is going to pan out, like Chairman Thornberry said. I'm all for putting a spotlight on how we spend, and I'm all for transparency, and then we should make smart decisions. Okay, that was dumb. How can we fix that? What I don't really care for is the quick trigger on just firing people or just stopping programs without, hey, what's the second and third order of effects here? So when you fire nuclear scientists, you may want to say, is that good or bad? Like FAA, is that good or bad? Okay, we're going to have things in the DoD that we should be thoughtful about before we pull the trigger. I always liked it. We should be ready, aim, fire, right? And not ready, fire, aim. And I feel like some of the stuff we've seen in the last couple of weeks have been in that category. And the thought is, I've talked to the White House, they said, well, okay, if we see where we broke something, we fix it. We put it back in. I don't know if that works in all cases. And I don't know that it works in the Pentagon where, like you say, we have threats looking at us. So I'm all about the transparency, but let's be a little more thoughtful. I put the phrase out, measure twice before you cut. And I think we got to do that with the DoD when we do this as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question. I covered Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter, now X, very closely, and it's been a lot of deja vu the last few weeks. And I mean, that is their justification. They say, look, like the only way for us to find out what is crucial is by getting rid of everything. And then when we see where the real 5-alarm fires happen, then we quickly can fix that. And I agree. I think there's probably different opinions on whether that's happening or not. Unless we want to talk more about Mr. Musk, I wanted to talk about a word that you also mentioned earlier, Representative, which was deterrence. And I never feel like I'm pronouncing that right. I guess it's a word that I don't say out loud very often. But I mean, what can this administration do differently? I mean, do you think we as the U.S. should be more aggressive, more open? I mean, maybe there's things going on that we don't know about, and so it's all fine. We can just be quiet about it. But I mean, in terms of the posture, how should we be changing?
So one thing the president does bring to deterrence, he's a little more unpredictable, and I think that does put people, they're not sure how he's going to respond. That does create some deterrence there. But when it comes to cyber, as I already mentioned, we got to change the rules of engagement for General Hawk and the Cyber Command. If China is eating our box lunch in the energy area and like we're talking about our cellular phone infrastructure, it's more than that. They're trying to get in our Wall Street. They're trying to get into agriculture, they're everywhere. And they're not just now doing it for collection, they're also doing it for malicious intent. And I don't think our rules of engagement are appropriate to counter that. We need to have the same, and I think we're trying to use, the rule of war is it within the rules of war to go after somebody's energy grid? We could debate that. Right now our interpretation is not. I have a different interpretation. I studied the warden's targeting theory, right? And I think the energy grid's a very good target, but especially if they're going after your energy grid, because if you want to tell them not to go after your energy grid, then you got to threaten theirs. I believe that's how you get deterrence. Back to that dangerous word there. And I already mentioned this too. A CR does not deter. We need a 4% GDP spending. Right now we're at 2.9%, the lowest since 1940. Right? And 2.9% does not allow you to recap all three legs of your triad, 5th and 6th generation fighters. One attack submarine a year, that's terrible, right? We need to get to a spot where at 4, the president keeps saying 5, I'd be happy if we get to 4. But we can't deter where we're at and also take care of our forces, our servicemen and women the way they need it.
Chairman, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just think this is such an important point. We spent so much time, effort, money, and brain power in the Cold War focusing on deterrence in a nuclear sense versus the Soviet Union. And there have been some articles saying, well, there are some lessons learned there that we can apply to cyber deterrence. But we haven't put nearly the effort into understanding how deterrence works in a cyber context that I think the importance of the domain demands. And just to emphasize what Don said, I remember in the Obama administration, they wanted to use cyber against some terrorist networks. They had to have an interagency meeting. It took forever, and it just wasn't effective. The first Trump administration delegated more authority to the commanders, and the effectiveness went up right away. And I think that's the sort of rules of engagement that Chairman Bacon is talking about that would make a huge difference. But he's also right that a dysfunctional government who can't even fund itself is not going to help deterrence in a domain where there is conflict every single day. Remember, that's the thing about cyber that makes it different. It's happening now, so whether we can get a budget passed will affect how deterred they are going against our military targets that Josh is talking about, our civilian targets, and the whole society.
Yeah, I mean, Josh, I'm curious because I feel like from the when I'm thinking about the private cybersecurity industry, I mean, it's a lot about defense. It's about protecting networks. It's about making sure that things aren't hacked. And when we look at maybe like Israel's cybersecurity industry, I mean, they have gone on the offense in many ways, and they have private companies that will sell tools that are offensive to the highest bidder, and you can sort of have conversations about whether that's the right approach or not. But I'm wondering, what is kind of the appetite and the expertise for offensive cyber capabilities amongst the private industry here in the U.S.?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, so one of the remarkable things about being a cybersecurity professional is that there's not really a differentiation between offense and defense. You have to understand one to be good at the other. And specifically in this domain of deterrence and thinking about cybercom specifically, I mean, one of the, I don't want to say frustrations, but maybe where I felt like we were maybe missing the forest for the trees a little bit was, obviously cybercom grew up at a national security agency. And NSA is, I cut my teeth there, one of the best organizations on the planet at cybersecurity, offensive and defensive. But it's very rooted in foreign intelligence, right? I mean, you hear about some of these, not tying these things together, but you hear about Stuxnet, and you're like, oh my gosh, that's such a surprising result that we could have an effect on, a centrifuge, as an example. We know there are tremendous vulnerabilities in our weapon systems, right? For reasons, including adversaries stealing IP about our weapon systems and then adopting those into their own technologies. As well as just sort of plainly what we know about adversary platforms, it always occurred to me as a massively missed opportunity that we aren't spending considerable energy developing capabilities against enemy weapon systems. And you talk about deterrence. It also, frankly, like it's you don't have this sort of collateral damage question on a lot of these sorts of campaigns. And so I think one of the best deterrents is if we get into an elevated state of conflict, that a logistics supply chain doesn't work, a sortie doesn't take off because we've triggered something that we put in place 18 months prior. I think that for relatively little marginal investment in that space and kind of expanding our scope beyond just thinking about foreign intelligence from a military context, we could have a tremendous impact on our adversaries' willingness to fight.
Right. We have about 6 minutes left. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience. Anyone wants to jump in?
Well, people think about question if I just would say, we've already had a couple successes, me being the chair on the committee. We set up a 3-star sub-unified command that will organize all of our defensive cyber. And we want to ensure we have unified effort and coordination, so we got that. And also we're going to help fund Hackathon. We got to recruit people like Mac Thornberry, that's a genius on cyber stuff, right? But with different color hair. No, I'm just teasing. But we want to be able to recruit more, so we got that done too in the last couple months.
Yeah, the Reagan Institute should do a hackathon of its own. I don't know. I don't know how many coders there are in this room right now, but
it's never too late.
Yeah, exactly. We have ChatGPT now, right? So yeah.
To your point on deterrence, so is deterrence dysfunctional in cyber? Like, is deterrence dead? Do we need to redefine deterrence? Because we're talking the difference between nuclear and, right, like cyber, which is a total different situation. So do we have to redefine that language?
If you have people attacking our energy grid and we're not willing to do it ourselves, you're not deterring. We got to carry a bigger stick.
I would just say, I think there may be lessons from nuclear deterrence that could be applied in a cyber context, but it's a lot more complicated, as Don was just saying. And we need to put the effort into thinking about how to deter in cyber, where you may not know exactly who's doing what, where there may be consequences you don't see right away. I mean, there's all sorts of complications in it, but the point is, cyber is integrated into everything we do in the military and in society. And it's a whole lot better if you can prevent the bad guys from messing things up than to come clean up after they've already done it. That's deterrence. And I think Don is exactly on the right track with his subcommittee to focus on what does deterrence mean in cyber, how can we best deter, but it's going to take a lot of effort by a lot of folks.
There's also a seam on the public and the defense side that we got to work through. But, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Teresa Moore, Inside Defense. I was just wondering, we're talking a lot about cyber common deterrence, but at the same time, do we have the infrastructure to back that up or to build our own capability to the degree that we need it? It takes a lot of energy, a lot of compute power, a lot of cooling power. So where's our infrastructure for that, and how do we build it up if we need more?
Maybe more in your wheelhouse?
Yeah. I mean, I think ironically, the infrastructure that maybe needs the most attention within the, DoD's cyber capabilities is the people. I think that talent has been, ever since I was, in uniform, working at NSA, working at Cyber Command, Cyber National Mission Forces. Talent management has been a big topic, and I know there's, some of the report card kind of touches on this. But we got to figure out a way, and there's so many different kinds of directions here, but we got to figure out a way of taking the windows of time that super talented young men and women want to spend on this mission and applying that with the highest leverage against mission, even if they don't want to do a 20-year career or they want to serve in a different kind of capacity. I think you get the people part of this right, and everything else will kind of click into place.
I think in our industrial, we have some problems with our supply chains on hardware. I think in the area that you're talking about, I think we're in a better spot. It's the people. Yep. You're absolutely right.
Are we getting Oscared out here? Yeah. It says 2 minutes, but Yeah, I mean, yeah, sorry, one more over there.
Sure.
Go for it.
Right, thanks for all the comments. Two quick questions. One, do you think it makes sense to articulate red lines in cyberspace? I know there's an active debate about that. And two, you mentioned we can strengthen deterrence by improving coordination with the private sector, but also with allies. And so I want to focus on the second part. Are there low-hanging fruit opportunities to improve intelligence sharing or offensive capabilities for some of our cyber allies, especially in highly contested regions like the Indo-Pacific? Thanks.
I'll address part of that. Cyber Command does a great job working with other countries. They partner where they can, but they also, where countries will allow them into their networks and help find the bad guys. And then out of that, they build a relationship that is a win-win relationship working together. So I think Cyber Command's being pretty good on this. And red lines, I think I'm more about speaking softly and scaring them. But maybe I'd tell them privately, you mess with this, we're going to. But I think it's better to have the capability and show that you're willing to use it in the cyber side too. So maybe it's a combination of both. Right now, like I said earlier, they're eating our box lunch and we're doing nothing. So.
Yeah, and I would just say, if there's any place that is the most obvious for where working with allies is essential, it ought to be cyber, where geography doesn't really matter. So absolutely that. The one thing I would add to what Don mentioned is export controls sometimes are a problem. When we try to work with others, even some of our closest allies on things, there's all sorts of challenges in doing that. Updating our export control laws would be helpful.
I would just add, one open question, something that's like very interesting about this domain in terms of deterrence is these cyber campaigns don't happen in a microsecond. Especially against a hard target, if it's an adversary classified network or it's a weapon system or it's a centrifuge or an electric grid or what have you. You got different parts of your campaign where one part is constantly trying to gain access. You're stealing credentials, you're finding vulnerabilities in servers, you're pivoting between systems to try to hopscotch to the right spot in the network. And then you've got, kind of holding that asset at risk, right? So once you get into that network, periodically checking and making sure you still have control over it, you can have the effect at the time and place you're choosing. This is a very unique model among any other kinds of effects you might want to have from a military context, And so where do you put these red lines? It's a very interesting question. Is it, hey, we are not okay with you, sort of seeking access and trying to compromise the system even if you don't have an effect on it, and then, the question of, well, how do we comply with those norms, or do we ourselves, say one thing and do another? These are very complicated questions. I don't know the answer to necessarily.
I like Sun Tzu. A little deception's good. Yeah. If I may, if I could throw out, there's two issues that we're going to be debating on in the next year or two. One is, are we going to have a cyber service? I think the general position for most of us is no, but there are some in our committee that want it. So there's going to be a debate like we had with space. I don't think I'm not convinced that's needed. The second thing is, do you want 2 4-stars? It's still, the intelligence people want a 4-star for NSA and a 4-star for cyber. Us on the operational side want unified command because they work together. They are one team. If you have 2 4-stars, you pull them apart, you got dysfunction. But I'll just tell you, these are 2 issues that are not resolved right now that we're going to be debating.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all for the panel, and yeah, we'll move on.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage General Michael Gutlein of the United States Space Force and moderator Sam Scove of Politico.
Okay. I'm Sam Scove. I cover space for Politico. I'm here with General Gutlein, Vice Chief of Space Operations. I'd say it's probably never a more exciting time to start covering space than now. There's a lot going on. Our adversaries are increasingly competitive with us. We are making moves as well. I'll preface this by saying I'm sure there's a lot of things that are classified or sensitive, but right off the top, on the topic of Golden Dome, this is going to be a tremendous amount of work. It's a big effort with potentially big rewards. Are you able to give us any sort of progress update in terms of where we stand on the planning process, on sort of where you see Golden Dome going?
I think from a planning perspective, we are in full planning mode. We owe an answer back to the White House by, I believe, the end of the month on what our thoughts are. We're spending a lot of time really talking about architectures. What might the different levels of architecture look like, depending on the threat that we want to protect and defend the United States against. We are talking about what organizations need to be involved in Iron Dome. This will not be one organization to rule all organizations. It's going to have to be an integration of multiple organizations across multiple agency boundaries. So how do you organize to do that? What's that governance structure look like? And then what capabilities do you want to bring into that portfolio to start focusing on homeland defense?
You raise an interesting point there, and you were at MDA before.
Correct.
There's a lot of different players that could have a role in here in this. What do you see the sort of responsibilities being per agency? I mean, should Space Force take control? Should MDA lead? How will that work?
So that hasn't been decided yet,
Yeah.
how that's going to work. But it's going to have to be the integration of all those organizations, because missile defense is extremely good at the ballistic threat. Missile defense agency is really good at integration of systems integration. Missile defense is really good at test. They have a very robust modeling and simulation capability for their capabilities. So they will have a heavy role in what we're doing. But the Space Force will also have a heavy role because we have all of the space-based capabilities. We have proliferated LEO satellites for communications and sensor-to-shooter communications. We have proliferated sensors to do global awareness of what's going on. We have the missile warning, missile defense sensors on orbit as well. All of that kit has got to come together and be integrated in a systems-to-systems type fashion, which means you've got to bring multiple organizations and multiple agencies, to include agencies like the NRO, because they also have capabilities on orbit that we want to bring to bear on the protection of the homeland. So all of that needs to come together into a integrated fashion.
And as you start that planning on Iron Dome, what does it look like in terms of your communication with those agencies to make sure that you're covering ground that's appropriate for your organization and sort of working to build together, if at all, in that planning process?
We are all talking. Everybody's talking. And the good news is the Space Force has already crafted most of these partnerships in the past. We have a very robust partnership with Missile Defense Agency. We share our missile warning data with them to tip and cue their systems. We have a very robust relationship with the National Reconnaissance Office. They are actually building a lot of our capabilities. Resilient radar system, GMTI, Silent Barker, which is on orbit situational awareness program, MILNET, which is a mesh network in space. We've already built those relationships. Now it's how do you connect all these pieces together seamlessly to go after homeland defense, where we may have been collaborating really good on the Pacific. Now we want to really bring that relationships to bear on protection of the homeland.
And I imagine, another interesting historical factor here is we've actually had a lot of real-life cases of missile defense across the world in the last couple of years. We see it all the time in Ukraine. There was the Iranian strikes or attempted strikes in Israel. And I imagine more than ever you were working with those organizations to coordinate or at least to take lessons learned. So when you look at those historical events, what sort of lessons can you take from that into missile defense for the homeland?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if you look at the threats that we're going against, they're not abstract threats. These are not something we're thinking could happen. These are threats that we've seen happen on a day-to-day basis. If you go back and look at the events in Iran in April of last year and October of last year, where they launched a barrage of over 300 missiles at Israel, it was our missile warning capability in the United States, operating out of Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado, Denver, that was alerting not only our own forces of the impending missile attack, but also of the Israelis and our other international partners, but also handing that data off to the shooters so that we could take those missiles out before they caused harm. So these are not, threats that we're just thinking about. These are threats that we're seeing every single day. Whereas our architecture was originally built for the strategic mission of protect the homeland against the nuclear deterrence or a nuclear attack, they're now having to be used in a very tactical manner in the Middle East, as we're seeing with Iran. So those relationships become absolutely key. I need to exercise together. I need to integrate the developments together. We need to be able to make sure I can pass data from a missile warning sensor out at Geo, 22,000 miles away, to an aircraft en route to shoot that down seamlessly without having to have man in the loop. Those are the lessons learned that we had been practicing for. Those are the lessons learned that we saw were necessary in April and then fully brought to bear in the October events.
And when you look towards the creation of Golden Dome, obviously there's a lot of different moving parts. There's the actual interceptors, there's the sensors, there's the command and control systems. There's obviously just the muscle memory of getting people trained up, personnel. What do you see as sort of the most likely biggest challenge from the perspective of delivering something quickly and relatively affordably? I'm sure it's going to be expensive. But.
Without a doubt, our biggest challenge is going to be organizational behavior and culture. We are not accustomed to having to integrate at the level that's going to be required to integrate to go after Iron Dome. This is on order of magnitude of the Manhattan Project. It's going to take a concerted effort from the very top of our government. It's going to take a national will to bring all this together. It's going to be a heavy lift across all the organizations that are going to be participating. And what we've got to really push back on are the organizational boundaries and the cultures that are going to try to slow us down or to prevent us from talking together.
And could you elaborate a little bit on that in terms of those organizational boundaries? I feel like there's been a little bit of talk of saying, we need to push acquisition people to go harder or faster. Is that what needs to happen? What are those boundaries?
No. The organizational boundaries, so Missile Defense Agency is really good at the ballistic threat, protection of the homeland from a ICBM. They are not good at building space capabilities. The Space Force is great at building space capabilities, but we're not great at doing missile defense. That's not our job. Counter UAS, that's not a space job or a missile defense job. That's really the Air Force, Navy, and the Army. How do I bring them to bear? We've also got to break down the barriers of Title 10 and Title 50, so the DoD and the intelligence community. How do I take advantage of those exquisite intelligence sensors in a time-relevant manner and get that data to the shooter in a manner of time that can actually deter the attack, if you will.
And who do you see as who is the linchpin in terms of leading that effort? To a certain degree, the services can do it, and in cases like Iran, they're going to have an actual real-life example where they're going to be forced into it. But how do we lead that without the sort of emergency circumstances of actual combat?
I think it's got to be an all-government reporting directly to the DepSecDef or the SecDef with full presidential support.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of ways that sort of Space Force is changing and some of the priorities that the service has laid out, there's more and more talk about space control and space superiority. So not just managing space-based assets, but actively interdicting Chinese or Russian space-based assets. There's some doctrine being worked on that right now. I'm just going to leave the floor to you based on the classification, but what can you tell us about that? Especially, do you imagine lots of kinetic space-based capabilities put in orbit?
I do not think that's off the table. Under the concept of competitive endurance, which the CSO talks about a lot, there's three LOEs underneath there. First is deny operational surprise, which means we cannot be surprised by the adversary's actions. We need to know what's going and what's coming. The second one is deny first mover advantage. Because space is so large And because we don't have a lot of capabilities in space to protect and defend ourselves, there's really a significant first mover advantage that those that throw the first punch have a significant advantage over the adversary. So we got to prevent that from happening. And the third one that he talks about is responsible counter space campaigning. That is the overall encompassing for space control. So if you go down those three efforts, in order to deny operational surprise, I need to have more proliferated space-based capabilities, space domain awareness to understand what's going on. We have it in every other domain. We don't have enough in space. How do I get more space domain awareness? And that's going to come through partnerships with industry and partnerships with our allies to get more eyes in the sky, if you will. The second one is, how do I deny first mover advantage, which means I now need to have resiliency built into our capabilities. Some of that may be onboard resiliency, but more of it's going to be through proliferation, through redundancy, through excess capacity. That again comes through partnerships with commercial, partnerships with our international allies, because we know we can't build enough kit to give us everything we need on orbit simultaneously right out of the gate. So we're going to have to partner our way through that. Then that last lane is, once I can deny operational surprise and prevent first mover advantage, I need to have credible capabilities to hold red at risk and credible capabilities to ensure I can deter an attack. That's really where we're getting into counter space. What does that kit look like? That's what we're in the throes of trying to determine.
And obviously, because this is a new and emerging field, those producers are either just coming online, they're often new companies in some cases. How do you sort of evaluate the state of industry for answering those emerging needs? Are we where we need to be, or is there a lot more that needs to be done?
We are nowhere where we need to be, nor have we ever been in the past. However, there is more innovation coming out of industry today than there has been since the push to the moon. An enormous amount of innovation coming out of industry, which has allowed us to really expand those partnerships with industry to look at what's in the realm of the possible. There's innovation coming out in the way we communicate, the way we protect and defend, the way we share data, et cetera, and we're trying to take advantage of all that.
Are there any areas in there that you feel are less advanced or need yet more investment? I mean, specifically when it comes to some of those sensors, I could imagine being interested in yet more.
I think where we as a nation need more investment is we have spent the last several decades becoming very efficient in the way we fight and very efficient in our industrial base. Meaning I am, in many cases, one company deep on some level of technology or some level of capability. We have got to expand our industrial base to be more than just one deep, and we've got to get comfortable with inefficiency in our industrial base, which means I may need lights out capacity. I got the same thing with my labor market. I don't have enough technical labor in the United States to feed all of the innovation that's coming out of industry today. We've got to grow our workforce and the technical competencies of our workforce to have that excess capacity. But that is against our culture right now because we are all about efficiency, not necessarily about effectiveness.
I mean, there's an interesting point there about acquisition too, which is, a lot of people have talked already at this conference about, how to improve acquisition and push people. And to an acquisition officer, there's a push to get the thing that's cheapest, most efficient, not necessarily something that supports a small company out there to diversify the supply base. How do you change the culture for acquisition professionals such they're incentivized, or is it a top leadership challenge?
You have to change the incentive structure. Having spent 34 years in acquisitions, I will tell you your acquirers are extremely well trained, very bright. They all have, most of them have technical degrees. They know how to do their job. But the system of rewards that we have in place culturally across the government as well as in society is to deliver on cost and on schedule at the expense of performance. When you do that, your acquirers do everything they can do to possibly reduce the risk on their program. Risk to funding instability, risk to technology insertion, risk to oversight. So they spend a lot of time defending their programs, trying to keep the good ideas out. And we've got to change that equation. Instead of making them responsible for delivering a widget on cost and on schedule, make them responsible for delivering a capability to the field that the warfighter can use tonight. You will get a completely different answer. And you will start embracing the innovation walking into your program rather than trying to defend innovation out of your program.
And what sort of top-down changes need to have that? I mean, is that a matter of you sort of indicating this to acquisition professionals and saying, hey, I'm standing behind you, or is there a role for Congress or other parts of the government to play when it comes to that?
I think all the above. We've got to become more risk tolerant. When a program manager embraces innovation and innovation fails, we can't fire that individual. We have to reward that individual and say, dust them off and try again. Just bring it to me faster. Don't worry about the 100% solution. Focus on the 70% solutions. How do I get that capability to the warfighter or to the nation as fast as I possibly can? We got to reward that behavior. It comes from the behavior and the laws that we have in place. It becomes from the defense acquisition executive, the service acquisition executives. It comes from the program executive officers, and we got to keep pushing that incentive structure further and further down to allow them to innovate. If you look at the guardians that we are bringing on today, our younger generation, they are chomping at the bit to innovate. They have been exposed to this technology their entire time growing up. They had an iPad in their hand at 6 months old, right? They want that. They want to embrace it. We've got to take advantage of that curiosity and that desire early on and not beat it out of them so that when they grow up to be PEOs or program managers, they understand how to innovate. And we have built the system of rewards and balances to allow them to innovate.
And presumably so that they stay in the force too, and they don't cycle out. On that topic, it seems like services are increasingly working with the COCOMs to get live. This is an actual warfighter who's going to, or a person facing a real life geostrategic threat. Can you talk a little bit about what sort of lessons you've learned or how that interaction has gone? Because I imagine you're doing the same.
It goes really well, and we try to do as much as we possibly can. Because when I expose the combatant commands to the acquisition problem and they understand what the constraints are and how hard it is to implement all the laws that are put on you and how the funding stability and all that affects it, they start to have a different demand signal. But when I take my acquirers and I send them into the combatant commands and they understand how that kit's going to be used, understand what the warfighter actually needs to get ingrained into that warrior ethos, if you will, that we've been talking so much about, they also come back with a different sense of urgency and a different perspective on how they're going to deliver capability to the field. So getting those two communities to talk more is hugely beneficial. Within a Space Force, what we're trying to do is actually stand up our units integrated from the beginning. So I have the operator and the acquirer sitting side by side, exchanging leadership roles, but the entire unit is a mixture of acquirers and operators.
And obviously, Space Force is growing, it has a lot of needs. At the same time, we're in a restricted budget environment. When it comes to this 8% reallocation, how will that affect where Space Force goes? Is it you drop some things, or is it perhaps you go more slowly?
Both. I think as you reallocate the 8%, there's going to be 8% things that are going to accelerate and 8% of things that are going to slow down. I will tell you, even the Space Force, we're only 3% of the DoD total. We are the smallest force with the largest AOR and the smallest budget. Even within that constrained environment, you still have opportunities to optimize where you're spending your money. There's a few studies out there from McKinsey and other organizations that say most organizations have at least 20 to 40% inefficiency built into their structure. And the objective is to try to define that. So when you look at 8%, 8% is going to hurt in some places, but 8% is going to help in other places.
And where would that 8% help? Like which types of programs do you feel like actually might end up accelerating based on these sort of shifts?
From a space perspective, we are woefully underfunded in protect and defend. So that's probably where you're going to see some of it. We are also going to look at are there legacy systems that we can possibly divest. We're kind of going through that pecking order as well to make sure that the capabilities that we deliver at the end of the day are going to be the most optimal, most effective capabilities we possibly can.
And on those legacy systems, I mean, to what degree do you see the increasing commercial availability of space tech? To what degree can those take the place of those legacy systems?
There is a lot of opportunity there. We have a charge out. So we have a commercial space strategy that we published last summer. In that commercial space strategy, we have challenged all the PEOs and the senior program managers to go across their entire portfolio and look for opportunities to offload requirements that we are currently trying to build and and offload them into a capability that's already exists either in our commercial or in our allies. Under the construct of what we're trying to do in the Space Force is exploit everything we possibly have first and foremost. Can I connect it, integrate it, network it in new and innovative ways never thought about before? Second thing is buy as much as I possibly can. Only then, let's go build what we absolutely have to, what we must. So we are trying to look at every requirement we possibly can to shift away from building it internally to buying it externally.
And I imagine, like with everything, there's some challenges there. Some things didn't work out. It's always a nice idea to buy something commercial, but certainly there are instances where things don't work out. Have you found any of those instances yet? And if so, what kind of have you learned from either maybe making the requirements process clear or, yeah?
We really haven't found anything that doesn't work that way. We found some that we can do more efficiently and more effectively. We could have wrote the contract a little bit better, et cetera. But for the most part, right today, SATCOM is our most robust. We're buying an enormous amount of SATCOM. And we know that the SATCOM that I can afford during times of peace is not the SATCOM I need during times of crisis or conflict. So we stood up the commercially augmented space reserve and are actually working with our commercial partners to say, how do I put in place a relationship and a contract structure during peacetime to guarantee you additional capacity during times of crisis or conflict without waiting for that crisis or conflict to start that conversation? So SATCOM right now is kind of leading the way. I think the second one is space domain awareness. We have what we call the Joint Commercial Operations Cell, which we have now in 3 countries. We have one here in the United States, one in New Zealand, and one in UK in the follow the sun kind of mode. And we're sharing data with, last time I heard, 15 different allied partners. And we have all of the commercial operators operating on the floor simultaneously, giving us exquisite space situational awareness of what's going on in orbit. We're also just now starting into tactical surveillance, reconnaissance, and tracking, which is using commercial to give me space domain awareness on the ground, terrestrial, what's going on. Not intelligence, but just give me situational awareness. Who's operating in that Gulf? Where did they come from? Where are they headed? You know, time-relevant answers to combatant commands in tactical surveillance, reconnaissance, and tracking. And as you go down the list of capabilities, that spectrum changes. So where SATCOM can be very heavily commercial, missile warning, probably not. That's an inherently governmental function, no-fail mission. We're probably going to own most of that. Counterspace, probably going to be mostly government-owned, government-operated. But there's a spectrum of opportunities for commercial as you go down that path.
And the cuts are obviously, or that limited budget environment is not just systems. There's also some reduction in force that's going to be happening. Mm-hmm. Your acquisition folks, personnel, are all, I assume, relatively highly qualified people, right? Or you don't want to lose to the private sector. Are you anticipating those cuts affecting your programs, and what impact would that have?
There will be impacts. We haven't let anybody go yet, so we haven't felt the impacts. But there will be some impacts. Like I said, we are the smallest force. We're 15,000. We have about 9,500 in uniform, and we have about another 5,600 in our civilian workforce. So any hit to that small 15,000 workforce is going to be felt. We are just making sure that we are communicating to everybody what the challenges are going to be, the talent that we're losing, and then what opportunities we might have to offset that. And we're just kind of going through it, but we're following the same rules that everybody else is following in the federal government.
And when it comes to encouraging innovation and encouraging acquisition to move quickly, I would point out that like SDA has not had a great year so far. They've had various challenges, right? Where do you see the future of SDA going? Any sort of thoughts on it?
Yeah, the Space Development Agency has a very bright future. They are kind of our lightning rod for cultural change and how we look at filling out some of these problems and embracing commercial. They are building out PWSA, which is basically a proliferated LEO SATCOM. They're building out a LEO missile warning, missile defense type capability. They're looking at alternate PNT. They're looking at air moving target indicator. So I think the future of SDA is very, very bright. You mentioned they've kind of had some stumblings this year. But when they're pushing the limits of technology and the limits of the relationships with commercial as hard as they're pushing, they are also pushing hard on the industrial base. We're going to see them stumble a little bit, but it's nothing that I don't think we can't recover from, and I think their future is extremely bright.
Yeah. I'm going to slip in one last more question until we start the Q&A. But when it comes to the space industrial base, obviously you guys aren't an economics agency. You're not necessarily trying to make sure every single last bit of America has a slice of the pie. And what meaningful decisions can Space Force make when it comes to making sure we have a diversified industrial base? Is it pushing it out to the most number of suppliers, encouraging education? What's the role?
We work really closely with the acquisition executives, both space and air, as well as the defense acquisition, A&S, to look at the health of the industrial base. And we try to identify what we call the pinch points in the industrial base, whether that be connectors, it could be tanks for us, could be IC chips, a lot of attention on IC chips, a whole lot of different array of capabilities. And then we're also trying to take it the next step further and say it's not just about the Space Force industrial base, it's about the national industrial base, and what are the interconnections of all of that. And where can we possibly invest or diversify our capabilities to get more capabilities for the nation. So we spend a lot of time within the Pentagon having those kind of conversations, and then working with our partners on the Hill, our stakeholders on the Hill, to say, if we invested in this company and got excess capacity in IC chips, this is how it would affect our economy, this is how it would affect our ability to defend the nation, this is how it would affect the price of our weapon systems, all that good kind of stuff.
Great, I think I'm going to open it up to questions. If you could just state your name and affiliation. There's someone with a mic around. Ma'am?
Thanks, Erin Logan, a former DASD. Curious how you're looking at, you mentioned the need for multiple entities to work together to make this effective, but for Space Command, you obviously have a very distinct mission, but we also see the services with different missions, different priorities in space, where they really want to replace a lot of systems with space, which aren't the same things that you need for your mission, and just how you're looking at that balancing act and how industry can support those dual priorities, especially at this time of contraction.
I'm not necessarily following your question as far as not our mission. Our mission is to provide the joint force with space-based capabilities and to protect and defend those capabilities so that they can count on them during times of crisis or conflict. So we're having conversations on air moving target indicator, moving that from air to space, or actually blending it with air and space, not moving it. That is a Space Force mission that we are taking on to do moving target indications from space. All of those missions are for the joint force, for the nation, provided by the Space Force, and that's kind of the way we're looking at it. But I'm not sure that's exactly the question you were asking.
I guess it's more the prioritization is what I'm thinking about, because in some cases, advancing ground capability by replacing maybe a legacy system with a space system, it might take you 5 years of a big investment that would be a different priority than it would need at the front edge of space defense, like if I think this is about exist.
Yep.
I guess it's that conflict of priorities that I'm wondering about.
Yeah, and I would say we have a very robust conversation with the Deputy Secretary of Defense on balancing across the services and balancing across the domains. And more importantly, how do I integrate that capability across domains? And if I'm asked to take on something else, I just say either I can't do this or I need additional TOA. And when we're the smallest force with the smallest amount of money, generally I'm coming back and saying, hey, I can take on EMTI, but I need additional obligation authority to be able to deliver that capability.
We're here.
Hey, General, thanks. Chris Engdahl from Ursa Major. So part of the POTUS ask in Golden Dome, the last part is, hey, bring me whatever authorities you might need to accomplish this. So question to you, what would be an authority that Space Force would ask for that they don't already have to make this happen?
I think the authority that we would ask right out of the gate is the authority to do on-orbit training and testing that we're not capable of doing today. It's a very constrained set of authorities that we have to do on-orbit test and on-orbit training, and we would ask that open up so that we can increase our readiness of our forces on the front line to be able to do that protect and defend mission.
We have time for one very quick one.
Sorry, Courtney Albin from Defense News. I'll try to make this concise, but wanted to go back to your discussion around inefficiency. How do you square kind of the way that you think about inefficiency with, you referenced a cultural push for efficiency, the administration's kind of, focus on efficiency, and are you worried that cuts could affect, your need for excess capacity, your need for a cushion in the industrial base? And if I can add to that, as you look at kind of this 8% cut and potentially divesting and things like that, what are the mission areas that already have that inefficiency built in, where you think you could take risk to pull programs back or cut systems?
I think the inefficiency is built into all organizations, just fundamentally. I can't necessarily say, hey, this is my least efficient unit, therefore I'm going to cut that unit or cut that capability. That doesn't exist. We've got to go in and look at where I can optimize better. A lot of the legacy stuff we need to optimize better and then start buying out new kit, new capabilities. For example, we still operate our satellites in the old way. I have operators sitting at a console flying one satellite by one operator. Industry has proven with the new developed systems, I can do lights out operations, I can fly autonomously, I can use artificial intelligence, I can do all that. How do I take advantage of that new technology to start getting efficiencies in some of my legacy systems? So we're looking at that kind of stuff on the upgrade side going forward. But on the inefficiency side, my conversation was more about efficiency, not inefficiency. We've become very efficient in the way we fight. We have one unit type code that I can send out to solve one problem, but that unit type code is only one deep. If I lose that unit type code, that unit per se, I don't have a bench behind them to go after. Same thing with my industry partners. I have one sub-supplier who can give me that propulsion tank, and if they go out of business or they get hit by COVID or they get hit by a tornado or what have you, I don't have a backup, because we've leveled very efficiently leveled our industrial base. We've got to get more comfortable with inefficiency to have redundant capabilities, proliferated capabilities, lights out capabilities, because if we do have to go to conflict with a near peer, we're going to need that bench strength to be there during a really bad day.
I think that's about all we have time for. Thank you so much, General.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Roger Wicker. Throughout his distinguished career, Senator Wicker has championed policies that ensure that the U.S. remains at the forefront of defense innovation. Representing Mississippi in the U.S. Senate since 2007, he has been a tireless voice of the Senate Armed Services Committee, where he has played a critical role in shaping our defense strategy, modernizing our military capabilities, and strengthening the partnerships that keep America safe. As the new chairman and former ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Senator Wicker has been instrumental in advancing defense modernization, ensuring that our military remains equipped for the challenges of the 21st century. His leadership has been vital in promoting cutting-edge defense technologies from hypersonic weapons to artificial intelligence and fostering innovation that define the future of warfare. Beyond his legislative record, Senator Wicker brings a deep understanding of both strategic and economic imperatives of national defense. He has worked to expand defense manufacturing, improve the procurement process, invest in worker development, and support the industries that drive American military innovations. His efforts reflect a core belief that deterrence through strength is in fact the best path to peace, and a principle that is firmly rooted in President Reagan's vision. At a time of technological innovation and change, and as well as global competition, Senator Wicker's leadership ensures that the United States remains not just prepared for the warfare and conflicts of today, but again, ahead for the challenges of tomorrow. So it is with great pleasure that I get to introduce Senator Wicker, a dedicated public servant and champion for America's defense. And he'll be interviewed on stage here with our own Roger Zakheim. So pleased to have Roger. Both Rogers.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's an honor to have you here at our National Security Innovation Based Summit. I made sure you sat to my right. That wasn't because of a political statement. I just wanted to make sure you had a great view of the White House to your left.
Okay, well, okay, yes. I have visited there from time to time.
So we'll talk about that.
As a matter of fact, recently, yes.
Yeah. Well, Senator, I have to start with a thank you because we have Dave Trulio here, our CEO from California. The mandate I have from our Board of Trustees and from Dave is to make sure we take the ideas, principles, and values of President Reagan from the 1980s and make them relevant today. And I'm pretty sure I went to a board meeting not too long ago and I held up this report from Chairman Roger Wicker. It says, 21st Century Peace Through Strength report. And I said, done.
What am I bid? Who wants it?
And so thank you for a job retention program for Roger Zakheim at the Reagan Foundation. Okay, we got past the thank you. But Senator, you have been preparing for a while for this moment. You have in your hand two reports. One I just referenced, the other Freedom's Forge, Restoring Freedom's Forge. These are two products which are available for those here when you exit lunch that in some ways anticipated President Trump occupying the White House and shape for him the opportunities for our national defense, and particularly for this group, how we leverage the innovation base. Would you mind taking just a minute to talk about that work, that preparation?
Well, okay, because it allows me to brag on you, Roger, and on this great organization, because we spent a great deal of time talking to people around town and around the country who know what they're talking about, have done this before, and at least advocated for things like this for a long time. So I can assure you this was not an inside think tank idea. We went to the various think tanks around town, and we talked to people like Roger Zakheim and others like probably people in this audience and got some ideas. But I think basically the American people, I think, know what they want. And they want the United States to be strong enough to stay out of war. And so building up the military doesn't say we want to be in conflict. We want our military to be so strong that, like during the Reagan and H.W. Bush 12 years, nobody dared take a stab at us because we were so strong and they were comparatively weak. and unable to start a war. And I mean, that's one of the great legacies of those 12 years and of Reagan's peace through strength. I'll say this. I really enjoyed last night when President Trump mentioned President Ronald Reagan. I thought that was a great
we can applaud that. That was a good moment. Yeah.
Yes, but because it's important for a leader to hear both sides, and without question, that's the way a leader decides what the best advice is. So there's some people whispering in his ear that agree with much of these reports, and we absolutely know there's some people also coming in there and arguing just the opposite. There are voices within the Congress who think the best thing we can do for the future of America is be austere in our budget. And, the president last night talked about a balanced budget. He also talked about a very extensive, ambitious list of spending priorities. And so I'm sure there's some conflict there in the White House about how to accomplish both of those. President Reagan always said, our ultimate goal has to be a balanced budget. But we need to spend the money to make sure Americans are safe. And so I was encouraged that it seems that our current president is very much in favor of most of what we're advocating. And frankly, I got a call 2 or 3 weeks ago to come to the White House. And it was Susie Wiles and a couple of others, and Donald Trump and me, and we hashed out some of these ideas. And so I'm encouraged to see that we may be getting somewhere. We got a lot to do, but a lot of bills to pass and a lot of close votes. But I think we're on the way.
So I want to talk about both your meeting with President Trump and how it lines up with a lot of the things that we're talking about today during our summit. That's in the reports that you've just referenced that the Senate Armed Services Committee has put out. A lot of the president's speech last night was emphasizing the things he was doing by executive order or would do by executive order. But Chairman, as you just referenced a moment ago, when it comes to the Golden Dome, not Iron Dome, Golden Dome, he looked back to Speaker Johnson, if I recall correctly, and said this is something he's going to ask of Congress, right? Usually that's what you see from a State of the Union or last night, the joint session. That's been in your report. After you met with the president, your press release emphasized that you'll be working on this. It's a pretty big undertaking. Of course, that's where he referenced President Reagan, new technology, sizable budget requirement.
Reagan-esque. Yeah, with current day technology.
So I would love to get your take on how the committee, in particular, the Congress writ large, is going to integrate this, potentially game-changing sort of investment and priority of the president.
Well, first of all, I didn't agree to the name. I think iron is stronger than gold. Gold is more valuable, but at any rate, he liked golden. And he had the
color of our report
had more
is
votes.
just a coincidence. I just let you know, but yeah.
But clearly, this is something Ronald Reagan advocated, and the pundits, the Meet the Press people, and the folks that knew better really sniffed at that. That not only was this not going to ever work, where you're hitting a bullet with a bullet, but also it was going to be escalatory and cause our adversaries to try to do kinetic things also. And so this is an idea whose time has come, and it's something we talked about. Now, the role that the House and Senate have is we've got to pass a reconciliation bill, and that's going to require at least 2 successful votes, and well, actually more. The House has passed its budget. The Senate has passed its budget. They now have to be reconciled. And it's not really an issue of whether we have 1 bill or 2 bills. It's an issue about what we're able to do in a timely fashion if we want to act early, or if we want to take time to do one package as we did in 2017. Do you remember when we finally got the tax bill passed in 2017? It was November or December. We worked on it for a while, and we had a lot of talented brain power working on that we still have access to. Tim Scott, Mike Crapo, and of course the leader now, John Thune. They were all part of that, and it happened that yesterday at lunch, Rob Portman, the 4th horseman of that group, they were all with us at lunch, and it took months and months and months to get the tax part right. Here's what we think in the Senate. We think we can do a bill with $150 billion for national defense, $150 billion for border security, and maybe 20 or so for energy. We think we can do that relatively quick. That's easier to get the votes for, and even that is not easy. But we can do that now. That's what our budget resolution provides for. The budget is easier than the bill. You got to have 2 things. The budget's about 5 or 6 pages. It gives instructions to the committees. We're going to have to blend our budget with the House bill, and then we pass the budget, and the president doesn't have to sign it. It then anticipates very complicated legislation, which will be hundreds of pages. And that's why we think we should go ahead with defense and border and energy right now. We've got a little time. Are you interested in the fact that we need to pass a tax bill also? Would you like?
You're getting some thumbs up over here. Head nodding. Okay.
Would you like this tax bill to be permanent law instead of something that expires in 5 years like the last one did? Show of hands. Okay. Only a smattering of applause. I'll have to get back
we'll work
to the
on
president
that.
about that.
Well, they know the president likes one beautiful bill, so they're worried. They're worried.
Well, it would be beautiful to do it all, but we've got 52 votes to work with in the Senate. There's 1 vote we might never get. The House has a very slim majority. Passed their budget resolution, again, 4, 5, 6 pages by 1 vote. Now they've got to get their slim majority to pass a 200-page bill that deals with everything. They've got to satisfy enough of the SALT Republicans.
This is the state and local taxes.
State and local I think, okay.
On the coast.
We never carry California. We haven't carried California in a long time. I do think Ronald Reagan carried it twice. And even H.W. Bush did. But we don't carry them recently in presidential races. But we win some House seats, some valuable House seats that give us our majority both in California and New York and also New Jersey. Without them, we would not have a majority. The reason we can do any of this, we need to understand, is that once again, as happens only a few times in a century, the stars have lined up and we have a president, a House majority, and a Senate majority of the same party. That's the only reason we can do all of this in reconciliation. So we got to get a tax bill that not only does everything we want, but that is permanent and will be scored right by the parliamentarian.
Chairman, this is a unusual moment for those in the national defense and national security foreign policy community. Rarely does a tax bill or reconciliation become relevant into a part of our federal spending that gets an annual appropriation, and you have your authorization, and what happens on the domestic side is for the most part not relevant. But you are talking about something. I'd love for you to expand on the impact, how meaningful reconciliation could be for national defense. To me, it's once in a generation opportunity. You're talking about $150 billion. And then next year, probably, maybe another $100 billion.
Oh,
okay, I get a little too optimistic. But the idea that you can go ahead and put.
Are we on the record here? He said that and I didn't.
I've pretty sure I read that. Some chairman from the Armed Services was quoted referencing that. But the idea here in terms, this is Congress driving this funding. Doesn't require OMB to approve it and sending it up to the Hill. It's outside at this stage of the appropriations process, and you can make investments that you otherwise wouldn't be able to go after because you're not stuck in the annual appropriations saga, which we should hit on too.
Right. Well, in the House where I used to serve, a one vote majority gets an appropriation bill passed. It gets it gets anything passed. In the Senate, if you pass an appropriation bill, it takes 60 votes. And so what a frustration that we Republicans have had is you want to spend more on national defense, as most of you undoubtedly do. And the price for that is you got to get a few Democrats to vote for it also. And they typically want a lot more domestic spending. In reconciliation, which we could do with 50 votes plus the vice president, if it's that close, we don't have to accommodate the social spenders. So that's why this is such a wonderful opportunity to really do what we need to do. And that's why I was so heartened to know that our current president is all for this and understands we need to do it. And even to the extent that last night he proposed sort of a special task force, I think it would be better named, within the White House to concentrate on shipbuilding. So this is a president who is finally putting his mouth and his advocacy of spending behind a 355 ship Navy, which I got put in the statute about 10 years ago. It's the best opportunity we've had to get the submarines we need in the Pacific, to get the fleet of littoral and destroyer ships that we've needed for so long, and try quickly to catch back up with China on their rate of shipbuilding.
I'd love to go in on that because it stood out from the president's speech last night that he was creating this office. This is create a new office. This is just reminding you of your 1 hour and 41-minute time in the chamber last night, to create a new office of shipbuilding in the White House that offers special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. That's what the president said with respect to this new office on shipbuilding. Unusual to do this out of the White House. You have a Department of Navy that generally is the place where you would house such an effort. We talked about
that may have been running through some minds.
Yeah. Well, but we know the National Security Advisor is quite focused on this. That's what is a priority of his. He worked with you when he was in the Congress. What opportunities do you think you have here? President Reagan, when he started the Strategic Defense Initiative, you'll recall, also started in the White House, and only at the point where he felt the priority was going to be embraced by the Department of Defense did it migrate over there. That's what came to mind for me. But what special opportunities do you think will be available on the maritime side if you have this office in the White House?
Well, it can only help, and it is, as I understand it, it is defense-related shipbuilding as well as our domestic fleet, which I think most people here understand is part of our backup fleet in case the balloon ever goes up. It can only help. How it will work, I do not know, but I know that the message coming out of that presidential address last night was we need to get busy in a hurry, rebuilding our ships, both domestic, both non-military and DoD, and I was encouraged. How it will work will be fleshed out. Our friends in the Navy need not worry. This is going to be an assist.
Support function from the White House. This is good.
I heard the two or three sentences.
Got it.
That's about. We had not heard that proposal until last night.
So one of the things the two reports that you're holding, it reflects you, Chairman, and your committee's work that reform is required for national defense, but it's reform with a goal in mind, which is to rebuild. That reform here is not simply just to find efficiencies and perhaps carve out Pentagon spending that can be paid down the deficit, but actually to drive growth in the military where we need it. Here's a question for you. Secretary Hegseth, of course, came out with a memo about an 8% not cut, but reallocation. You have
that's right.
I got you. So talk about that. And and I know you've met with the secretary a number of times through his confirmation, and then subsequent to that, your reports really go at the priorities. Our report certainly supports that, where it could be reallocated to the areas of greatest need. Maybe elaborate on where the prospects of reallocation, should the 8% be found, and where the reallocation should go.
Oh, okay, Roger. That is a good way to put it. Should the 8% be found? There's it to say we're asking the people in the Pentagon and in the national defense manufacturing business to look for savings and efficiencies and waste and fraud is not to say that this administration wants to cut spending on the Navy or on the Department of Defense. It simply says this is aspirational. We're asking everybody to look, and so I don't mind that. And actually, Secretary Hegseth and I have talked about that. That this is being interpreted as a request to cut expenditures for national defense while we're plussing it up on the reconciliation bill side of it. I don't think that's what it is. The overall goal is to get our manufacturing capability, our industrial base, back where it needs to be, and part of that is efficiency, which is this Freedom's Forge thing. And really, I'm not sure who's in the audience, but if you've been involved in a program that or a new class of ship or anything from Air Force to Army to Navy and whatever, you know how archaic and ossified and old our procedures are. And if you are in a new startup in private enterprise, you are not doing business like we have to do in the Pentagon. There are too many people that have to touch a project. There are too many things that have been built in, and so we need to cut red tape, which is it sounds like a trite expression, but we're going to have to cut layers of bureaucracy, keep the things that move that move things along at a faster pace in the private sector. And I'll tell you, the response that we're getting from the big companies, but particularly from the startups and the ones who'd like to get in and be part of a program, has just been phenomenal. And I'll tell you this, I won't spend a lot of time on it, but I met with some people from NASA today, and they would like the Forged Act to also be enacted with regard to the space program, with regard to getting to Mars. I don't know about you, but I was encouraged that the president is thinking big. And again, going to Mars is expensive, but the people who are in the president's ear about being the world leader in something that is the next frontier, they seem to be on the ascendancy. And I was surprised to hear him talk about Mars and talk about NASA and the space program. I don't know who could have put that
no idea
in his consciousness, but I was encouraged.
Senator, you just referenced the startups that really have risen in the National Defense Community. This innovation-based summit that we're convening today is a reflection of the growth and interest of that community.
Who do we have here? I should have checked with you
Everybody
beforehand.
who matters in the world of national defense and innovation center.
I didn't study my lessons.
I'm sure they'll all want to meet you. So if you stick around, you'll get an answer to that question.
When I walked in, I was just mobbed.
Yeah,
it's so old.
This is one place you could tell your grandchildren you have rock star status. So, Chairman, but here's a question and something I'd like you to react to. So, the conversations today. A lot of discussion in terms of new entrants trying to break in. You just hit on that. A lot of discussion about the defense primes, the traditional sometimes they're referred to, and the work they do, which you reference as important as essential. A difference between this year and let's say 2-3 years ago is the mindset seems to be, how do we get those new tech companies to collaborate more, to have a deeper relationship, embed within the defense primes? And I'm curious where you sit. The binary framework maybe we heard about in the past that, the old guys need to get out, the new entrants need to be in. No, the new entrants don't know how to build things. We know how to do it. Some of the narrative that was there. To what extent do you see it changing that integration? It's kind of the way John Lehman did it when he was Secretary of the Navy, where he took an old battleship and he brought in all the new technology and systems on the old battleship to make it relevant to war fighting of his day. How do you look at that?
Oh, okay. Let me try to answer it this way. For the last several years, as I got to the top Republican position on the Armed Services Committee, I've been saying, let's move toward 355 ships. We always say we have this goal, and even presidents say they want to do that. But when the budget comes out, we actually have fewer ships, and it's embarrassing how we're doing. We need to produce we are producing 1.2 attack submarines a year. We need to produce 2.7, or we need to produce almost 3 a year. But when I say we need to do that, they say, well, even if we appropriated the money, we don't have anywhere to do it. We wouldn't be able to get there. And I said, the way to get started doing it is to say we're going to get started. And yes, we need to expand shipyards, and we need to be innovative and look at places we've closed, and look at the other end of the yard, or the place across the bay that has been closed for a while. But let's get started, and I think we have a president that's interested in doing that. I think the traditional the traditional folks and the startups and the newer, more modern approach, I think they're going to work together just fine. I think they're going to have to, and they'll be glad of it because it's a big guy that finally rolls that submarine out. But we're also going to have to start paying welders, shipbuilders. We're going to have to start paying them enough to keep them. In Pascagoula, Mississippi, you can leave the shipyard and work at the Buc-ee's 10 miles away and make just as much money. It's a lot easier to work at Buc-ee's than welding or being an experienced 15 or 20 year expert in building ship after ship. And and so that's why I'm advocating. I'm one of several and involved in this discussion in the White House on the SAWS idea, SAWS. If you're from up north, you say SAWS. If you're from Mississippi, you say SAWS. But it is a way, without having a budget score, to move appropriated money from the out years to the current year and give our shipyard workers, particularly right now, I'm interested in submarine workers, a big pay raise to incentivize them and incentivize our submarine industry to expand. We can't do it unless we're willing to pay talented men and women to do this very difficult physical job.
A couple more questions for you, and then we'll take a few from the audience.
Don't you want to endorse SAWS?
I think we need to see a lot more head nodding here if we want the chairman to stick around. Here we go.
Well, if you can pay, and the reason I mention it now is that debate is going on right now, and you can imagine where OMB might be on something new that doesn't score. It's almost like magic, so it must be something wrong with it. But that debate is going on right now in the White House. But if we can find out a way that does not score as an extra expenditure and simply moves money that we're already planning to spend to this year, I'd like to see what the negatives are that outweigh the really positive effect of getting our workforce in line with where our industrial base.
I'm just looking for Director Vaught's response from the view behind my left shoulder here. I'm not seeing any smoke go up. I don't know if that's an acceptance of your proposal or not.
Yeah, well, to take on OMB, they really are the most powerful office in the government, and I learned that long ago. They're very frustrating.
Chairman,
but they're the ones that have kept us from having this big national debt, haven't they?
Okay,
it's been wonderful.
Look at that.
The way
taking
they've
shots. I like this. Okay, it's getting good here. We don't need the coffee at dessert. Chairman, two more questions. So, and then we'll give you some dessert. So, this is not happening in a vacuum, Chairman. As the president was speaking yesterday, it was reported that China was once again going to increase their investment in their national defense by 7.5% over a 2-year period. We're talking about 15% growth, substantial investment. Even they're investing more as a percentage than their economy's going to grow, at least the planned growth. So it shows where Xi is planning to take the PRC. President Trump did not mention China last night. At least I didn't hear it. You spent time with President Trump, as you referenced at the start of this conversation. How much, in your mind, is China top of mind for the commander-in-chief as he pursues this rebuilding that we've discussed?
I think he's aware that as the past administrations have said, they are our pacing threat. It's a word, it's an adjective I didn't know until somebody said but they're our main threat, no question about it. And we have to be careful that a country might try to sneak up on us. We have to worry about that with China. The president, the dictator / president of the People's Republic of China went before his assembly and told the world, I want you to be ready. I want us, the PRC, to be ready to take Taiwan by the year 2027. So he's making no secret of it. And of course, the way he would phrase it is, I want us to reunify all of China by 2027. But and we don't have to wonder if this is an option for Xi Jinping. It is, and so we need to be aware of that. And I think I'm guessing the president did mention perhaps he said the word Pacific last night. I'm not sure. It was a long speech, but I can assure you, really the debate in the White House and among the people that we're being asked to confirm is whether we should view everybody as my report and as your advice has counseled us to view them all as an axis of aggressors, or whether we should say we can't spend as much time worrying about Iran and Russia anymore because we got to worry about China. That is the debate, and to me, what makes sense is when we see North Korea helping Russia on a kinetic war that's going on right now, we kind of know they're part of an axis. And when we see how Iran is helping Russia and how Iran is working with communist China and back and forth, it seems to me that we have to be mindful of all of them. But absolutely, it is helpful that we have more allies in the Pacific. We have more agreements in the Pacific now than we've had. AUKUS can work, but we're going to have to gets back to the submarines. It can't work unless we're willing to start paying folks to go to the shipyard and help us build 2.5 submarines a year.
I'm glad you mentioned Russia in your comments just now, and the word dictator is relevant to Vladimir Putin just as much as it is to Xi.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at the lapel pin that you have on. You've been an eloquent and principled supporter of Ukraine, a voice in the Congress talking about freedom and the importance of the United States standing with those who seek to preserve their freedom, and been clear-eyed, Chairman, about Russia, what Russia is, and not equivocating on whether they invaded Ukraine. The facts are what they are, and they invaded. Of course, this has been the storyline for the past week or so since President Trump and President Zelensky had their meeting in the Oval Office. Can't let you go without you sharing a little bit about what you see in front of us, where this will go. You made a statement yesterday during a confirmation hearing about family fights and the like, and I think the message there.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, well, we listened to you, Chairman, and what was important to me was less on the fighting side of the house, but the fact you referenced it as family, and that's an important message for everyone involved. That's the way I understood it. What do you want us to understand?
Well, that's the way I'd like
Ukraine?
to view it. Okay, we're on the record, and I guess that is that camera turned on. I was afraid it was.
You're getting a very affirmative nod.
So I'm being careful because I don't want anything that I might say to be reported as or interpreted one way or the other. I just think, and I was advising my Democrat and Republican members of the committee yesterday, let's take a deep breath. Let's be thankful for that statement yesterday. By President Zelensky, when I read it, I took time out of the hearing to read it into the record of the hearing, and hallelujah, Donald Trump read it into his speech last night, and there was no apology requested. This is, I think, enough to get the talks going. I would hope the minerals agreement can be signed soon. I would hope that we can be appreciative of what our European friends view as assistance rather than criticism. But I don't want to say any more except that some mornings I'm in despair, and by the afternoon I'm feeling very optimistic. I choose today to feel optimistic that we may be able to get an agreement that has some safety provisions that our friends in Europe can depend on.
You're in Reagan country. Optimism is just part of our DNA.
Right.
So it's good. All right, we have time for, I think, one or maybe two questions. Colleagues with microphones are around, so just raise your hand. I see in the back over here to my left. Kira in the back over here, if that's or whoever. Oh, okay, there we go. Just say your name and your affiliation, and make sure it's a question, not a comment.
It'll be quick. Thank you, Roger.
Good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, what is going to happen next week to the FY25 appropriation?
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked that. I'm very unhappy with where it's headed. The fact that we cannot, even with a Republican president, House and Senate, we can't come up with an appropriation bill and have to do a continuing resolution is regrettable. Well, we headed toward a continuing resolution, and there'll be some changes, a little tweaking, which we call anomalies. But basically, in my view, it freezes in most of what the Biden appropriation bills that he signed previously, and that's not a good thing. It's not good for defense. It's not good for new programming, and it freezes a lot of things that we've abandoned into place.
Okay.
I am pessimistic that may happen. Yes, yes.
The Reagan optimism runs dry quickly. We will go.
Ronald Reagan was a realist.
That's true. That's true, Chairman. All right.
I hope I'm wrong.
We're gonna end it there. We have a great program for this afternoon. Please join me in thanking Chairman Wicker.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Smart Warfare, Leveraging AI and Autonomy on the Battlefield. Please welcome to the stage moderator Colin Demarest of Axios and our distinguished panelists.
What's up, everyone? I'm Colin Demarest. I am the author of Axios Future of Defense. I say this at every event, but you guys should subscribe. On stage with me are a bunch of smart people, and we're here to talk about smart warfare. To my right, we have Thomas Robinson of Domino Data Lab, singular, not labs. Doug Filippone of Snowpoint and Palantir fame. And at the end, we have Congressman Ro Khanna. Thank you guys for being here today.
Thank you.
We have about 35 minutes. I want to save some time for audience Q&A as well. So if you're game, let's just hop right in. Fantastic. T-Rob,
yeah.
Much has been said about dealing with the Pentagon as a customer, so we should pile on there. What are some of the biggest hurdles you and your friends are dealing with, and then what are the fixes or the advice you would give?
Yeah. So I feel like I've gotten to relive this through every panel discussion today. For context, we're a startup who's done work in the commercial sector for many years, and about 2.5 years ago decided we were going to invest in building a capability to serve the Defense Department. And it's been an interesting 2.5 years since then. I would say the fantastic success we've had, DIU has been lovely and wonderful and great to work with, and a fantastic guide for us as we went through some of our initial deployment and testing of our technology with the Navy. And that's sort of propelled us to a point where we're now in sort of the second phase of the Valley of Death, awaiting a production contract and awaiting, being part of a POM down the road. And I would say, man, that's the rough part. And so everything that everybody says here today, I'm living it. And so take it from me, it's a tough spot to be in. I was thinking about, how to really help. And I think everybody's sort of made the point that the Defense Department needs to change. I won't reiterate all of the procurement stuff, but maybe one thought that's a little bit different. If we take the model of something like Y Combinator, who helps college graduates figure out how the hell to start a business, maybe an incubator that would help startups like ours figure out how to go through the later stage of the process. So pick up after the good work of DIU and help sort of explain the acronyms, get through clearance process, help with dealing with procurement, and really help put that together. I think that'd be interesting and helpful.
Thank you. Doug, you've been at this for a long time, including almost 2 decades at Palantir. How has the military AI and autonomy space evolved over those, I think, 17 years? And what is that next big leap?
We have some time. Yeah, no, I think it's been a fascinating journey, just sort of seeing. I've been through several, you call it waves of AI. When I started, the interesting thing is, when I studied at West Point a million years ago, but I actually, in mathematics, I studied optimization, which was, at the time, we wrote algorithms. A lot of it sounds very similar to, what we're doing now. So it's been interesting to see certain, like even in 2008, there was like these things called entity extractors, which was like, you're not going to read reports, there's too much information, we'll have computers do this. None of it worked. Everyone was obsessed with it. We couldn't even get into market without saying that as an engineering approach, we knew it didn't work, but the government wanted it so bad, you couldn't say that. And so you're like, well, if you believe in these things, we'll have a grayed out button and you can insert your favorite entity extractor of choice. And then there was probably around 2015 or so, it's sort of the second wave, the early computer vision stuff, early days of Maven. And then now you sort of have this, autonomy, large language models. It's fascinating to see. And like my bar is, what I believed in when I used to run the defense thing for Palantir was always like, I worry about the technology is not ready for prime time. I worried about a reputation, like I don't want to be part of a failure ever. And so how can we give like a platform approach to give the AI time to mature? That was kind of our initial approach, and then it actually eventually started to work. But now as an investor, so I've, with Snowpoint, been there for, the firm's about 4 years old. We've done 13 or so investments. And thinking about like the general bar of with AI is, does it actually work at all? It's like the first bar, which is actually a pretty high bar. A lot of it just doesn't work. And then the second bar is it actually useful at all? And then there's that Venn diagram of it works and it's useful. Incredibly few companies do that. And so when I look at that, there's two main parts, and I'll shut up. But autonomy in the military context, and then sort of decision making and accelerating workflows are really big spaces that I'm very interested in as an investor. And we can talk more about that later. But that's where I've seen it now. But there's finally real use cases and real companies that are doing work.
Congressman, you're on the China committee. What's the best word to describe the AI competition between Washington and Beijing, and who's ahead if it can be distilled that simply?
I think Reagan said, "We win, they lose." I mean, that needs to be the mantra of our approach. We need to make sure that we are continuing to invest in compute power that is both private and in places that is public. We need to make sure that we have an understanding of the value also of open source. I mean, I think one of the things DeepSeek showed is that you can have a small team that can innovate if they have open source models, and we have to be understanding that innovation needs to be taking place here in the United States. We need to make sure that we're applying it faster with our military and applying it in ways for our businesses faster than China is. We need to, I saw Arun Kumar here in his project, we need to make sure that we're attracting the best and brightest in terms of AI and technology into government. And that, despite the spectacle they saw last night, that the American people still think government service is worthwhile. And I'm not talking about partisan spectacle, I just am saying, people on both sides looked at that and they said, how are we paying our politicians to do that? What are we going to do to attract people still to government?
Thank you. I definitely want to open up the conversation to the group, but I also want to stick to DeepSeek here since you brought it up. Their breakout earlier this year stunned a lot of players, including in the national security world. What do you all think their accomplishments mean for us here stateside? And what's the proper counterattack? That might be a bit of an aggressive word, but what's the right move on the U.S.'s part?
Want me to start?
Please.
I think my take is that the development of models like that is far less important than the application of the models. And at the end of the day, a model that can be put into a chat app, that's a very easy deployment relative to a model that's being used to make critical decisions in the hands of a warfighter or in a pharmaceutical company or in a financial services regime. And so it's interesting. It's open source. It's continued development. We're going to do more of that. There's going to be many more. I think the actual sort of number of models or amount of that is far less relevant than being able to go and apply those models as in a trustworthy and fast context.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. If I can be contrarian for a second, it's easy to just be the China fear. You can just preach that, and then you're like, it becomes like a budget game. You're like, we're scared of China. Give me more money. My sense is like, look, it was a Chinese hedge fund who leaked the report. They're pitching their own book. And then you're like, okay, well, what do we really know? It's classic China. You don't know anything. You know that there's actually an LLM that works. That is true. But the whole idea of these transformative models is that they're playing off each other. Each one gets easier and better. But I often, when I talk to my investors about this, where it's like, hey, are you going to invest in Anthropic? Are you going to invest in the third one? At some point, all of this is going to be commoditized. So if you're thinking from an investor lens, you're not going to make money on this. There's one or two of these things are going to make a massive amount of money, and the rest of it's going to be free. Not that you're necessarily investors, but that's something you have to think about. And where people are going to make the most money in the utility is going to be at the application and platform level. And so that's like, that's the Microsofts, that's the Palantirs. There's a bunch of companies who actually have platforms that you can really revolutionize your workflows and do something useful. And so it goes back to my earlier point of like, okay, they have an LLM, okay, then what? Uh-oh. It sort of asks the next question. So I just take that with a grain of salt, but I think it's important.
I would say, do you think we'd be having the same conversation or the same concern if it emerged out of a different country? And I think you were hitting on that.
Yeah, you'd be like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know, Congressman, if you think I'm totally wrong.
Look, I think we have to look at what effective export controls actually could be. I mean, the reality is they got a lot of the semiconductors, and even though we have these export controls, what companies have been doing is saying, okay, they won't sell version 100, they'll sell version 99 to get around them. So the actual control where we can have, I think, is with ASML, with some of the critical minerals in Japan, the component parts that China would need to build semiconductors. But even there, we need to recognize that they're probably going to catch up, and we have to stay ahead on the innovation and the application of AI, and that's really what is going to fuel the United States lead. So I would try to block as much as of the ingredients that it takes to make these advanced chips, while making sure that we have the most innovative environment here.
And to stay on that, how are y'all thinking through supply chain security, and especially in light of like this panel's title, digital security? I'm always really curious about if and how a China or an Iran would sneak into the system and poison maybe training data for computer vision, or maybe your stockpile numbers or something like that. How are you guys thinking through supply chain, both physical, the amount of ammo you might have, and then the digital backbone of that as well?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit started with California or Silicon Valley waking up in the sense of like, don't give all of your IP to China. Like, I'd be like, that was a pretty dumb move that I think it was fueled by greed. This is mostly a couple years old where there's still like a little bit of a hangover in that, but it was like literally at all costs, give China everything. And I think certainly in my field, that's not a problem. I go to these briefings, by the government where they're like, we don't take money from China. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I got that. It's just, there's like very normal things everybody in this room would know to be the way that you rule your life. But I think that there was a lot of people just willing to make money at any cost that were willing to give everything to China.
Either of you two have anything to add?
I think one of the things with DeepSeek is how do you have better protection of ChatGPT or at Microsoft? I mean, where we have to look at whether they ask those apps questions that weren't flagged that allowed them to understand the reverse engineering, and what are the types of standards that can be put and how are they going to be enforced. I mean, I'm not sure how they got it, but we should certainly have an investigation of how that took place. And then we need the government to step up. I mean, my view is that our cybersecurity, because of a lot of the work that has been done, is quite strong when it comes to our most sensitive defense and our most sensitive military technology, but we don't have the same, obviously, standards throughout the government, nor do we have the same standards in the private sector. So you look at someone like General Hoff, who I have a tremendous admiration for, with Cyber Command and TSA. How can he help with the private sector lead on getting better standards in the private sector and getting better standards throughout the government?
So, yeah. Oh, go ahead, Doug.
Well, sorry, just to add on, I mean, there's definitely like hacking and cyber. It's like a totally different field that is important. There's always going to be hacks. There's always going to be problems in that capacity. I mean, I think this crowd knows this, but I mean, obviously, if they're hacking SIPR to get on these networks, then we have a much bigger problem. That's one thing to say. But then also, like, if you think of the fundamental rules around AI in general, or like if you're going to use AI both in the commercial sector and in the government, you have to think about understanding the models. And like you mentioned, like, could they modify the training data sets and screw that up so then it's like garbage in, garbage out? One of the things that I always believed in terms of the efficacy, if you're selling these things to decision makers, is some companies use this thing where they have, like, call it a black box approach. Like, we have AI, it's so amazing, it's proprietary, it's in this black box, you don't even know about it, pay a lot of money, you press the button, and it gives the answer. That is BS, right? And so you just have to, like, think about it in the sense, you can't even sell that too. It's like, that ship has sailed too. But there's this idea, I call it the glass box, but it's like you really have to understand, what is the algorithm doing? And so you can understand, this is really important from an ethics perspective and really understanding the process of your decision in your organization, because this is tailored, mostly all of the best companies will be dual purpose in this capacity. So you're gonna have to, whether it's Tyson's, chicken or it's the Department of the Navy, you want to be able to say, this problem is important, what is the data going in, you understand how it flows through the algorithms, and then you understand the output in a way that is auditable, so you can understand how we got there. And then you codify those rules, you organizationally, and you move on. But if you can't audit it, your organization, it leaves you susceptible to all the problems you just talked about.
You were about to say something.
We're still really early with LLMs in particular, with respect to how guardrails are going to work. And I think the technology for validating and testing is just not even there yet. I mean, the technology's only been on the scene for a couple of years, and LLMs in particular have hallucination issues, which I think go even deeper than potentially being poisoned or mistrained. So,
on this point of black box versus glass box, I believe the GAO has said repeatedly one of the biggest hurdles with adoption here is
I just made that up, by the way. I don't know that that's
that's catchy.
So, yeah.
is fostering this trust between man and machine, especially when you're getting shot at, or you're getting jammed, or when you're getting bombed, right? So T-Rob, what's the winning recipe there? How do you foster that trust? How, in your case specifically, why would a sailor trust your counter mine software?
Yeah. So I think just to sort of set the context of how we think about this philosophically is you're absolutely right. Trust has to be built into the system, and trust has to be driven by the requirements of the warfighter, because any model that isn't working as intended is gonna lose faith and not be able to be used on an ongoing basis. And what's worse is when you have the human in the loop who lets the machine just go ahead and do what they want. And so that trust also has to be applied when the humans are sort of asleep at the wheel, if you will. So the way that we think about it is bringing a lot of the same fundamental governance technology that's used in the private sector. So we work with a lot of large pharmaceutical companies, financial services companies, insurance companies. They all have risk based in the models that are running and operating their business. Granted, it's more financial than existential, but those models have to be built first with a use case, a clear definition, have to be engineered, validated, deployed, monitored, tested on an ongoing basis, and most importantly, rebuilt and re-engineered as the world changes, the theater changes, whatever that might be. And so we see building trust in models as largely a process issue that needs to happen alongside being able to deliver models rapidly and do it in a trustworthy way based on all that goes into it. And this is my point before, the application is much harder than the technology itself. It is very easy to take any given model in one particular problem domain, but to build a trusted system is much more challenging.
And Doug, how are you thinking about this when you're investing or picking a company to kind of follow up with?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing ends up being, you get pitched, I don't know, 10 companies a week, it seems like, where they're like, we have some AI stuff, it's so amazing, we're going to change the world.
Being a reporter.
Yeah, and then you're like, yeah, exactly. It's going to be so great. Write the pitch on this. The challenge is, like, you can do a lot of stuff in a lab. You can, you have a curated data set. You're like, this will save you X number of dollars. This is, cure cancer. It'll do this and that. And then you're like, dude, I don't know. Have you put it in the real world? Because it just changes everything. And then you get to this point of like, okay, well, how are you getting your data? How are you integrating your data to feed your algorithms? Has it actually trained on the whole world or the applicable mini world of data so that it's useful? And you just start to like filter out like getting to the final part of like, I trust this, is just getting to what works. You know, then you sort of build like, okay, now I know that it works, it's in the real world, and then building in all the trust vacuums. But it's, because civil liberties and like understanding the decisions that are being made, these are very complicated and important things of like, how do you apply this? Where is a human really necessary? What do you feel comfortable with as an organization? Where you're going to automate? How fast are you skipping steps? But then you get to the government person or the commercial person. It's like, all right, I want a human to make this decision. But you serve that up quicker.
Congressman, what are the conversations like in Congress about this issue of trust? Or what are you hearing from the armed services, the leadership there, about this debate back and forth?
Well, I think AI, as we looked at as a tool for augmentation of human capability, not for the displacement of human judgment. And Secretary Esper, actually, in the first Trump administration, had articulated basic principles of the use of AI at the Department of Defense, that key decision-making had to be made by human beings, that you could never substitute for that kind of judgment, but that AI would be used to augment human capability. And we need to continue to refine those principles as more and more AI is adopted, certainly in the military, but throughout government or throughout the private sector.
So to the point of augmenting humans, Ukraine has been battling back Russia's invasion, renewed invasion for the past 3 years. I would love to get y'all's take on the one big headline, right, or takeaway that has come from that war. And do you think the autonomous weapons kind of Pandora's box has been opened in Eastern Europe?
I guess I take lead on that if you don't mind.
Please.
You know, it's interesting. So in the very beginning of the war, I went to Kyiv. I was like, I have to see this myself. I really want to understand. Obviously, I spent a few years in the military back in the day. But I just wanted to understand the problem. And I think for the first time in our kind of generation, we saw this idea of the idea of the near peer or whatever. So now you're working in GPS jamming environments, electronic warfare. We have a lot of exquisite systems that don't work in that. Like they brief really well, they're great, they're the most precise weapons in all of mankind, and then they just don't work anymore. And so that presented, kind of a real engineering challenge that I think at least certainly a lot of my companies have been dealing with, of like, how do you solve this electronic warfare, not that people haven't known about electronic warfare, I just think that we talked about it and didn't solve it. But, really understanding like, what does autonomy mean? It's sort of a buzzwords of sort where you're like, well, I saw this dancing dragon, and it's so cool. And, it's like, that's actually not autonomy at all. That's like choreography, where you're like navigating to known waypoints. You're just like, you're a concert person. But in the real world, it's like, hey, if I lose all connectivity, period, does my system still understand how to perceive the real world? Whether it's through existing systems of LiDAR, radar, can you use dead reckoning, inertial systems to operate without GPS? Can you communicate inside? And then you have to have like software that fuses it all together. So you have all these different sensing things that are fused together, and then you're going to start making your decisions. So this idea of autonomy is like it's a nested function it's much more complicated than a lot of people. They talk about the first order thing. Oh, we have some automation. Like the little robot that sweeps the floors or whatever. It's way more complicated when the Russians are jamming it.
Takeaway?
Bringing the commercial builders of technology close to the warfighter, it should not take a crisis of that magnitude to reinforce that lesson. And so there's an opportunity to reflect that in how we operate in the U.S., while also not having to be in a regime that doesn't rely on a large industrial base. So we can do things in a better way, but bringing that learning to the forefront is critical.
What's your insight, Congressman?
I think it was a wake-up call for many people in Congress that modern warfare has changed. And, you had books like Kill Chain and others that people had read academically, you had conversation about this going on for 10, 15 years, but as often the case in American politics, it takes some kind of seminal event, sometimes catastrophic like 9/11, or sometimes something overseas that sort of wakes people up and says, okay, we've got to make a change. And I think now you have the Armed Services Committee at least recognizing that. I mean, Chairman Rogers, to his credit, had a field hearing in Silicon Valley for the first time to signal that things have to be different. Now, I personally am a fan of Michael Bloomberg's proposal, at least to take a serious look, that 15% of the Pentagon budget should be set aside for advanced and emerging technology, to force the kind of change in looking at modern strategy. And at a time where the defense budget is for the first time up into total debate. I mean, you've got Hegseth talking about 8% cuts. You got Trump talking about agreeing with Putin and Xi Jinping to 50% cuts. And you have the Republicans saying we want to add $100 billion. But the point is it's all up for debate. We should certainly use this moment to emphasize emerging technology and more of a commitment to the procurement, not just to the DIU part of the funding initially, but to the procurement of it.
On that last bit, where are you seeing the AI and autonomy winners and losers in the DoD, and are those winners getting enough support / what would you want to give them?
I think there's obviously a consensus amongst, at least on the Armed Services Committee and many people in DoD, that the Pacific has to be a major focus, and resources have to be put towards what it will take to maintain naval superiority in the Pacific, to maintain total and complete deterrence to China's invasion and with Taiwan when they're tightening the noose every week, and that we need to have a effective strategy to that, and autonomy in the sea, autonomy in terms of drones that are low cost and high volume are going to be a key part of that. I would just say, from a public perspective, that there's been an effective focus on that, and I think where we have to really make sure that we succeed is the execution of it with enough procurement of what we need.
Yeah, I think, well, there's actually earlier, I tried to get a question in, this when it was the first question, the board of the day or something like that. But there's an interesting perception here of one of the ladies asked a question where she was like, hey, what if Palantir and Anduril and a couple of the other big ones are like going to suck all the oxygen out and they're going to win all of it, or whatever. And the point that I wanted to make is, even though those companies are great and they're all doing well, they get a lot of press, et cetera, even Palantir, which is obviously public and in the S&P 500, et cetera, they're not even in the top 100 defense contractors. Like, literally say that again, they're not even in the top 100 defense contractors. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, as much as you see Palantir in the news or Anduril in the news, and Anduril's even 10 times smaller, right? And so it's like, we're nowhere. So to the extent that, we're talking about innovation budgets and getting started, like, we just got started. I mean, there's so much low-hanging fruit, for sure.
And so all of y'all have your fingers on the pulse of Silicon Valley, and I definitely wanted to ask this. Can we get a vibe check? What's the rumors? What's the chatter? What's the concern? Vibe check. T-Rob?
I mean, one thing that strikes me just personally is what a time to be in Silicon Valley when there's been a massive cultural shift from no way we're thinking about defending America to, hey, let's get in the fight, and let's build technology. I mean, I've been in Domino 9 years. It is just a palpable difference between even a few years ago, and I don't know exactly what's motivated that. Maybe some of these sort of massive overseas threats, but I think it's a fantastic time. It's an exciting time.
Doug.
Yeah, no, look, I lived through the time when, half of the Valley, or all of the Valley would rather partner with China than the U.S. government. It's crazy, by the way, totally crazy. I remember being sent out of Washington to D.C. to make sure that Amazon wasn't going to turn off our cloud service because we worked with the government. It was wild. Thank God that has shifted. Now, you see a mini wave of sorts of entrepreneurs and young kids that are like really excited to work for the government and help out. No, I mean, part of it is like, they talk about in recruiting for just being in the military at all. It's like, first you have to be just proud of your country, and that's like, you're seeing that a little bit. And then, is it a viable work? Defense has always had the coolest problems. But it was like, hey, are they open to working with you at all? Like you could show up, you're living in this, but it's like, you're going to sacrifice your own life, all your money likely to start a company, and then you're going to go build something cool and show it to the government, and they're like, go screw yourself. It's like, that's like, very, it's
Again,
depressing.
We think DIU.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of sea change. It doesn't mean that there's not a lot of change, the change that still needs to happen. But it's like you see the military leadership and the civilians are all on board with, they want innovation, they want change. You have a new breed of entrepreneurs that want to help. There'll be some compression with the primes where they'll be forced to innovate. I don't think it's a zero-sum game there. I do think that they can win together, and I hope that that's the case. The administration seems to really be backing this, so it's kind of an exciting time from that perspective for sure.
What are you hearing?
Well, just to your point about the primes and new entrants, I mean, the B-21, I think, is an example where the subcomponents were bid out, and you didn't have, unlike the F-35, which everything went to Lockheed, the same cost overruns and problems. So I think there has to be a recognition, even if some of the contracts are going to the primes, that you need the subcomponents to be going to other companies. You need far more competition, and that's going to make us more innovative. I mean, look, in Silicon Valley, whether you like it or not, and I obviously represent the place, it is incredibly consequential. When I got to Congress in 2016, people thought, oh, those are kind of tech issues. And now they see, my district has $14 trillion of market value. It's been accounted for 90% of the stock market's gains. Whether you like the fact that your kids are addicted to their phones or you bemoan that fact, the fact is it's shaping so much of our culture. And now we're realizing that if you want to be the leading military of the world, you have to have the leading technology. And so I think the biggest shift has been that Americans now see that it is a huge fountain of power, economic, cultural, military power. And in my view, the challenge is how we do that consistent with American values, humanistic values, and we can debate about what those are, but that is going to be the challenge. And how do we shape this in a way that is in the country's interest and in every region's interest?
Thank you. So we have 3-ish minutes left. If anyone in the audience has a question, please raise your hand. There's mics around here somewhere. And if not, I have more questions. Okay. Oh, in the back right.
I'm Jacob Down in Naval Research Lab. I was wondering if you see any inherent limitations to technology, specifically in the AI space, just because of, I'll say, morality of warfare and policy that we would necessarily impose on it as a free society. You can imagine trigger authority, human in the loop, and the like.
Do you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, in the field, I don't see that as limitation. I feel like it's a cost of doing business. Like you have to be able to make AI that can work within an ethical framework, period. I don't think anybody is, trying to have killer robots that are just running around by themselves. Yeah, and we're just not at that maturity level anyway. I feel like people who get into the space and they're building AI around those problem sets, they think. I mean, I'm not speaking for all of them, but anyone that would be investable would think they have to have thought through those problems and work in that ethical environment.
I agree with that.
Any other questions? I'll ask one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Got too excited.
So in talking about AI, everyone ends up talking about the tech or policy, but they overlook talent. And it feels like for this ecosystem to really blossom, getting top AI talent, et cetera, into government is incredibly important. Because it facilitates then some of the interactions with knowing how to interact with the private sector folks. I run a foundation, we have a $500 million endowment. Our mission is how do we inspire this next generation of top tech talent to go into government. It takes both parties. It takes government wanting to have placements of people that may come in for 2 or 3 years. Government sells careers, students are buying experiences, right? So one, how do we accept that as a new realm of recruiting? And the second is from the private sector side, wanting this talent, once they've been in government, to want to come out and work in your kind of companies. Because that's, I think, the spiral that we need to have. Like, we think of revolving door in a disparaging way, but in technology, I think it's essential that it's fusion. And we need more of that. So I'd be interested in your thoughts around how we kind of create more of this ecosystem from a talent perspective.
Well, look, I mean, that's certainly what I'm trying to do. So amen. I'm like, amen, brother. No, I think that, look, there is a certain amount of expertise that you have to have. I think about, in my personal journey, it was like, okay, I studied mathematics in college, and then I was a commander for 17 years, and I went to war, and then I, started at the very beginning at the bottom of a software company. And I had to understand the problem sets. It sort of drove me from the very beginning of just like, oh, hey, I was a commander. I know what the hell is important. And then guiding the company, but having the technical background to talk to an engineer to be like, all right, we need to make the right products that actually matter so that we have a business. And so I do think that the revolving door in that capacity is super important. That's a really pejorative term, as you mentioned. But it's like you have to have that experience in technology so that you're focusing on the right problems.
I think, Aaron, the work you've been doing, the book you wrote, and the foundation you've set up, and Victoria's help in the partnerships, I think it's fantastic. I mean, we need people realizing that public service is important. I mean, this country has been blessed that at the times of crisis, we've had the best and brightest come into government. And that's becoming harder and harder. And so I think you can help bridge that gap. Now, when I asked the general, the head of Cyber Command and NSA, I said, how do you attract folks? Young folks, they want to go become part of the Marines, and they want to go do exciting missions. How do you get them to be part of what you're doing? And he said, well, we have one advantage. We can go to places that most other people aren't authorized to do. And we get so many of really cool missions. So I think it's partly explaining how consequential and fun and dynamic being in the government can be, and how rewarding that can then be afterwards in people's careers, not in an unethical way, not that they're cashing in on their government connections, but in a way that they're leveraging that expertise and experience.
So, Congressman, you got the last word as we are out of time. Thank you guys for your remarks, and thank you guys for tuning in.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Stronger Together, Working with Allies to Advance Defense Modernization. Please welcome to the stage moderator Marcus Weisgerber of Invariant and our distinguished panelists.
Hi. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be here with all of you for this great conversation with tremendous leaders from two of America's closest allies, and probably one of the most impactful voices on innovation in the U.S. government, down there at the very end. This is an important conversation, and I'll note our panel's topic, the importance of allies and partnerships, has come up during many of the panels today. Before we start, I just want to give a quick thank you to the Reagan Institute and Roger and Rachel for inviting me to moderate. So I'll do some really brief introductions. The man right next to me to my right, Ambassador Kevin Rudd, Australia's 26th Prime Minister. He's been the Ambassador of the United States since 2023, Foreign Affairs Minister for a period of time there as well, and he's one of the world's foremost experts on China. General Sir Gwyn Jenkins, the Commandant of the Royal Marine Corps and a Strategic Advisor to the Secretary of State for Defense, with a C. He was previously the Vice Chief of the Defense Staff. He's an Iraq and Afghanistan veteran. But the role I'd want to hear most about was your time as aide-de-camp for the Queen. So. No one thought that was funny?
No, we're serious.
I'm serious about this. There's pictures of Ronald Reagan with the Queen in here. And then finally, at the end, Doug Beck, the Director of the Pentagon's Defense Innovation Unit, which I know a lot of people in this room have worked with over the years. He reported directly to Tim Cook at Apple for 13 years. He now reports directly to the Secretary of Defense. Doug is also a Navy Reserve captain and is an Iraq and Afghanistan veteran as well. So, gentlemen, welcome. Let's talk about the report card really quick and the grades. I'll note that International Allies and Partnerships got a C, which is neutral compared to last year's report. So clearly, I guess there's some work to do there. I'll note that for Innovation Leadership, it got an A-. So I guess, Doug, that one's for you. Broad open-ended question. We'll start with Ambassador Rudd and give you the opportunity perhaps to highlight some of the innovative partnerships between the United States and your country, and I know AUKUS obviously is, I'm sure, a big one.
Well, good to be here with our friends from the Reagan Institute and with colleagues from the UK and the United States. I never understand the American obsession with the royal family, by the way, but Queen was a lovely lady. We had dinner with her many times. Charles is a good bloke, and that's kind of the end of it. So.
Should we move the topic on?
Yeah. She was a fine monarch, as is he. On the question of the subject at hand, which is where do we go to on the critical domain of defence innovation, the value added for Australia and I hope the United Kingdom for the period ahead is what we now unleash through what we call AUKUS Pillar 2. Who in this room is not familiar with AUKUS Pillar 2? Who is familiar with AUKUS Pillar 2? Thank you. The religion has been conveyed. But the importance of raising it in a gathering such as this, and with an audience such as this, is that We have now done the policy, legislation, and reg. It's done, okay? And for those of you who come from DoD or state or our interlocutors up on Capitol Hill, we all bear the common scar tissue of having brought it into being. But the legislation's through, the NDAA is through, our status under the DSA is through. We now have a revised and reformed excluded technology list. There's been a deep change to FMS, a deep change to ITARs, and we are now into an increasingly seamless, if we choose to make it that way, defence science technology industry sector across our 3 countries. Now, anyone who's familiar with this landscape, for those of you in the defence space, will know how hard a nut this has been to crack for a very long period of time. It is not perfect, but it's about 80% right in terms of where we need to be. And that is a significant advance on where we were. So my message to this audience, and many of you work within the sector, is simply that our job now is to turn the legislative change and the regulatory change, which has now been achieved as of the end of October last year, into cultural reality across our 3 systems, and then into project reality across our 3 sets of firms. And the sooner that we have concrete, we can point at it and open and shut it, or it can go bang and pop as evidence of being able to get an idea into the hands of the warfighter in 2 years rather than 12, the better our 3 democracies and 3 defence establishments will be, and our warfighters will be for the future. So the tasking we have in the Australian system, I can't speak on behalf of the Brits, even though we have the same head of state. It's the King, by the way. You guys had a revolution, but you're still obsessed with the monarchy. But as I said, we'll think about that later on. Is how do we, as we get through calendar year 2025, point to what is most forward-leaning and possible in multiple categories, both in, let's call it, the dual-use technologies of artificial intelligence and quantum and the rest. Obviously, unmanned systems, which are both dual-use as well, but subsea, on land and in the air. And then guided weapons and explosive ordnance through to the rest of what is now possible through this seamless environment between us. So the Australian government, speaking on behalf of the institution through the Department of Defence in Canberra, is now geared up for this. 150 plus staff from Defence here in the embassy in Washington is geared up for this. And our capital markets, you may be interested to hear, are also becoming geared up for this. And we can go on to that a little further in the conversation if you'd like.
Great. General.
Yeah, so I don't think you have to look much further than Pillar 2 and Pillar 1 on AUKUS to talk about innovation between the nations and the opportunity that is presented to us here. I'd absolutely agree with the Ambassador that it's the legislative change that is the big game changer for us here. As Vice Chief in Defence, working with the Vice Chairman here and our counterpart in Australia, overseeing Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 cooperation, the biggest challenge that faces us, and is true across our bureaucracies on the innovation challenge, is the bureaucracy itself, and it's how you navigate at pace the various checks, balances, obstructions that are in place that stop us doing the collaboration that we all instinctively feel we should be able to do. I think the other challenge with Pillar 2 in particular has been this honing in on specific projects that can deliver value to the warfighter in the shortest possible time. There has been a temptation with Pillar 2, I feel, to be too speculative in the long-term goals that might be achieved. It risked becoming too much of a science project and not enough of an application project. Feels to me now that is being wrestled back. Feels to me the legislative changes will really be able to deliver that. But don't underestimate, and we can't really talk about it in this audience, but don't underestimate the Pillar 1 piece and how fundamental that is at driving the closer collaboration. from way back in the day, right back in the 1950s, it has been the fundamental foundation on which the UK-US defence partnership, intelligence sharing activities have been based. It's a phenomenal level of collaboration, cooperation, transparency that happens between our two nations. Bringing Australia into that mix in the Pillar 1 piece really has unlocked this Pillar 2 conversation. And I don't think they're divisible. You can't have one without the other, in truth. And I think at its heart, that is what makes this truly unique and different for us as allies. We have, none of us, this relationship with anyone else on this basis. And that's what gives me quite a lot of excitement and anticipation for what is to come on the Pillar 2 side in particular.
Doug, could I ask you what type of role allies and partners play at DIU? I think when a lot of us think of DIU, we think of, out in Silicon Valley working with tech startups, but there's a much broader mission you have as well.
Absolutely. So first, I just want to say thanks to Roger and Rachel and the Ronald Reagan Institute for having me here today, and thank you also to everybody who is here today. And actually, if you think about the focus that the Reagan Institute has on the national security innovation base, much less it's such a core part of the Institute's focus, that's both a reflection and also a contributor to just how far we've come. And we still have a very, very, very long way to go, as the grades in there represent. So I'm proud to be on that team, and also really honored to be up here with my UK and Australian partners. So the answer is that allies and partners represent a really core part of the strategy for DIU, and that's because allies and partners are a core part of who we are. And it's also because it's a core part of how best to meet the strategic imperative that faces us as a nation. We have friends, and our friends are incredibly capable, and that's one of our greatest strengths. And we together have a shared imperative to defend the free and open international system upon which we all depend, as well as sharing incredible technology across our three ecosystems. So it's really a pretty core part. Actually, we've got 5 major lines of effort under our DIU 3.0 strategy, and partners with allies and partners is one of those core ones. And it really starts with the partnership that's represented up here in AUKUS. So, I mean, I'd love to talk maybe a little bit more broadly about some of the things that we're doing with allies and partners, but is it worth me drilling in for just a second to build on what was just said about AUKUS?
Go ahead. That was going to be my natural follow-up to
this
you.
It's been a huge focus for us. So for us, our partnership, international partnerships, is really about working with our closest allies and partners who have innovation entities of various kinds to partner deeply with them, and to help those who don't to build them, and then to really convert that in those partnerships into real impact now. And if you think about the role that we play in AUKUS, first of all, just stepping back with my broader hat on, I could not agree more with what Ambassador Rudd said about the criticality of some of the key legislative changes that have happened and the ability to move seamlessly. That may sound like a small thing, but it's a dramatic thing. And I agree very much that Pillar 1 is critical. And, the first UK submarines are somewhere in the 2030s, and the first Australian submarines are likely somewhere in the 2040s. Pillar 2 is meant, because it's tech, to be a lot sooner, but there is the challenge of potentially, as the general referred to, that devolving a bit into longer term projects to really get after kind of the true frontier of technology together, which we must do. Our part of the puzzle, though, is a little bit different. Our part is about leveraging very powerful commercially available or commercially derived technology in AI, autonomy, quantum, cyber, space, biotech, getting after that quickly, and then putting points on the board right now that can help the warfighter in the next year or two in each of our countries, and also through interoperability, all of us together, and then also help us to build the muscle that makes it easier for us to do that again and again and again, and frankly also contributes momentum because it's points on the board for the broader Pillar 2 efforts and then Pillar 1 as well. So really our part of the puzzle is about points on the board. So we've exchanged, I and my counterparts, we talk constantly. In fact, we've got a call tomorrow. We exchange embeds, and we did last year an electronic warfare challenge, which I'd say was a first step toward true interoperability of those challenges. The next one, which we'll be announcing soon, there's a teaser, is in the broadly, I don't think I'm getting ahead of myself, say broadly in the maritime autonomy space. And also really builds on what we learned from last year's in getting to the next level of true interoperability in terms of decision making and acceleration into then procurement and execution to get things into the hands of the warfighter. So that's a huge focus of what we're doing on top of all the critical work that we do bilaterally with the UK and with Australia in critical areas, and these things tend to overlap as well. So, for example, I'll just have one more quick example, and then I'll stop. You can tell I'm super passionate about this, though. But one example, is we do quite a lot with the Australians in space for a bunch of very good reasons. Go all the way back to the origins of our space program. So we at DIU work very closely on everything from responsive space to hypersonics, and that's helped to build our HICAT program, which is a hypersonic testing program that helps you go from normal, traditional hypersonic testing, which sounds like an oxymoron, but kind of isn't, might be $250 million to $500 million to do to get to the first test. That can take 7 to 10 years. We've worked with a bunch of commercially dual-use type of companies to get that down already to about 25 million and a couple of years, on the way to about 5 million or less. And sooner. That allows us to do many, many more tests for a lot less to get the cycle time of acceleration much faster. That testing capability is now the testing capability for hypersonics from our side for the AUKUS work, for example, around hypersonics. And that's how we kind of all work together as a department to try to leverage some of the stuff that we're doing together.
So I want to put a bow on AUKUS real quick, though. I'll ask the ambassador and the general. Ambassador, you talked about the changes that are made to ITAR and other changes. General, you talked about navigating the bureaucracy being a challenge. Kind of as you look at both, I guess the submarines and the Pillar 2. I guess what gives you pause? What are your bigger concerns to actually moving this project along?
Is that a glass half full or a glass half empty? Our brains seem to be trained into identifying problems rather than to roll with opportunities. So this glass is almost half full because I've been drinking quite a lot. And frankly, that's where we got to. Let's make it work. It can be made to work. I agree totally with what Doug just said. This should be project-driven from this point on, and projects which have near-term potentiality for realisation. And the reason I say that is, having been a creature of public policy myself for most of my life, in one form or the other, what I know works in bureaucracies, and I imagine the Brits and the Americans are not hugely different from our own, is if you drive a project through a bureaucracy, that is the best means by which to identify what the actual real-world impediments are within the bureaucracy, as opposed to this permanent tinkering with the bureaucratic system in order to establish whether it could be further perfected, as it were, from the top down, as opposed to the project up. That, I think, is the way forward here. Second thing, and I back up what the General just had to say about the interrelationship with AUKUS Pillar 1. Why do I say that? Pillar 1 has a bucket load of cash already attached to it. We crazy Australians are about to spend $250 billion US on this thing. Therefore, what's going to come out of that is just not a bunch of black objects, though it will, and they are designed for a particular purpose. Both the ones we buy here and the ones we build with the Brits and with American technological input in the AUKUS class SSNs. The spin-off from all the above in terms of the rest of the defence innovation ecosystem is going to be huge. So therefore, the synergies which will begin to emerge between that on the one hand and the liberated space which is now available under AUKUS Pillar 2 through FMS, ITARs and the rest reform will actually, if we have enough entrepreneurs in the midst of this, by which I mean bureaucratic entrepreneurs as well as classic entrepreneurs in the midst of it, we can be cooking with gas very quickly and getting stuff done. Final point I'd make is in terms of the corporate buy-in. For me, the encouraging thing is that these final list of ITARs, FMS and ETL reforms were only put out on the books as of the end of October last year. November, December, January, February, that's 4 months ago. So far we have 245 Australian defence firms registered under the new scheme. We already have close to 100 US firms registered under the defence scheme. I don't have the British numbers. So entrepreneurs and the defence sector are actually rising to the challenge, marrying them where necessary with VC and other capital loads into this can make it work. But what we should be doing as three governments is identifying our 3 to 5 project possibilities, industry challenges within project possibilities, and race this thing through to the end and see who comes first in the race by the end of this year, by the end of next year. And then what I know again about sort of politics and business is success breeds success. And as soon as we've got a critical mass of successes, guess what? Everyone's going to want to get on this bus. So I keep going back to the glass. It's about as full as we're going to get it right now. And the virtue is it's enough to run with.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think this idea, it's quite difficult for us, I think, as humans, and particularly as organisations, to imagine a fundamentally different future. And I'm aware of the room that I'm talking to here, so there's plenty of good futurologists here, I'm sure. But what we've got now with AUKUS 1 and 2 is really only the foothills. We are unlocking resource, expertise, supply chain growth. Just look, so 2 weeks ago I was in Barrow, Inverness in the UK, which is where we build our submarines, looking at the scale of investment that's going into that site. And it's not just this sort of capital investment that's going into the new facilities that will support both AUKUS and the UK submarine programme. Actually, the bit that impressed me most is the educational academy that's on the side of it that is being constructed in order to bring in the new and young talent that are interested in these areas. It's the investment now in these intelligent, entrepreneurial, incredible young people that are getting re-engaged with defence in a way that I don't think they have been for a couple of decades now. That will provide us with significant reward further down the line, and that's just focused on that one site, on that one sort of big capital area. It's happening across the supply chain for AUKUS, I think, and Pillar 2 will cause the same thing, I'm sure. If you ask me what are the real challenges, I could probably boil them down to just two. The first one is it's our ability to prioritise. Can we focus enough on the things that matter in order to attract the kind of resource and attention to them that they need to come to fruition? And that's true in both pillars. And if we can prioritise, can we make the decisions in the time that they're needed in order to bear fruit as well? And I think there's too often within all our organisations there is a temptation to procrastinate, to always seek more information, to not make the decision until you've got the 100% of the facts, and then there is a real temptation to not prioritise.
Did we inherit that from you?
I think we share some common ancestry in this regard, definitely. And just this ability to it's not just a political thing; it's an official thing as well, which is provide the focus that the organizations need to focus resource to get effect, and then take the decisions in the time frame you need rather than unnecessarily delaying them. Neither of those things are easy to do by any stretch, but if we can at least improve them, then we will make significant progress much more quickly.
So switching gears a little bit, there's been a huge influx of venture funds into defense. Just look at this event, to look at the folks who are here over the last decade or so. Despite this money, despite tons of innovation coming out of small businesses, it's been hard still for companies to penetrate the government bureaucracy. I don't have the exact figure, but I'm thinking of a report that just shows the breakdown of how much the 5 primes in the United States tend to get of the U.S. budget, and how much everybody else gets. But I do believe that startup percentage went up slightly in recent years. Doug, can you talk about how DIU has evolved and will continue to evolve to make sure warfighters do get the best technology that's out there?
Sure. So first of all, probably a lot of the people in this room could actually say what I'm about to say for me. So if somebody wants to. But at the end of the day, I mean, back in 2014-15, Secretary Ash Carter was prescient in seeing that there's no way that we could meet the strategic imperative facing us as a nation at that point, much less where the future is going to lead, unless we were able to take full advantage of the commercially derived tech sector in areas like AI and autonomy, et cetera, that I mentioned before, and that we had to do something different in order to get there. The organization I now lead was born out of that. At the time, it was DIU-X, and I like to think of that as kind of DIU 1.0. The first step was really about building a bridge at all between these two worlds, because we couldn't even talk to each other. The second step was about proving that you could actually solve real military problems with commercially derived tech, use authorities we already had on the books but didn't know how to use, and deliver concrete prototypes to the warfighter. I see some former teammates who are part of that right here, and do it within weeks or months as opposed to 5 or 10 years. At the time, that was revolutionary. We've done it over 500 times now at DIU. We've spawned these other organizations around the department to help do it, and that is all fantastic, but it's not good enough, because what we have to do now is take that capability and actually use it to deliver strategic effect. And that means, first of all, focusing it on those critical operational capability gaps, which, by the way, we share, in order to be able to deter major conflict or win a force to fight. And then second, it's about doing the hard work with the rest of the department, as well as allies and partners, to scale that so that the capability delivers strategic impact, because a prototype doesn't. By the way, we need that scale for strategic impact, and the tech sector needs it for the ROI to work, because otherwise it's a whole lot of investment that leads to nowhere. That's not going to work either. So DIU 3.0 has been all about doing that. That's why my organization was elevated to be a direct report to the secretary. It's why I messed up my very comfortable life, you mentioned at Apple, to come do this. And it's what we've been after for the last couple of years. We made a bunch of progress. We have a long, long way to go. The big parts of what we do in order to do that, one, we embed deeply with the warfighter. So Indo-PACOM's commercial tech lead is an embed from my team. I was with Admiral Paparo yesterday, visiting a bunch of companies together to get stuff done. The second thing we do is we work with the rest of the department to scale things. It's mostly about partnership with the services, as well as with our partners across the Office of Secretary of Defense, and the Joint Staff to go get stuff scaled. Third, we help catalyze that community of all the innovators around the department to be a cohesive community, go get after this. Fourth, we try to take our partnership with the tech sector to the next level through the portfolios, as well as through our on-ramp hubs and other means of getting into the department, really to help break down the systemic barriers that are there, and then help folks to scale. And that's what Liz McNally, who's our Deputy Director for Commercial Operations, leads that whole piece. And then fifth, it's about allies and partners, as we talked about. That's what we've been focused on. We've made a lot of progress, have a long way to go. Congress has helped. First, with establishing us in statute for the first time at the end of 2023, as well as locking kind of our status as a direct report to the secretary and giving us the authority to help do all the things I just said. And then quickly afterwards, with an appropriation that brought what we've got to work with to about $1 billion, which is a lot of money, but it's also probably the most talked about 0.1% of the defense budget that we've got. That was a joke. But not a joke. reality, though, it really is all about partnering with everybody to kind of scale the impact of that so it goes much further. What's much more important, though, I think, than that number is actually the flexibility in the budget, because we now have the ability to go all the way from initial idea all the way to fielding initial fielding to operational units, which puts us in a position to work much more closely with the services in a completely different way, so that we can help build the prototype and fund the initial fielding in that first year, work with the service on the second year while they're hopefully working on the longer term funding through our unfortunately very complicated process to scale things by the third. If we get that right, we cross the valley. So that's basically what we've been up to. Where we're headed now is all about scaling that capability and how we take that to the next level. And the Trump administration and Secretary Hegseth are very focused on how do we take this capability and really take it to the next level. So the opportunity now is really enormous for us to build on the momentum that we've started here and really deliver the strategic impact that we need in the time frame that we need it. Because there's been a little bit of talk about the adversary here, and particularly with a focus on, as China, as the senator talked about at lunch, we do not have time to mess around.
Ambassador, well, sticking on the subject of defense investment, I understand you held a big summit last week about dual-use tech investment. Talk about what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, just to back in Doug on the China point first, we don't have time to screw around. We just don't. We stopped having time to screw around several years ago. We're still partly screwing around. I'm a lifelong student of the Chinese Communist Party system. They're not screwing around. They are moving forth as a juggernaut, and juggernauts are by definition inefficient. But let me tell you, they still move forward. So therefore, we will permanently seminar on the further perfect perfections of our systems in our countries and between our countries while the juggernaut grinds on. So I underscore what Doug just said before about urgency. Part of the equation in terms of making defence innovation work is breaking down the regulatory and legislative structures so that we can work seamlessly. Part of it is, as the General said before, priorities, and stop screwing around with priorities. I always think of Rickover. If he didn't have some priorities, I doubt if we would have had the first, SSN in the system. He knew about priorities. He may not have had a sense of humour, but he knew about priorities. So it's clearing away the legislative and regulatory impediments, mobilising, frankly, defence industry by introducing them to the new, relatively seamless environment now operating between the three of us, establishing priorities in terms of projects which define success, and within, not in the science park, but in the real ballpark of what can be landed in the hands of the warfighter. Let's set a mental date within 24 months, 18 months of when a project begins, and make that an industry challenge. But then you get down to capital. Yes, there's been a spawning of venture capital in this country, less as far as the defence, science, technology and industry sector is concerned, less so in the United Kingdom, less so in Australia. What I convened in the embassy last week is I brought all of our what we call super funds to Washington DC. Superannuation is what Australians call, what you call pensions. Unlike other countries, for 35 or 40 years now, we've mandated savings. Every Australian has to now save 12% of their income for retirement. We've been doing that in stages since the 1990s, early 1990s. Bottom line, 27 million people, we now have $2.7 trillion US dollars under management. It's the fourth largest source of investment capital in the world now. Put that in context, it's bigger than the Saudi and Emirati sovereign funds combined. Now, these pension funds, which I deliberately brought to Washington to meet the administration, and we met Secretary of the Treasury, met Director of the National Economic Council, met the Secretary of Commerce, and others in the official establishment, in their overall investment framework. So looking at balanced portfolios, because you're dealing with the long-term needs of the retirees in Australia. And part of that is an appetite increasingly on the part of each of them for venture capital, but beyond venture capital as well. And for them, the dual-use technologies which are now unleashed under AUKUS Pillar 2 are open for business. So our point in bringing them here to town and to engage with Doug and his team and with others from the defence innovation space across the US system, which is what we did, was to introduce all of our CEOs and chairmen and chairwomen of our pension funds to the fact that this will now be a rapidly growing market. The proof of the pudding will lie in the eating, but we're off to a good start. And the fact that this occurred 3 or 4 months after we'd completed the regulatory reform process through AUKUS Pillar 2, I think augurs well. Particularly when those guys and girls see the fact that we can do projects across the combined, as it were, capital base of our 3 defence budgets, and frankly increasing our integrated planning when it comes to future conventional warfare platforms.
General, can you talk a little bit about how the UK is working with startups? And I understand part of the whole defence buildup that's going on in the UK right now is actually being geared toward smaller businesses.
Yeah, just to sort of build on Doug's point. So first of all, I'm a massive fan of the DRU and what you guys have done, and we're learning a lot together on this journey. We all 3 of us, face the familiar challenge, which is how do you bridge the valley? You know, we can innovate at the edge. We've got loads of innovation going on, and we're not short of imaginative people or companies that are trying to solve problems that we don't even know we've got. But trying to bridge that and scale within our organisations is a real challenge. At least part of that is because, to be honest, you know, we're all bunged up with our programs. There's not enough flexibility in the programming. Most of the resources allocated. Trying to break that resource out at pace in order to focus on new initiatives is quite difficult in its current construct. That, at least in part, is why our government is reforming defence at the moment. It's quite a busy time in London right now for a bunch of reasons. There's been quite a lot of talk about rising defence spending in the UK, at least in our press. That actually isn't the big issue at play here for me. Well, the big issue is the ambition our government has to reform defence as a whole. So we're in the midst of a defence review right now, and we're also in the midst, just about to launch a reorganisation of defence of a scale that we haven't really seen since at least the end of the Cold War. At its heart, the reason I mention that is because at its heart, that is all about trying to unblock the system. I'm conscious of the ambassador's wise words about don't tinker with the bureaucracy. This isn't tinkering with it. This is a fundamental change to the way we work, and it's directly trying to learn our lessons from what we've been doing in support to Ukraine on how we take capability at pace and apply it into the hardest environments, as some of our previous speakers have said, the hardest electronic warfare environments in the world, and trying to apply the latest technology there to give our Ukrainian partners an edge. Is trying to take the lessons that we have learned from that, which is all about portfolios. It's all about giving access for small and medium-sized enterprises. It's all about running competitions at some fair scale in order to find successful solutions to some really tough problems, and then rapidly progressing those prototypes into fielded examples. Where a lot of us scratch our heads is, well, yeah, we can definitely do that in Ukraine. We are doing that in Ukraine with the Ukrainians right now. Why can't we apply that to our own system? Why, when we come back to London, does it suddenly become so difficult? There's some really good organisational reasons for why that's true. None of them are satisfactory, but there are some good explanations for why that's true. The defence reform we're going through is effectively an attempt to apply those lessons into our military today, so that we can streamline the access for small and medium scale enterprises in particular the enthusiasm that we've generated over a number of these projects and a number of these competitions, and then start applying that to the core rather than just to the edge or just to the just to the sort of specific case of Ukraine. We have challenges in terms of the access that the primes enjoy, the preferential treatment that the primes get with our organisation. There's not enough competition amongst the primes, in my opinion. They do some great service for us, but if we look back to the 1990s, where we had tens of primes operating in our defence systems, and we fast forward to now, and we've got single-digit primes operating, I think we all instinctively feel there needs to be more competition there. But some of it is just about unlocking our regulatory process so that the small and medium-scale enterprises don't need to employ an army full of lawyers just to navigate the form filling in order to get the access into the programs when they've got solutions that we know will work for some of our specific applications, even if we then absolutely will still need the primes to do some of the big scaling that we'll need to roll this stuff out across the board.
So, Doug, I was going to ask you about some work you're doing in the Indo-Pacific specifically to talk about China, but I'll give you that if you want it, and I'll also give you the final thought since we have about 1 minute and 45 seconds left.
Okay, I'll very, very quickly answer that question. Then, if I can, I might make two sort of sappy comments at the end. Since you're going to give me the chance to do that. So first, in terms of obviously in a way the kind of deepest and most advanced partnership that we've got is represented by the three of us up here in AUKUS with our innovation partners. We're also working very, very closely with the Indians. So we've got joint challenges there where the first one was in undersea communications, and then we did one in maritime surveillance, maritime domain awareness, and then we are now working on one in space. We've got a partnership with the Singaporeans working together on counter UAS and some other areas with the Japanese, where we help them stand up their own kind of DIU-like entity, which has DIU person embedded inside, as well as we're now doing our first 2 challenges with them. Really, we're working kind of across the region with our allies and partners, seeing a lot of what we've learned with our partners here, and really delivering that impact. And that's about the fact that we have shared operational strategic imperatives, we have shared great tech, we look for the place those intersections are, we deliver real capability together, which also helps to build the broader relationships, and it also creates a deterrent. I mean, the Chinese hate when we all work together on this stuff, and that's good. Leads me to the last point that I would make. Ambassador Rudd mentioned, the revolution we had, a few hundred years ago, and I would just kind of reinforce the importance of these partnerships, that we must all hang together, or we shall all surely hang together. These partnerships are absolutely core. We share a absolutely indelible need to defend that free and open international system upon which we all depend, and we have very deep both historical. I've served in Iraq and Afghanistan with my partners from both these countries. We have a lot of very deep strength to build on. We also have this shared imperative to get after it together. Leads me to my other sappy comment, which is about risk. For us to get there, we're going to have to change the way that we think about risk. And I meant, you mentioned, my service downrange. I came home from that service recognizing that most of what I thought of my entire career in the private sector as risk was not risk, it was uncertainty. Risk is risk to mission, risk to force, strategic risk for our nation. And what we have to do is we've got to get much more in the business of taking the right kind of risks, process risks, financial risk, reputational risk, because we might look stupid by getting it wrong, in order to avoid translating that into real risk on the backs of the soldiers, sailors, airmen, guardians, Marines, who'd have to fight the war if we have to go fight it. That's the kind of risk we've all got to take, and we have to all take it together.
Folks, we're out of time. I want to please join me in thanking our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage moderator Jennifer Griffin of Fox News Channel and our distinguished speakers.
Well, thank you very much. I know everyone's had a very busy day, and I'm grateful to be here for the final Fireside Chat for the National Security Innovation Base Summit. And I am very pleased to be joined by General Jim Rainey of Army Futures Command. He's here from Austin, Texas. And of course, Mike Gallagher, a congressman who is now at Palantir. And Mike, you were chairman of the House Select Committee on Competition with the Chinese government. You served in the Marines for 7 years. You deployed to Iraq. And then you moved to the real war zone, Washington, D.C. And when you were in Congress, you were said to be the fastest man in Congress.
This is true.
This is true. You were a runner,
Where,
right?
if Tom Cotton's watching
Where's
somewhere,
Tom?
yeah.
All right. So speed is something that we've been talking about. Speed is the word of the day. And last night we heard the president talking about how he wants a quick end to the Ukraine war. He announced setting up a shipbuilding office at the White House because shipbuilding is going too slowly. And then China responded to his tariffs this morning saying, if war is what the U.S. wants, whether it's a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we are ready to fight until the end. So I want to start by asking you both, can the Pentagon be run like a Silicon Valley startup? What does it mean to go full founders mode?
Well, thank you. And it's an honor to be here with General Rainey, whose leadership I've long admired and is truly an innovative thinker. So let me put it this way. Founders Mode, for those who don't spend all day like reading Paul Graham's blog, is like a maniacal level to fixing the hardest problem at every level of organization in Silicon Valley speak. I like to think of it in a different sense. The true founders mode would be like founders and framers of America mode, which is how do you get things done in a constitutional and practical sense, given that we have separation of power in the government. And I think that actually relates to your question about DOGE, because I'm actually quite supportive and enthusiastic about the DOGE efforts. They're much needed. For those of you who don't think there's waste in the Defense Department, I mean, in real terms, we're spending more money than we were spending during the Reagan buildup. We have 1 million fewer active duty service members. We've increased the biggest branch of the military, which is not the Army, it's the civilians. The acquisition workforce is about the size of the United States Marine Corps. The DoD owns a property book worth $900 billion, all 50 states, 7 territories, 40 countries. It costs $30 billion to maintain. DoD itself says it's 20% in excess capacity. So there's a ton of waste. It's hard to get rid of it immediately and realize the savings. But the overall move, I think, like the founders mode approach to the Defense Department that the most dominant branch of government, theoretically, Congress could get behind, is a gradual automating and reduction of the tail in order to reinvest in the tooth. And I think that will give you an increase in lethality even at the same time you're trying to cut waste and find efficiencies. Very hard to do in practice because it requires constant communication to the public, to Congress, and it requires presidential level support. And past efforts of reform tend to break down because they didn't have that consistent presidential prioritization and backing of the Secretary of Defense and his team, and ultimate buy-in from the uniformed military.
General Rainey, what do you see that's broken in terms of this procurement acquisition? Why is Army Futures Command so important right now?
Yeah, well, if I may, the Congressman's point, civilian control of the military, oversight by Congress, accountability to the American taxpayer. There's not a single person that I know in uniform that doesn't aspire and fully support all 3 of those things. But we have to go faster, and we're not going faster. So I'm optimistic about trying different approaches to go faster, because what we really want to do is deter a war with, that I believe we would prevail in, but nobody's going to win that kind of war. So it's about deterring people that wish us harm, and then if they choose to fight, being able to absolutely dominate them. So to do that, we got to pick up the pace. To answer your question on the acquisition reform, I am fully, I'm all in favor of any reform of the acquisition process. The Forge Acts, I'm pretty optimistic and excited about that. For example, I just read a really good detailed analysis of what we should do to reform acquisition. It basically said, knock down bureaucracy, more money, partner better with industry, upskill the acquisition workforce. Great, detailed, written by a guy named Packard in 1986. So we have this problem. I would offer we have this problem surrounded. Everybody knows that we got the money we got. I personally think we have the authorities from Congress that we need. If we don't, we need to use the ones we got first. So there's opportunities throughout this process to do things different. I'm very proud of Army Futures Command. We have the advantage. We were stood up only 7 years ago, so we were built as almost an anti-bureaucracy, and we've partnered really closely with the best companies. And when you hang out with really good people, you just kind of adopt some of their best practices. We're not a business, we're a profession, so we got to be careful how much we adopt. But the best practice, things like closing the loop between the user and the person making something, the way industry does. Betting on leaders who can attract the best talent and innovation. So those kind of things. But I'll give an example and then I'll stop answering this question. Next generation command and control. So the fundamental thing that the department has to do and the Army has to do is move to data-centric warfare. That's it. That will unlock the potential of large language models, machine learning, quantum, if it ever comes. And that plays to one of the gigantic advantages the United States still retains over China. But right now we're spending billions of dollars on command and control systems that don't work. So we said, instead of writing, an 800-page requirement document, let's write a 2-page piece of paper that is focused on the problem statement and admit that industry is better at this than us. Go out to industry with that problem. And that has resulted in a ton of progress. We're going to actually demonstrate this next week out at NTC. It's a real thing in the dirt. But probably the most
exactly?
It's an entirely new approach to command and control. Moving to data-centric, turning what are now hardware problems into software problems. Control your data, get it in a usable and accessible state that unlocks the potential so you don't have to go from a single sensor to a shooter with a bunch of decision makers. You can just move ubiquitous sensing, take advantage of controlling your data, and then you can increase your speed about 10x.
And isn't it Palantir? I've seen a demonstration of some of the headsets that are being used, a new command and control that really puts it down to the warfighter.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would give General Rainey credit for what I think is going to be incredibly transformative. And also it's had the practical effect in the industry of bringing together non-traditional partners and forcing us all to work together. And so I could not be more bullish about the effort. There are a variety of technologies that are being fielded right now to do precisely what you talked about, which allow individual Marines, soldiers, sailors, airmen to leverage the power of data and also autonomous systems and have basically human-machine teaming in a way that we are starting to see glimpses of on the battlefield in Ukraine, but I think we've just scratched the surface in terms of what's possible. So with this new approach, consistent funding, and I would also argue, and maybe this is like a version of founders mode in the Pentagon, like a tolerance for original failure, right? Which Doug Beck is at the leading edge of. You're not a failure, Doug. You're a success. Your failures are a success, is what I'm saying, Doug. I think we have an opportunity to change the game because you mentioned Packard's analysis. I mean, 1986, great year. I was 2 years old. Like most of the weapons we're still relying on, the platforms we're relying on today were built during the Reagan buildup. It just takes too long. When the system produces a truly novel capability in 21 years, you've already lost, right? When you produce incremental improvements in 15 years, you've already lost. When you're just like 7 years is the minimum to even begin fielding a new technology, we don't have 7 years, right? We have to take the Chinese Communist Party seriously when they say they may launch an invasion of Taiwan in 2027. That's the biggest mistake we've made like philosophically, ideologically, is our mirror imaging and are unwilling to sort of take our enemies seriously when they say they're going to do a thing, even if that thing seems outlandish from a Western U.S. perspective.
Let's talk about Ukraine. What have you learned by watching how the fight is being prosecuted? It's so much more than trench warfare. There's autonomy, there is innovation taking place on the battlefield there. I don't think Americans understand quite what we as an army, a Pentagon, industry has learned from what they've seen the Ukrainians adapt and MacGyver on the battlefield.
I'll take a first quick shot at it. So whenever you're trying to figure out what's changing, I believe there's some value in controlling for the known or what is not changing. So war is currently, look at this, it is horrific as it's ever been. Technology is incredibly disruptive, but not decisive. It's still about human beings. It's a contest of will between humans. I'm a joint guy, not advocating for one branch, but it appears that humans insist on living on the land. Therefore, the land, at least, for a while still, is going to remain decisive in the world. Well,
Classic Army bias.
But I just joined, land forces got Marines, soft brothers. But yeah, so what's not changing is important. At the same time, you got to be, this is the biggest disruption in warfare since, before World War II. So last time things were this crazy, people were inventing airplanes, radios, combustion engines, and even then you just kind of had to figure it out once and then you were good. Even if you figure out what's happening, it's just this perpetual cycle of disruption. Incredibly impressed by the Ukrainians' ability to innovate, reorganize, adapt. The evolution back and forth with unmanned aerial systems, for example, is down to 2 weeks when somebody tries something and somebody else. It kind of reminds me of an earlier experience I had where we were really struggling with the counter-IED fight in Iraq and Afghanistan, where the enemy would adapt and we'd come up with a solution. So I think that's just going to be a perpetual state. Some of the really big ones is the convergence of offense and defensive fires. You're not going to have the luxury of having air defense systems and artillery systems. You got to move those together to keep up. The almost crippling effects of electronic warfare. So while I'm very bullish on high-tech solutions, we got to be clear-eyed, and there's going to be times where you're going to be fighting the way we used to because you can't talk or you can't fly your UAV. The biggest one to me is the disruption of the land domain by technology finally getting to the point where it can deal with the laws of physics. So if you go back to 1999, 2000, when large UAVs came on scene and basically disrupted the entire Air Force, the Army intelligence community had to go through a major evolution. 10 years ago, that started happening in the maritime domain. What is really the UAV phenomenon is already happening on the ground, and whoever figures out not replacing humans with machines, but the army that figures out how to optimize the two correctly, offload risk onto machines, but more importantly, optimize our phenomenal men and women for things that machines will never do. So that's kind of what's keeping me awake these days.
Mike, what do you see as the revolution in warfare that's happening in the Ukraine battlefield, and what role is Palantir playing over there?
Well, I would say, it is kind of to the general's point, it's Dickensian, right? It's the best of times, it's the worst of times. On the one hand, when Ukraine is going through 10 years worth of munitions in 10 weeks, and the Russians are firing 17 million rounds, the future of war looks a lot like the past, right? Men in the mud, mass, a lot of people dying, attrition, et cetera, et cetera. On the other hand, when the Ukrainians sunk the Moskva using, allegedly queuing from Turkish drones and 2 Neptune missiles, granted, this is a guided missile cruiser that wasn't using its fire defense system, and there's a lot of ineptitude in terms of the basic seamanship, but still, I do think something fundamentally changed in that moment. If I had to describe it, I would say a movement away from platform-centric warfare, right? The war has placed a premium on anti-ship missiles over ships, anti-air systems over aircraft, anti-tank systems, Javelin, over tanks themselves. Who knows if that will be the case in a future war, but it certainly seems to have direct implications for how we might fight a war with China, right? What has China done to us in the Indo-Pacific, in the first and second island chain? It's not that they built the biggest navy in the world, which they have. They built what I've called previously an anti-navy via the rocket force, designed to keep our expensive platforms out of the weapons engagement zone. We should probably flip that logic on its head and do a version of that to them. I would furthermore suggest that what we're seeing, I think, and the general could push back on this because he's a true expert, I sort of think if you really pay attention to what's happening in Ukraine, you're left to conclude that GPS is no longer a reliable targeting technology. You have to have some form of visual or electronic decoy as like table stakes to engage on the modern battlefield. One-way attack drones that can do terrain mapping and spectrum mapping, I think, are going to be the future of fires and volume. And then finally, I would say we've had this question in Ukraine about our insufficient stockpiles of critical munitions, which are, of course, woefully insufficient, and we must replenish those stockpiles. But how we build things matters just as much, if not more, as having built the thing and stockpiling the thing. Our ability to rapidly scale up on a short period of time could have as much deterrent effect in a future war as having 200 LRASMs pre-positioned in like a containerized system in the Indo-Pacific, for example.
Yeah, just to build, I don't disagree. So most of my military career, I was, when we were fighting, a commander really had to pick between precision and mass. So 155 round, dumb one, $5,000 US. Exquisite, Patriot missile, 3.4 million. I could go on Tomahawk, which is an awesome. We invented back in the 80s, still awesome. It's just too expensive. So we were confronted with, the U.S. Army should have both. There is a case where you want exquisite capability, but anything that's not cheap in mass or exquisite and worth the cost, it's the 80% of stuff that's in between that is needed. Right. So what's happening is UAV technology and others are creating a unique opportunity where commanders don't need to pick. What the Ukrainians have figured out, and the Russians also, and I'm sure other enemies, is you can get very precise targeting using UAVs and the systems that Mike was talking about at a pretty low cost. So that's a fundamental difference. If we need thousands of rockets that cost $100,000 and less $10 million systems. We need cheap UAVs, but because of the EW thing, this idea, I'm all for making 3D print and cheap UAVs in the basement, but they're not going to work against a really good enemy. So you got to have both.
That's a great point. I'd say, and to describe what Palantir's done there, I would describe it simply as our software helps fewer good guys kill more bad guys. So. Yeah.
So Defense Secretary Hegseth wants. It's good. It's a good bumper sticker. Defense Secretary Hegseth wants to cut 8% from each of the services, reallocate. It's not a cut to the defense budget per se, but reallocate to border operations, Golden Dome, hypersonics. Can DOGE do what Congress has never been able to do, which is to cut the defense budget or cut the waste? And how do you avoid falling into the sequestration trap, where you just smash something and then it takes years to get your readiness back up because you've just cut with a blunt force?
I would say not without the eventual buy-in and participation of Congress, which is the point I tried to inelegantly make before, right? Because even DOGE can play an incredibly constructive and quick role right now in terms of highlighting waste and inefficiency. But in the current budgetary environment, there are profound limits to your ability to make meaningful shifts in money around. And I think you can do a lot, but you can't fundamentally transform the trajectory or change the trajectory DOD is on without buy-in from Congress and a more predictable, consistent budgetary environment or freedom. Right? One thing I advocated for unsuccessfully when I was still in Congress was giving the Pentagon the ability to take its unspent funds, and about $12 to $15 billion every year is appropriated, it goes unspent, It then goes into abeyance for 5 years, and then it goes back to the Treasury where it's like laundered for non-defense purposes, eventually by a future Congress. Merely giving DoD the flexibility to use that money for long-range precision fires or all of General Rainey's priorities, I think could have a transformative effect. But making sure that we are inviting the legislative branch to participate in the DOGE process and building support for big changes, because these are big changes, right? But I do think ultimately, in an environment where 50% of DoD's contracted dollars go towards services and 1% goes towards software, like that's a loser's model right there. We can shift that fundamental formula around, provided we build public support and congressional support for the effort.
So if you had 5 minutes with the Defense Secretary, what's your elevator pitch for what needs to change quickly from your perch down in Austin, working with all these innovators in Silicon Valley?
Well, that's kind of a hypothetical question. What I would say is, if I could do, to the money thing, I'll take more money, but we got a lot of money. And, I got a daughter who teaches 8th grade English, got 30 kids and 20 textbooks. So that's a bigger national security problem. So we have money in the Army. Our secretary and our chief are adamant about creating our own money. How Doge yourself. We know we have to stop buying things that aren't relevant and spend that money on the transformative stuff, and we're doing that. If I had one thing, the thing I will point out that I think is lacking is getting warfighters in charge and holding them accountable, right? The system is too bifurcated. Acquisition professionals are critical, contracting officers are critical. There's a lot of key players, but pick a service, any point in history, when we have transformed really well, you can go back and point to a human. John Boyd, Rickover, Oppenheimer. We got to say, hey, but the reason you don't, and we'll take, we guys in uniform, we've been taking responsibility and accountability since we were 22, which is like in 86. But anyways, it's not that. It's you can't hold people accountable unless you give them. We've purposely bifurcated this system. It's one of the things at DIU and why I like working with Doug is he can say, hey, I talked to Randy George, the Chief of Staff of the Army. This is what the Army wants. So that's what I would tell them. Put warfighters in charge, hold them accountable. Now, I wouldn't have to tell them that because that's he's already doing.
So it's not just the Pentagon being bifurcated, it's Congress being divided amongst 100 senators and however many congressmen who all have a piece of something made in their districts. How do you stop this terrible dynamic where one congressperson can stop you from, if you're the Army and you want to get rid of a weapon system that you don't need anymore, from blocking that? Because we see that happen every time.
Well, I would say a few things. One, I do think, having been an avid attendee of the Reagan National Defense Forum every year and listened to any number of speeches about the Valley of Death and innovation and this and that, I had noted on a few occasions that it seemed like we were giving the same speech every year, every Secretary of Defense. Like you could copy and paste Mattis's speech in 2017, and Austin said the same thing a few years later. I do think, thanks to the efforts of a lot of people in this room, like the tectonic plates are starting to shift. And I do think some of my former colleagues get it. And so I think we have a moment in time right now, and with all the DOGE energy, a new group of largely veterans in Congress that get this, that actually work in a bipartisan fashion, I do think we have a narrow window in which to change some big things and get over that parochial concern. And with some of the ideas the new administration has put forward, they can not only field a new capability, they could demonstrate a new way of doing things, right? For example, Iron Dome or Golden Dome or Teflon Dome, like that. I'm very excited about the potential of traditionals and non-traditionals to work together to deliver a capability on a very fast timeline, provided, to your point, General Rainey, we have like a talented, single throat to choke in the department, empowered with the backing of the civilian leadership in order to sift through the bureaucracy and also the parochial interest that Congress is looking out for.
So how seriously should we take this tweet from China this morning? Is it just a war of words, or is this something that really needs to be taken seriously? And where are we in terms of tech competition with China? You studied it while you were the head of the Select Committee. General Rainey, you're living it. Talk to me about China.
Just quickly, I'd say my entire 8 years in Congress could be like, I mean, this is kind of depressing to admit, summarized as China is preparing for war with America, and we're not taking it seriously. So yes, we should be concerned, right? I think, and honestly, the arguments against that go something like, well, Xi Jinping's economy is in terrible shape. You know, if he did something as stupid as invading Taiwan, I mean, he and his people would suffer enormous economic consequences. He'd lose tens of thousands. First of all, like in a Marxist-Leninist system, they are much less sensitive to casualties and pain than in a republic such as ours. Second of all, consider reversing the causality, right? Which is that Xi Jinping's economy sucks because he is trying to sanction-proof his economy and prepare it for the pain that will ensue if he goes to war with America, right? Again, it's a form of mirror imaging that clouds our analysis. So I think we should take all of this seriously, but the single best thing we can do is not like a tweet or a démarche or any other sort of nifty new program. It is to rearm as rapidly as possible. Like shift the conventional balance of power west of the international date line, surging things, men and material that can kill like commies and communist ships as quickly as humanly possible.
General Rainey.
Well, I mean, it's clear in you know, 2 administrations worth of, and the comments from our current leadership. I mean, China is the priority. It's the biggest threat. I take them at face value. You know, I'm not an expert, but I always say start with, you know, when people, what do you think they're going to do? I'm like, well, let's start with what they said they're going to do. You know, that's a good place to start. You know, they have a gigantic military and population to back it up. They are modernizing at an alarming pace for a long time while we were doing other things. So the sense of urgency in the United States Army, and I feel comfortable speaking for the Joint Forces, is you know, we got to continue to transform to maintain the advantages we have to deter a war. And if they choose to fight, then to dominate that fight, and it's going to be unprecedented. I think what people, and I know you would agree because we've talked about this. I offer we should start by deterring them, you know, because and I don't make light of any of the threats, but the one of the things we have going for us, if Xi does decide this, he almost certainly has to be successful. Yeah. So injecting doubt, lack of confidence. So things like mobile land forces like General Flynn and now General Ron Clark and Admiral Paparo are out doing their, I place a great value in allies and partners and land forces, training with them, special forces operating with partner nations. So deter China, assure our allies, start there, and it's going to take the entire joint force. So,
Mike, how do you take, yesterday Elbridge Colby had his nomination hearing, and he said that the seizure of Taiwan is not an existential threat to the U.S., which seems to indicate that this administration may not be committing to defend Taiwan. How concerned are you when you hear something like that?
Last time I was on the stage, I think it was, I was interviewing Bridge for his book, which is quite good, Strategy of Denial. So it all comes back to the stage here at the Reagan Institute.
Yes, it does.
I think every administration in recent history has taken the view that we are not committing to the defense of Taiwan, right? That is the policy of strategic ambiguity. Now, I've made the case that strategic clarity would actually have a positive deterrent effect. I have been persuaded by folks like Matt Pottinger that what matters more than strategic ambiguity or strategic clarity is actual strategic and operational capability, i.e. do we have the systems in place, in theater already, to deny the PLA Navy from establishing a lodgment on the island itself. What I also heard in Colby's testimony, I don't know if it was oral or written, was a commitment to the status quo, strategic ambiguity, and the 6 assurances and all that, all the other stuff that we genuflect towards whenever Taiwan comes up. So I actually wouldn't expect a dramatic change in policy when it comes to Taiwan. I know there's been a lot of concern. If we strike a deal with China economically, is there a broader geopolitical grand bargain? All I know is, having worked with Mike Waltz in Congress, having worked with a lot of his deputies, I know their view of China, and I doubt they would be recommending that course of action to the president.
We have about 30 seconds before we'll go to a couple of questions. The defense industrial base. It's the problem here. It's the problem in Europe. What do you do to get it ramped up and producing what needs to be produced?
Yeah. No. I don't like the term defense industrial base. I prefer American industrial base. I think, Freedom's Forged is a great book. I love it. I'm a history guy. Clearly, things are a little bit different now, but the idea that before the war starts, mobilizing the innovation, capitalism, manufacturing potential of the United States, I think that's something we ought to treat with the same level of urgency as we are defending the homeland and countering China and dealing with the other 6 inconvenient crises going around the world at any given time. So I'm all in favor, but it's not going to be the Fords and the RCAs and the General Mills. I think this emergent, these tech primes, whatever we're going to call, I think those companies and the primes and people that are making things other than war materials right now are all going to be part of the solution. It's going to take leadership. It's going to take a little bit of patriotism.
Just 3 quick observations. You mentioned the IVAS system, whatever the next generation IVAS looks like. That's not just a tool for a soldier on a battlefield. That's a tool for a worker in a shipyard, right? And also a tool for upskilling workers, right? Who can use such a system to train in the moment and do things that weren't possible in an old industrial manufacturing environment. Point 2 would be software-defined manufacturing. I think has the potential to completely unlock a lot of the American industrial-based constraints we face right now. But third, and again, putting on my old, washed-up congressman hat, I do think, because industry will always point to Congress and DOD and say, well, the demand signal's not consistent. We can't invest in workforce and facilitization because you're operating under CR. I mean, let's just remove that excuse by having a predictable, coherent budgetary process. And then, you can force industry to deliver and have many more energetics facilities, weapons facilities, munitions facilities, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a really exciting time for the American industrial base right now if you leverage next generation technology to fundamentally change an old industrial problem.
I'm cognizant of the time and that drinks are next, so if we have time for one question.
I'll take a beer.
Go ahead, please.
I think you already focused on technology and what it could do. My question is more on the will of the American people and Taiwanese people. If war were to come, we can have all the great tech in the world on the front lines, but if we're not willing to mobilize, where do you think the American people sit on defending Taiwan or the Taiwanese people themselves?
Well, I would echo what General Rainey said earlier in the panel about the human dimension of war, and though the character of war may change, its fundamental nature will not. So I think your question gets right at that. I've always thought, and a lot of what we did on the Select Committee was trying to communicate directly to the American people and get them to understand this is not a distant over there problem, it's a right here at home problem. I think if we can sort of connect the defense of Taiwan, not only to our broader alliance system in the Indo-Pacific, but American leadership globally and security and liberty and prosperity here at home, that's the only hope we have of mustering support for what would be a very, very difficult, bloody confrontation. But again, to echo the point the General made earlier, better to deter it than having to deal with that process, right? An ounce of deterrence is worth a pound of war. Deterrence may be hard, but war is hell.
General Rainey, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, just to that question, I think our enemies would be making a big mistake if they question the will of the American populace to come together under an existential threat to our country. They should read their history. There's a lot of things we don't like to do, but sometimes we send the military to war. But when this country goes to war, I would not underestimate the ability of the American people to come together. We'll have a 12 September moment if somebody messes with us in any way, and I have more optimism in young people than concerns. And, I think you could pick a generation after generation that when challenged in an existential way, the American men and women will be there. Which is a good segue. The one thing, a lot of important people here, and you're taking your time to be here. I try and end when I talk. If you remember anything I said, remember everything he said. If you remember anything I said, 2 words, inspire and hire. Inspire and hire, please. And we have to inspire young men and women to serve. That is why we are the greatest country in the world. And when I say serve, I get paid. I mean, I've made a living and had a great life doing something I've wanted to do since I was 8 years old. Don't worry about us. But my daughter, who's a public school teacher, the men and women who are first responders, medical, just encourage, volunteer, coach youth soccer. We have to get young people buying into the idea that doing something with your life bigger than you. And if you're in that top couple percent and want to put on a uniform, we're hiring. The bigger thing is hire veterans, hire Army spouses. Never miss up a chance to do something for an Army kid, because the amount of sacrifice that veterans and Army families are going through is unimaginable. And if you are fortunate enough to be in a position to influence young people or hire what is essentially a national treasure, I would just ask you to kind of think, inspire and hire. God bless you.
That's great.
Thank you very much to my panel and to our wonderful audience.